Welcome in. 8 minutes past the hour. Kickoff hour live. What's up? Good time, gang. Settling in, getting ready for another day, and we thank all of you for being a part of it and saying, yes, I will tune over to the Rick and Bubba Show. And if you accidentally kept it here and you're going, what's happening? Just stay with it. It's the good time, gang. Rick, Bubba, Adler join us right after top of the next hour. We kick things off. That's why it's called the Kickoff Hour, kind of a pre-show before Rick and Bubba join us. All right, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
Good morning.
Everybody fired up, ready to go?
Wonderful.
We thank all of you for being with us today. As always, glad to sit down and have fun together. I was actually talking to somebody yesterday about, man, you know, and we all hear this. I'm not the only one. Hey, now what time do y'all get up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And wait a minute. How do y'all do that? Really, as I've always said, we get paid to wake up and get here, because once we're here, we have a blast together. I know others out there probably actually working for a living and doing hard labor, and they're like, yeah, guys, whatever. But
today, rainy.
But I get a lot of that. I know y'all do too. Over the years, it's, man, now what? When do you? Oh no, really? and last night I had to make that decision. Of course, you know my love for Dak Prescott, former Mississippi State, Hail State.
You love him.
And they played last night, but it was one of those Eastern time games, so it didn't start till 7:15 p.m. Central Time, 8:15 Eastern. So then around 9, you have to make a decision. What do I do? I stayed with it to about 9:45, 9:50, and then finally said, all right, I'm out. I wanted to see one more drive. The Cowboys ended up winning 31-14. So now the Brady gate starts. You know, will he retire? Will he not retire? Is he going to the Raiders? Is he not going to the Raiders? He said he needs to take some time and think about things in the postgame. So Dak Prescott total 5 touchdowns last night.
It's a good thing because if it came down to a kick, they were in trouble.
Yeah. He threw for 4, rushed for 1, and in the first 4 touchdowns, their kicker missed 4 extra points.
Now they've backed the PAT up, but still, I mean, come on.
4, not 1, not 2, not 3. But 4.
Okay, so it's in his head now.
Yeah.
Our question was, do you keep him and let him keep kicking?
Right.
Next round of the playoffs. Or do you look to replace him?
If you go back, the previous game, he missed his last one. So at one point he had missed 5 in a row, going back to the last game.
I don't know.
But then he made
he
made the last one right down the middle. So I don't know.
You know he got to that point when he walks out there in his mind, he's going, there's no way I'm making this.
Mm-hmm.
No way. He gets to that point. Goodness gracious.
It's like you see like almost he had like the yips or something.
Yeah, something got in his head.
If y'all want to know, I'm not saying anything for a reason. So just so y'all know.
Well, but you've left the Cowboys. You can't talk about them in years.
But there's a reason why.
See,
I don't want to do like Bubba and be Mr. Negative Nancy on everything. I'm going to keep a positive attitude, not going to bring mojo up, so I'm just going to sit here and I'm enjoying hearing y'all talk about it. I just want you to know I'm not jumping in.
I'll say this, because I really haven't followed this year pro, but it intrigues me that they're still, if they continue to stay in it, because check me on this stat. First road playoff win since 92.
Mm-hmm. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
And first time they've made back-to-back playoffs in a while, too.
Yes.
Wow.
It's okay for y'all to talk about it, but I can't. And, Speedy, the fact that you think I've left the Cowboys says I'm doing a really good job.
Did you even know they played last night?
Oh, yeah, I watched it.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Good.
Yes.
Was dialed in. You get that hoodie you used to wear to work?
When y'all were talking.
Oh, gosh, why didn't you?
When y'all were
When y'all were that was the Braves, buddy.
No, I thought you had a Cowboy something. Didn't you have a T-shirt?
You had something.
I had a T-shirt.
Yeah, you had something you used to wear it was Cowboy. When you said it was the year of the Cowboy.
I didn't get the right garment.
It was the year of the Cowboy. You remember that?
Yeah, that's right.
Just a couple.
It's always the year of the Cowboy.
He's quietly sitting over there.
That's serious.
It's always.
Now I don't like this guy missing 4 field goals.
No.
And y'all were talking earlier about that before we came on, and you noticed I didn't jump in.
You can look at it 2 ways. You can go, their kicker missed 4 PATs, and they still won big. You know, because that could come back to haunt you.
in him.
After his 4th,
you think he's going? Okay, game's on the line. We got to have it. What do you think?
After his 4th
is it
miss,
just PATs that are in his mind, or is it every kick?
Well, they didn't try a field goal last night.
Oh, no, they went for it.
It was 4th and 3, and they said, no, I think we're just going to go for it. And then they scored. So Troy Aikman last night, after the 4th miss, suggested that he'd be out of a job this week. So he said he might be out of a gig, but
now somebody you got to replace him with obviously got cut by somebody.
Yeah, I don't know what you do,
it.
but it could be a situation. Now they have to go to San Francisco, one of the hottest teams out there right now, and play at San Francisco next Sunday night. So we'll see how that plays out. But now the wild card weekend is over, and the next round is all set. So
and the Bucs are at the house.
Yeah,
of course they were in a weak division. Is the only reason they were there anyway and hosting.
He said going over to Tom Brady said in the post-game press conference he would take some time to decide on his future. He says, I'm going to go home. My wife's not there. No, he didn't say that.
Yeah.
I'm going to go home and get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, because nobody's there to disturb me.
As soon as I can tonight. There's been a lot of focus on this game, just one day at a time, he said. And I guess he's focusing on a good night's sleep. He says, when I talk to people about it, people inside the game believe he's going to be back for another year, blah, blah, blah. There's another, everybody's throwing in their commentary about it. Aikman was talking about it. You're hearing all kinds of rumors about he's not done, but he's done in Tampa.
That's what I think.
Or whatever. So we'll
I think
see.
he's going to keep playing, but I think there's somebody else who's going to pick him up.
And the Raiders are, good night, the Raiders.
Why would you want to go there and
Raiders.
get crap beat out of him?
I don't think he will.
No,
I don't think he will, but you just never know. It's here we go with off season. What will he do? Stuff. That's just going to happen.
Ravens.
Yeah.
They're going to cut loose Lamar.
Yeah, well.
How about this, Tom?
Tom,
I'm going to say this. I mean, unbelievable. Nobody will ever match what you've done. Why are you doing this?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you had the perfect closing act when you won the Super Bowl as a Buck.
Right.
I mean, you could have walked off then.
Yeah.
And granted, you nearly threw it out in the water when you were at the celebration. I get that. But
yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? I mean, but then again, he's accomplished so much. What's it matter?
And now
they ain't going to hurt his legacy.
No.
He's not going to – he doesn't have anything to go home to now.
Yeah.
Like he ruined that,
Yeah.
messed that up. So he may just be like, well, I'll just keep playing. I love this sport so much.
What if he quit and got off that weird diet and got on fast food and got fat?
Got it real big.
I wish
All
he
right,
would.
so in
He deserves it.
dodgeball, the trainer that remember he shows him eating and getting real big.
Yes, at the end.
What's his name? Yeah, that's Tom. Everybody is like, what's happened to Brady? And then 2 years later they go. And
I'm not talking about a little chubby. I'm talking about huge. Because he's like, I've been eating good for all these years.
right, I'm done.
I want to eat what I want to eat.
Oh my goodness. Speaking of Lamar Jackson, so his mom's his agent.
Probably
And-
not a great move there.
and,
I love my mom,
Right.
but I don't know if she'd make a good agent. And I'm
And-
not sure what qualifies. Now, is his mother a lawyer or something we don't know about?
I don't know, Greg. Before you step out there, she
I don't
might
think
be.
she is.
But the Ravens, they just couldn't come to terms with him before the season started. And he goes, all right, that's it. I'm not
Talk to my
you know.
mom.
And
That's good.
and then everybody was like, well, he could have played last week, but he's not because he's got some strained PCL or
Yeah, I
whatever in
heard
his
him
knee,
arguing.
something, one of the L's. I'm not sure which one. And he basically put something out and said that that's my business and hey, that's my future. And if I go out there and I'm not 100% when he doesn't have a deal and he gets even more hurt, then he's. It's a tough decision for him. And now, of course, their season's over now because they got beat by the Bengals.
If you're looking
but
for a quarterback, though, do you want all that baggage?
I don't know. I think I heard some crazy stat. He's only played 10 of the last 22 games.
And
Wow.
like I said, I think some of the – and again, I haven't –
I might have
go
that
talking
wrong.
about what I don't know, but I was listening on the way in. He had tweeted some stuff out like, y'all don't support me and all this. And a lot of people look at that like, hey, what are you doing?
Right.
If you're hurt, that's fine. We get that.
Right.
But anyway, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But maybe his mom will mash out a good deal for him. Now, how many other clients does she have?
I don't
Probably
know.
none, unless he's got some siblings.
If you want to hear some really good commentary on it, I was out a little bit later than a normal last night, and I was flipping around, and I heard a sports show with Pac-Man Jones on it. You remember
I bet that-
Pac-Man?
Yes, I do.
Yes,
He's
I
got
mean-
a sports show.
Yeah, and a mouth on him,
Oh,
too.
yes, he does.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
As a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 is going to depend on the team members that you surround yourself with. That's why you got to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently. They make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on job qualifications all on one platform. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door.
Spend less time in the kitchen with new, fast, and fresh recipes packed with flavor and ready in 15 minutes. And at 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the most delicious way to save.
Save up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and a 32-hour battery life. Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Get 15% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Today on Hey Culligan, smooth skin and soft hair comes from where? Here's Mike.
Hey Culligan, I've tried every conditioner, lotion, and body wash known to man, and my skin still feels like sandpaper.
It could be your water, Mike.
Oh, that's harsh.
More like hard water. Are you interested in smart, high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water?
Huh?
Want baby smooth skin and soft, luxurious hair?
Yeah, can you hurry? I have a date tonight.
We're already on the way, Mike. Let us help you out with the free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Having trouble picking a New Year's resolution? CarShield has you covered. This year, we don't have to worry about how much it's going to cost to fix our cars when they break down. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but we've locked in our price, and it will never go up. This year, choose coverage through CarShield, a resolution you can easily keep. With protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before, go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-465-6550 or go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
It is 22 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the kickoff hour, and we thank all of you for joining us. We're just kind of sitting around, looking back a little bit last night at the NFL. The Dallas Cowboys defeated the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The season is over for the Bucs, and Dallas moves on to play San Francisco Sunday night. Dak Prescott, 5 touchdowns, threw for 4, and now will Tom Brady retire and move on or go to another team? He says he needs some time to go home and get a good night's sleep and think about it. So there's that for you. And Helmsy, you said that we had an emailer that sent us a question that hadn't been presented to us before.
Well, I don't think we've ever discussed this.
No,
Certainly
new
hadn't picked
question.
out our favorite.
Right.
But Eddie wants to know.
Oh.
Eddie sends us a ton of questions, by the way.
Hey, Eddie.
QFTA, question from the audience. If you want to chime in, you can send it in. What was your favorite cartoon as a kid? Ooh. Do y'all?
Let me think.
And here's where I struggle. I didn't watch a lot of cartoons. My
I
brother
had a
watched
run.
a ton of them.
I had a run where I did. I liked Hong Kong Phooey. But you had to get up real early for that.
Mm-hmm.
Scooby Doo I liked.
Yeah.
Now they've taken it and ruined it. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is there any more?
I will tell you one.
Scooby Doo probably.
Yeah. I think that's where I landed. I
You
just
know,
don't remember. I don't remember
all
a
the
lot
Looney
of
Tune
cartoons.
stuff I would watch and liked. Okay, but I'm gonna admit something here
Tom and Jerry.
that I liked. Okay, now you got to remember what I'm talking about. I'm 5, 6 years old. Okay, maybe 8. Worst case, Smurfs.
Yeah, and you're
I
wrong.
liked the Smurfs.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That was something I liked to watch as a kid.
Oh, Gargamel.
I just did. I
When
don't
you
know
say
why.
things like that, I forget how much younger you are.
I
That's
know.
hilarious.
I
Picture him with
know.
his blue Smurf
I
bed sheets.
am.
I wanted to live in little Smurf land.
Do you like that?
I really did.
That's funny. Papa
When he
Smurf.
sent
What
this
about old Papa
question,
Smurf?
Oh, Papa.
When he sent this question, the first thing I thought about was Smurfs.
Smurf, right there.
Really?
Yeah. Don't know what that says about me, but that's where my mind went.
I remember I liked Hong Kong Phooey, but like I said, it came on real early, and it was tough to get up that early,
Yeah.
but I would try to. And yeah, I like that.
My brother was a big Scooby Doo fan, and I didn't like that at all.
Oh, I love Scooby Doo.
Oh, yeah. You kidding me? Mr. Machine?
Hey,
Come on with it.
come on now.
There he is.
But I did. I liked Smurf.
Yeah. Yeah. You
So
know,
he was big on Papa Smurf, telling
I
everybody
was.
what to do.
I was. I wanted to be Pop Smurf.
You know, there was a rumor that it promoted communism.
Are you serious?
Yes, because every person had a certain duty they did. Papa Smurf kind of told everybody what to do. They said they were trying to infiltrate kids with communism.
really?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right, but there was a conspiracy theory of that.
Yeah. Did you like things
I've noticed
like...
Helms kind of likes communism. I don't know
Yeah.
what it was.
That's not true.
Did you like things like the Roadrunner and stuff?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Roadrunner's pretty good. I like that.
I love that. Yeah.
yeah, the Roadrunner. I like
Yeah.
that.
I had a little. This is another one thing. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles had a little run there, just a little. The cartoons, not necessarily. I mean, I did watch the movies.
If I would have been
but
that
they-
age, yeah.
Yeah, I could
But
see it.
Had a
was
little
too
run
old.
there.
I was too old for that, but yes, I could see that. Do y'all remember the weird? It wasn't cartoons, but it was like it came on Saturday mornings, puffin stuff, and the Bugaloos and all that. It was real people. Puffin stuff was a strange. Sigmund the Sea Monster. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember Sigmund the Sea Monster? They were live people. It wasn't cartoons, but Puffin stuff was a really strange show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sid and Marty Krofft, that was the people that produced all these weird
Right.
shows. But you didn't watch none of that?
No, I can't remember. I know we're only 2 years apart, but I don't remember that.
Yeah. The Bugaloos.
You know,
The Bugaloos.
the classics like, you know, Roadrunner and Tom and Jerry, all that stuff that was just
Yeah.
way back. Have they canceled all that?
You know,
do
'cause
kids
it's
still,
violent.
Right. Do kids still watch that? Or
I don't know. Is it still out there? Tom and Jerry was great.
Yeah.
Of course, Foghorn Leghorn.
oh, yeah.
Who
all
didn't
that.
love that?
All that.
That was my favorite. That may have been my favorite.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of,
I'll say that.
that's my wheelhouse there. And then you throw in Scooby-Doo, too.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I was.
You're right.
You know,
Yeah.
Jay.
What about when the Globetrotters would be on Scooby Doo?
Ooh, now I love me some Globetrotters.
There'd be cartoon Globetrotters.
Oh, yeah.
Jay would jump into the G.I. Joe, He-Man,
Oh, yeah.
all that. I
Now,
like.
We had G.I. Joe when I was a kid, but he was like
The action
bigger.
figure
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
I had a lot of their like tanks and stuff. G.I. Joe tank and
Mm-hmm.
mobile assault unit,
Yeah.
whatever that was.
Fat Albert, what about that?
I watched that.
Yeah.
Fat Albert came. It was like the last cartoon of the morning.
Yeah.
The
yeah.
time frame. I mean, once Fat Albert was over, you go outside and play. Forgot about Fat Albert. I
Yeah.
loved.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you talking about?
Eeba-dee-ba-doo-ba-doo. I loved it when they played Buck Buck. Remember that?
Yes.
Everybody and Fat Albert come running.
Were they
down.
still playing these when you were growing up?
Fat Albert was
They
good.
were still playing it, but I didn't give it a ton.
Okay.
I was just a little younger probably than I needed to be.
Yeah.
But I remember it being on. I just
Of course,
didn't.
now you couldn't. I mean, they call him fat shaming. You can't shame
Oh no,
Fat Albert.
that's what I'm saying. You can't. I don't know. I'm sure there's some channels right that play a lot of this, but I
And
don't
we
know.
have to know what cartoon character's sexual preference is and what their
Oh,
gender
yeah,
is,
of
and nobody
course.
cared
Right.
before.
No.
They say this latest spinoff of Scooby Doo is the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen. So
Remind me to ask you on the break about an adult cartoon that I have recently seen clips of, like just
an adult cartoon,
like
What?
like
Are you some kind of
Family
singer?
Guy or something.
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Some of them are funny.
And remind me to ask y'all about something that something keeps populating in my like Instagram clips and stuff, and I'm
Okay.
a little frustrated. I never watched this cartoon.
I've never watched
'cause
Family
it
Guy,
is
but I've
hilarious.
seen clips from it. It is
I-
funny.
I-
And I
never gave
can't
it that
believe.
much.
I think it's the same one. I can't believe some of this stuff was allowed
oh
on
yeah,
TV.
I think they're a
Really?
little.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, my
I've
favorite
never. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
of all the adult cartoons.
Yeah.
and I
Beavis
say
and
adult,
Butthead.
and that was funny.
Yeah.
But Hank Hill, the King
Yes,
of Hill,
yeah,
yes.
that's my
I got to
favorite.
tell y'all.
The only one I can watch because I can't really watch a lot of cartoons.
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
that bothers me now.
Well, do you know? I've never been drawn to like The Simpsons or
No, but
that or
King of the
none
Hill.
of that.
Yeah, I
I've
haven't
never
either.
been drawn to
Me
any of
either.
that.
King
Never
of the
watched
Hill
it.
though is excellent.
I might watch a minute of it if I'm kind of floating through, but I have never sat down and go, I'm gonna watch this.
I hadn't either.
Right.
I have never truly been a cartoon guy in my entire life. Really, the only reason I got into it when a kid because of Jay.
Okay, Papa
But
Smurf.
hey, I fell into the Smurf world.
Yeah.
That's funny.
And
Out of all the things,
and the
out there.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Well, I get that.
Did you ever watch Speed Racer, the cartoon?
Oh yeah, it was a little weird.
Thanks,
It was
buddy.
kind of strange.
Right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're making big changes this new year or you're just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment. On this journey, I know that for me, I that's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. For premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for that perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me. Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other audio brands, and it's no wonder their everyday earbuds have over 50,000 five-star reviews. Now's the time for you to check them out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today. We'll get you an additional 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 15% off. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there. I've done that. They don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code Bubba. Have you tried an American-made Helix sleep mattress yet? Unlike a lot of other mattress companies, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility right here in the States. You order, they ship your mattress directly from their facility right to your front door for free. And if you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll come pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress, which we love, by the way, and the 12,000 five-star reviews, what they're saying about Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you and your partner with a perfect mattress just for you. Plus, you've got that 100-day risk-free trial. They also have plus-size mattresses and kids' mattresses ranked best mattress winner by Parents Magazine. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you $350 off all mattress orders. That's the best best offer yet. HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Rick and Bubba, as well as Adler, join us right after top of the hour. So we thank you so much for being with us, making us part of your day. We have updated a number of different things. The game last night in the NFL, the Cowboys beat the Bucs. We've talked about that.
Retired.
We've had some questions from you, the audience. One of them about cartoons when we were growing up. What was our favorite cartoon? And we threw a couple around. We did not mention the Jetsons.
We missed a
love the
big
Jetsons.
one.
And,
We all agree there, don't
yeah.
Meet George Jetson.
His son, Elroy.
Look at that face when he His boy, Elroy.
Well, whatever.
Daughter, Judy.
I knew it was Elroy.
Jane, his wife.
What did it have a dog? Astro?
Astro.
Oh, Astro.
That was a great show.
It was.
Yeah.
Oh, George.
That was one of those
And they
things.
definitely don't make them like they used to. And if you try to find one of these old ones, they're canceled now.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
That was one of those shows that Jay brought to the table.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to admit that I liked it.
Yeah.
But I loved it, and I'd watch it all the time with him.
You know, I heard
you act like you watched that stupid show. And you,
Yeah. Can we not watch Sports Center?
And then you
Yeah.
look.
You know, I heard some
Daughter.
commentary on like DVDs and having hard copies of stuff, and how that's kind of being phased out. But a guy was basically saying, "Now this is why you need to have them, because if you rely on streaming services, well then you are now relying on their wokeness on if they want to stop streaming.
You're
it.
right.
And then if they just say, well, no, it's no longer available, well then now it's gone forever." And so the guy was like, no, you need to build your own library so when all this stuff is canceled, you still have hard copies of it.
We canceling everything.
Because now everything's being ripped off the air, and you might remember watching it, but if you can't find it because a service decided, well, now it's not, we can't play that.
All right, so
well,
you
then
brought-
now what do you got?
And
Nothing.
then he got zipped.
Yeah. And
I
now
really-
history.
His boy, Elroy.
Now
I
there's
really-
no history in it because you try and tell your kids about it and you can't play it for them.
They'll cancel
My
it,
mom
yeah.
is going to be mad at you, Speedy. And I'm going to tell you why. Yesterday I had a conversation with her, and I asked her to your point on like keeping these things around with the CDs and DVDs and whatever.
All that good stuff.
So y'all are going to love this. So she has been cleaning out like closets and stuff, and she found some things, and she was like, Jay, when you're here, grab this.
Yeah.
Hey, found this, grab it. Hey, I'm throwing this away or taking this to the Goodwill. She's in one of these modes.
Yeah.
Well,
Is that where you get it?
She found, yes, that's exactly where I get it. She found a bunch of 8-track tapes that my dad will not let her throw away.
But
and he will not. I mean, like he's just for years like, no, you don't throw those away. And Mom's like, Mac, you haven't touched these things in over 20 years.
What are you gonna play them on?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Okay.
Does he have an 8-track player?
I think he may.
Boy,
I don't think he's used it in 20 something years or
the
longer.
8-track was the worst.
Boy, man.
Way to
but
music
and I
ever.
know what closet she's talking about because it's a little coat closet when you come in the living room. And they're sitting there in the floor. There's a bunch of them.
Oh yeah,
and he will not give them up. And I think up until Speedy's comment a minute ago about you need to keep these things around, he was about ready to toss them.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, there's some things, that are just, hey, it needs to go. But the classics, I have, and I know, Greg, you've mentioned you have, and I don't know about you, Helms.
How many
but
times
I
am
have
I going to hear classics now from Dad?
yeah, but I have like a combo, VHS,
DVD
player, whatever.
I got a couple of them.
And we
I'm
stored it in the house in a closet.
Yeah.
And Terry's like, why are we
keep
keeping this stuff? And I'm like, honey, you don't understand. If we got to have a way to play some of this old stuff.
Have you ever
we
need to get it put on something.
I know.
That I never have.
I know.
I really need to dedicate myself to do it.
I have a DVD recorder. I have a DVD recorder that I could move everything over.
Yeah, but from VHS to DVD.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, you just output that into the DVD recorder, and then you can record it that way.
Oh,
I have those.
Okay.
We need to have like a little session on your Thursday feed day. We can just sit in here and do that. Of course, that'll never happen. But
no, it's not good.
But no, anyway, it was great commentary though, because the guy was like, "You're at the mercy of Hollywood and these woke, CEOs and people that just if they decide something is now going to be canceled,
that's right,
and they stop streaming it, and that's what you
See, they want to
depend on. Well, then now it's gone.
Think and feel.
Yeah. All right, so
Dad, Speedy's telling you hold on to the 8-track.
Well,
you never know when you might need it.
Well,
8-track, I'm not sure.
Listen, we were cleaning out Lisa's house she grew up in, and we were remodeling all this, and we came across tons of 8-tracks.
Really?
Same conversation. I was like, well, we can chunk these. No.
Yeah.
I said, there's nothing to play them on.
Right.
What are we going to play them on? No, so we still have have cases of them.
Right.
Don't know what we're going to do. Got Tammy and George, President and First Lady.
Yeah. We got
the
one
classics,
thing,
but we couldn't play them if I wanted to.
Yeah. The one thing I wish I had, and let me get finished, okay, before you interrupt, because you're going what? Because it's a little bulky. I wish I had a reel-to-reel machine, because
if you got a lot of tape.
Terry's mom gave us, and I feel terrible because I haven't really focused on this, but Terry's mom gave us years ago old reel-to-reels of her dad preaching from way back.
Is this audio
when.
or are you talking about
it's audio, and it's some of it probably wasn't in climate control, so some of it's probably not even useful. But I would like to try to play it and see if I could hear it, and then dub it down into something that she could listen to it on.
That sounds good.
But here's the problem: you walk through how many stations we got here?
Yeah, they ain't
6 or whatever. Yeah. You walk through here, you can't find one.
No.
They no
longer exist.
I'm wondering though. I need to focus in. Do we have one like in storage? You open up the garage door. There's one back there in the corner.
There's probably one out there. It's going to be hard to find.
It's like national treasure. You start walking through trying to find something. There's a reel-to-reel machine back there.
And if you see an 8-track player, let me know.
Okay.
Remember they had the little square box? I had one, and it had a little handle on top. You stuck the 8-track in, then you hit that handle to kick it out.
Oh man, God.
No, what a terrible way.
8-track probably needs to be dubbed on something, Helmsy, for your
parents. Here's some on eBay, Greg.
Players?
Yep.
Okay.
Wow. $100.
I'm just telling you.
Wow, we're getting sharp
I'm just telling you, y'all,
there's cheaper ones.
Because of the world we live in and the decisions that are being made, if you like some of the classics, you've got to find a way that you're not dependent on others.
Well, if I want to listen to George and Tammy, I'm going to have to buy one of them 8-track players.
Right. I may buy one of these for my dad for Christmas.
You know what?
Oh, hey, you talking about a surprise?
Yeah, Mom would be mad.
She would?
I don't want to do that to her. She's trying to get rid of the tapes. She don't want them in the closet. He's never going to listen to them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want Lisa to hear this, because she'll want one.
Yeah. You could sit around and just listen to him with him, Helmsy.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Talk about the old days.
Yeah, Greg's got a better chance of dubbing reel to reels.
Speedy one.
Or me, you mean?
I'm VHS.
Okay,
Yeah.
VHS.
I have a feel-good story here, but I'm afraid to play it because Greg's going to make fun of it.
Okay, go ahead.
Huh?
It's a sure enough good one here.
I don't-
12 tape.
Oh,
What?
really?
Yeah. 12
Oh,
tape.
that's fancy.
8-track changer. Vintage Telex. $150.
Ooh, that's not bad.
Here's a
Hey,
real nice one for $245.
Well, let's say you get it and it don't work. Who you going to complain to?
Well, I think it tells you whether they're working or not.
Could you search
I think they're
reel-to-reel
pretty easy to
machines?
fix,
A
actually.
reel-to-reel deck?
Yeah.
Could you see that?
Reel to reel, what's it called?
You could do a reel-to-reel deck or just reel-to-reel machine, and I'm sure something's going to
The
come
stupid 8-track. I actually had an 8-track player in the house with a stereo that you could fast forward. Most of you couldn't rewind it, but you couldn't do any of that. So you had to wait to what track you go. Okay, if it's on this song on track 1, then it's on this song on track 3. I'm gonna go to track 3, and then you'd miss part of the song. They were horrible.
up. Yeah.
Horrible.
Oh, yeah, Speedy.
And then
Really?
they drag.
Yeah.
What they going for?
I'm seeing 200, 300. Ooh, wow, that's a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I would love to.
Now there's some. They're a little nicer too.
I would
But
like
the
to
technology's
get out
probably a little
in front of the boys, get out the razor blade and cut the reel to reel, and then splice them together and tape it. And show them that this is how we used to edit.
500, 400.
Good night.
Oh wow, real proud of them.
Oh, here's one that's
Really going to look in
ridiculous.
storage now.
Yeah.
I think I'll just.
Oh man.
I was
Mac
hey,
Daddy's got a better chance of grabbing an 8-track.
I'd love to hear what some of the titles on his 8-tracks who he's
Yeah.
listening to.
Yeah.
You know what I need to do? I need to.
I'll
And
take
here
some
I am
pictures
talking
next
about
time.
it, and we're talking about surprises on the air. Is to I need to get on that and then surprise her mom with that on like a birthday or something.
Okay, you go ahead.
I do, and
You
you
need to.
need to do something for
He is-
Lisa and
he-
surprise
I
her,
need
and
to
you need
put
to do
on-
something
He
for
is
Mac
the-
Daddy and surprise her.
He is the type, which is a good thing, and we need to adopt, okay, this mindset. He will actually go do this, and you and I won't.
He has a better chance than any of us to
I
do
know,
it, but
I
there's a
know.
reason he hadn't done it at this point. So he's not
Well,
really
I don't
that
have the
sharp about it.
machine. I don't have the machine.
Well, you would have got one by now.
Right. Yeah.
And after
I'll,
hearing
I'll,
those,
I'll give you that.
Hey, after hearing those prices, he ain't gonna get
That's
one.
true. Forget it.
I need to go into like.
I bet Scruggs may be able to find you one laying around somewhere. at
Surely
one of the
they have
stations.
one,
I
right?
bet they do.
I'm gonna write that down. Go ask Scruggs, and text Tom. There we go.
Tom would be a good one too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll check at a few yard sales. See if they have it. You can get a good price on that.
Right. But look, we had a chance to give away a working DVD and a working VHS player and all that, and I said no, Terry, we're storing this.
I did the same thing, but I've got 2 of them
Yeah.
for that reason. I said I might need them.
Yeah.
Still work.
Yeah.
Huh?
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Kentucky Fried Chicken's pot pies are just $5? That's a comforting thought, especially after a holiday season when you had to panic wrap gifts at 2 a.m.
Come on.
Watch the same kids movie 11 times.
Again.
And we're lovingly told your cooking was
a tad dry, dear.
Yeah. A $5 pot pie from KFC with tender chicken, savory sauce, and a flaky crust. That's a very comforting thought. Order your pot pie on the KFC app for just $5. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed. And a chance to double your tax refund. thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications, all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door. Spend less time in the kitchen with new fast and fresh recipes like falafel power bowls or Southwest pork and bean burritos, each packed with flavor and ready in just 15 minutes.
Over 35 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items, there's always something new to try. And pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step instructions make it easy to whoop up a tasty meal right at home. This year, skip that extra trip to the market, cut back on takeout, and get HelloFresh delivered instead.
At 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the easiest and most delicious way to save. Start the year off right with a great deal on America's #1 meal kit. Sign up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors for a link.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is coming up on 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866 We Be Big. It's the Good Time Gang. Rick, Bubba, Adler. They all join us right after top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Unlike a lot of mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility to your door. And right now, you can save $350. And we all need our sleep and the ability to relax. And the quality of sleep is awesome, isn't it, Greg?
It sure is. You know why? Because you fill out the little survey and tell them how you like to sleep, what your preferences are.
Right.
And they build it to make you happy.
Yeah.
And if you don't like it, you got 100 days and you can send it back.
That's right. And to Greg's point, it's a sleep quiz. It takes about 2 minutes or less. Then your personalized mattress is shipped straight to your door free of charge. It's really cool. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. They have a variety of mattress models, too, to choose from, each designed for your specific sleep positions. Are you a side person? Are you a back person? It goes in the
Can't
sleep
sleep on my
quiz.
back.
You answer all those questions, and they go, all right, this is the one. It's American made, as I said, and they come with a 10 or 15-year warranty depending on the model. So check it out right now at helixsleep.com/Bubba. You're going to save $350 right now. Your new mattress will ship right to your door, and you'll save $350 at helixsleep.com/Bubba and get a truly amazing night's sleep. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Greg, look up at me real quick. How's that eye doing?
Yeah, it's still red.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's better today.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's coming around.
It's good.
Just checking on you.
Looking
Checking on my little buddy.
conjunctivitis.
Check.
Yeah. All right,
Is it a reaction to that medicine you took?
No,
you think?
I think it's just.
I think it's.
So you think you got pink eye or cold or something?
Yeah, something like that.
I think it's the little sinus infection thing.
I
on
don't
the
know.
jigger he had. Personally, I do. Who knows?
That's probably it.
Well, I'm not a doctor. I did stay at a no, I'm kidding. I won't say that. So I have a little piece of audio here that I'd like to play.
Is it on reel to
for
reel
y'all.
or is it?
Are we?
I really wish it was.
Are we playing the audio that I wanted to play? That
No,
you will
I
not
can't.
play?
I don't think we can play
Oh,
that.
I want to hear that.
Dang.
Well,
Really? Yeah. But go
I
ahead.
kind of wanted to, but that's fine.
oh wow! By the way, have y'all seen? This show's full of tangents. I'm sorry.
It
y'all.
is. We'll chase a rabbit in a minute.
Sure we will.
Have y'all seen the Tony Romo redoing Caddyshack?
What?
No.
Have you seen that with
no, I have not.
is
Is
it
it
Michelob
embarrassing?
Light or what? He actually does a pretty good job. Anyway, during
he
the
didn't
wild,
like Tony Romo.
during the wild card weekend,
I can take him or leave
there's
him.
a new commercial featuring Tony Romo recreating the classic scene from Caddyshack.
Which scene was that?
It's when he's hitting the top of the flowers.
I don't know.
Anyway,
It's been a while since the Caddyshack's
Yeah, I know
funny
what you're
movie.
talking about.
Funny
Yeah,
movie.
yeah.
Crowd is deadly silent.
This one.
Young Cinderella story happening
Oh,
right
yeah.
in front of our
I
eyes.
got it.
Former quarterback about to become.
Is that
tournament.
Romo doing the talking?
Yes, it is, and he
so I
does a
can't
pretty
take
good
that.
job. Maybe
He's
we
doing
can
the Bill
play one
Murray
later.
guy.
Yeah.
He's doing the character, but I don't need Romo doing it.
Two others use Kenny Loggins theme music too. I'm
Yeah.
all right, but anyway, that was my tangent.
I was really hoping there would be video
Yeah.
with it.
Yeah.
I have it. I just was playing audio there, but we have
I'm
the
going to
video.
have second hand. I can already tell.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
So he's
I'm being serious. I looked at it and went, well, that's not bad.
Man, you love him.
He
Well,
does
no.
it, Greg. He does a good Carl Spackler. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
He's
That's who he
already,
was.
he's already got the mouth for it.
Yeah, I've heard people try to do it.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Speedy.
I ain't bad.
You just don't like Tony Romo.
I don't dislike
do you
him.
Do you want to see the? Come over.
You
here.
don't
Come over
dislike him.
He
Come over
irritates me
here.
when he calls games.
Come over here.
No, I ain't watching. I'll watch
Oh,
it
I'm
later.
sorry. I didn't know you were talking to me. I thought you
Gosh.
were talking to Greg.
I like I'm talking to one of my kids. All right, here we go.
Young Cinderella story happening right in front of our eyes. Former quarterback.
Pretty good,
about to
Greg.
become
That ain't good.
tournament.
This February.
That's pretty good,
That's
Greg.
not bad.
Forget it.
Carl Spackler.
Not bad.
Tony Romo. I thought that was pretty good.
Mm-hmm. All right. A lot of people think you're secretly trying to wear contacts and you just have an irritation.
No, it's
That's a good one.
I'm
Whoever
giving up
that
on
sent.
I may
Whoever
try
sent
it
that.
again later. I don't know.
No, you're never going to wear
So
contacts
I hate my
ever
glasses.
again.
I hate glasses. God.
But don't step out and say you're going to start wearing
Yeah, I'll start
contacts,
wearing
Greg. That's the most ridiculous comment. You'll start liking Tony Romo before you start
That's
putting
a
in
good point
contacts.
Yeah. I guess I'm not going to play my feel good story.
I wish you'd play the animal sound.
Play that animal sound.
I can't. Can I?
Are we not
Can
playing
I?
it?
It's an animal.
Are we not playing it because this is where I need
Well,
to shut
it's
up,
potty.
I guess.
Let's put it this way.
It's potty
it's
humor.
Potty
It's an
humor.
animal.
Yeah, I think the
I
particular
don't
animal.
think
I
that-
think the particular animal we can't in this room. We can't play it because we can't.
Yeah, we can't handle the.
We really can't.
We can't handle the animal, and we can't handle the sound.
We're
Okay.
teenagers.
Bad combo.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
a bad
it
combo.
is.
We're
It is.
teenagers,
It is.
and when stuff like this happens, and the parents have left, and we get completely off the rails.
Well, I'll tell you this though.
I wanted to
came-
play it, and I'm shutting it down now myself.
It came
Okay.
from one of these nature cams, and
Well,
you know,
it's natural.
If you watch National Geographic or other, it really truly is amazing. It's like, how'd they get that footage?
Well, in this case,
in this case, they got them a nature cam and they caught something on it. So
Where y'all like nature cams?
yeah, I do.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
give me that.
Now I don't mean like our deer hunting camps and stuff like that, but I mean like
Yeah,
we've
like-
got you
yeah.
can go online
Like
and just
that
pull
eagle.
up. Yes.
Yeah, Eagle's Nest.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to sit there and watch it for hours.
Don't lot happen.
But they're all over the place with
Oh, I
different kind of, and sometimes you don't see anything.
But now
Sometimes
some of
there's
this
nothing
footage
there.
that they have at some of these nature cams, not just showing them sitting in the nest, actually coming and going doing stuff is amazing.
Yeah, ooh, it's amazing.
I thought
It
about
is.
putting a bird cam out at the house as much as we feed them.
We feed them too.
All right.
Lisa loves her red birds out there in the back. I mean, if I don't have the feeder full, don't matter if it's cold, what, I get sent out to fill it up.
My feel-good story that I'm not going to get to now, they gave a guy tickets to the Super Bowl the Buffalo Bills did. Because you remember when that blizzard hit up there and all these people were killed, they were stuck on the road? And all this? Apparently this guy busted in, saved a bunch of them, and so they rewarded him tickets. And it was a really good feel-good moment. But
really good feel-good.
Yeah, really good feel-good moment. That Greg
I like
made
those.
fun
You know
of.
I do. It pulls on my heartstrings a little bit.
What's going on here, you think?
Just so you know, this female was transported there deceased, and she is not. They are in the chapel, and she is on a cot.
What y'all think happened
Somebody's
there?
in the chapel sleeping on a cot.
I could
I
not
wish
work.
they'd have found a different person to call in.
I know it's a calling, and you special people. I know there's sicko stories you hear out there, but I could not work at a funeral home. Okay.
Oh, she was still.
All right, but this lady was transported to a funeral home, and
We've been hearing this
and
lately.
and she wasn't dead. She was alive, and that's the 911 dispatcher
Well, did she-
reacting
did
to
she
the
make it,
woman
or she
at
die
the funeral
later?
home. It says here the woman being treated is now being treated by emergency responders, I should say, and her condition is currently unknown. But they thought she was dead, delivered to the funeral home, and that would be my nightmare. Is that all of a sudden somebody sits up and goes, "Hey, what's going on?"
Yeah, we've had a few of those stories.
I don't know where I'd be, but you would see me running, and I'd be like blocks away, and you're, "Hey, come back, you're good," and I'd just be screaming and running down. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I thought y'all give me more on that, but that's fine.
That thing scares me.
I just thought that story was
Scares
interesting.
me.
It does scare me.
I'd like to have the animal sound besides that.
But back to the feel good. So a Buffalo man saved the lives of over 20 people during the snowstorm that hit western New York, and he was awarded 2 Super Bowl tickets by the Buffalo Bills.
How about that?
I knew you'd make fun of that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What are you laughing at now?
Hey, glad to be here, and thank all of you. Greg, we were just wrapping up the segment talking about our show, and Greg gave me one more title. He just got an email.
Shop talk. That's funny. Somebody emailed me.
Yeah, I don't think.
I told some people yesterday that they'd change the title, and they said, absolutely not. There's no way that Saban would back down after what he said, but I said they did.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I don't even know the title of either show.
Well, one was called Shop Talk, and one was called The Shop.
Right. And they're saying that one changed their name to Bama Cuts.
Yeah.
Did that happen?
That's what we said yesterday.
The barbershop's named Bama Cuts, but it looks like they're kind of leaning more towards going with just that and taking out the other.
All right. Yeah. Wacky world.
Brother Bella's in the back, sweet singers in the front, cruising.
Pardon James Paxton if every time going forward he hears the national anthem, he gets a little jumpy.
Rick, the footage of this yesterday, and I heard about it yesterday. I just saw it this morning. I mean, it's that kind of thing. Like yesterday, you have to stop and look at it.
Minnesota Twins brought out a bald eagle, and this has been going on. A lot of people getting involved with you get the eagle to fly in for the national anthem. If you've never seen it, it'll give you chills. It's something incredible. But the Mariners were in the field when this was happening, and sadly, one of the Mariners, James Paxton, the bald eagle circled the stadium and then landed on him. Now, this is if you haven't seen the footage on this, it is bizarre. And it takes the eagle handlers a little longer to get there than I wanted.
So let me ask you this: was the eagle flying from the top of the stadium to a designated location? Was that what it was supposed to do? But it took off and went to this guy in the outfield.
Yeah, like
Correct.
normal. And he was the pitcher for Seattle. And
He's on the mound. He's by the mound.
No, he's in the outfield where they warm up.
The bullpen.
Yeah,
Okay.
out in the outfield, outside the bullpen, and he was standing for the national anthem. He had stopped doing.
Look,
his
I mean, it's
pregame.
on him.
Y'all, I have to give him props. He showed amazing restraint right there not to punch a gold eagle. Or a bald eagle.
Or a bald eagle, even. But let me say this.
Because when that thing's on your back, I'm swatting at it, trying to. I mean, you know you know how when a bug gets in your face, buzzing,
Rick,
that thing.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah,
I've seen Rick.
Well,
I've heard that.
And the eagle's bigger than a parrot.
It is, and
Somebody's
the
pet.
good news is I probably wouldn't have killed the eagle, and I didn't mean to kill the parrot, but the parrot spooked me.
Yeah,
and so.
Well, don't you think this guy was spooked by the bald eagle?
Yeah.
If I
talons
had deadly talons on the back of my uniform right before I pitched, I'd be kind of shook by that.
Well,
he stayed extremely calm.
As all of you have said, Greg saw it sadly firsthand. But what I'm saying is, I think I know exactly what I would do because I've done it. I mean, how about this? I would have gone absolutely berserk.
Yeah.
I mean, you what is that? Get the what the? I mean, I would have gone crazy. Yeah. You think his footage is good? My footage would have been would be trending.
Yeah.
It would be trending.
Well, it wouldn't have landed on me because it buzzed him first, and he stood still and he didn't move. And a lot of going, I would have just turned around and ran at that point. They caught up with him in the locker room, and here's a little bit of that.
It was kind of coming right for me. I was like, all right, the guy's over there. I'm not the eagle guy. But I guess this eagle just got confused. Apparently, first time ever. And, I was just standing there trying not to panic. I stayed pretty calm. I was just kind of like, all right, we'll see what happens here. And when it kind of started flying towards my face, I ducked it. But, it was just trying to stand on my shoulder. I figured it just was confused, thought that I was the guy. And I think fell off my shoulder because they didn't have like the perch thing on my shoulder for it to grab onto. So that's probably why it fell off my back.
Did you think about running?
No, I wasn't going to run. I just kind of figured I'm not going to outrun an eagle, so might as well just see what happens.
D. Gordon standing next to me on the line.
So
he doesn't even move his feet at all. Did y'all notice that?
Yeah.
No, I'm like you, Rick. I'd have been swatting at that thing.
I'd have gone
His
crazy.
feet do not even come off the ground, guys.
The eagle was trying to go to the trainer and got mixed up. And
Yeah.
it was like, here I come.
Yeah, but
I'll
Greg,
sit right here.
And Rick, but that thing could have pecked an eyeball out and like that.
Well,
You know how they
But
are.
I don't know
But I
that
don't
eagles
know.
are known for pecking
Especially
people's
this one that's
eyes
been
out.
around people a lot.
Trust me.
What in the world?
Raptors and birds of prey, that's the first thing they go for is the eye.
Let me
Well,
tell
then
you.
why wouldn't they
Everybody
pick
knows
the eye of the handler? I mean, this
Greg,
eagle's used to being
Well, why
around
was
people.
it on his shoulder, Greg? We
I've
could play
never
the
thought
Y
he thought
eagle.
he was the handler.
I don't want to
could.
play the Y eagle game.
The eagle thought that was the handler.
Yeah, but Greg, but here's what as a legitimate concern, his deadly talons.
Yeah.
Because his deadly talons are trying to grab hold of something and sit there.
He could just land
Well,
and
I'm not
hurt
saying
you.
it's a good situation.
Well, it's a
Look at the
bad
wingspan.
situation.
The eagle
Look
thought
at
he
those
was going
deadly
home.
talons.
He thought he was going home.
I know he
Wingspan
thought he
on
was
that
going home,
thing.
Greg, but he still was going to take his talons and squeeze on
He
you.
was in midair and he goes, "Where's that leather glove?"
He didn't have the padding. What I'm talking about, if it just landed on you without the padding, it could
I mean,
be bad.
if that guy was sneaking a hot dog in his glove right before he pitched, I mean, you could see it. But I mean, how does he confuse the handler with the guy wearing a uniform?
Just like anything else, some are better than others. That's probably the dumb eagle.
You're right.
You know, the other eagles are like, hey, got
What was his name? Does it say that?
Floyd.
No, the eagle.
Yeah, this is because it's that one that's got maybe some challenges.
Right.
Well, you know, they name them all,
they-
clever names.
That one right there doesn't have the name Freedom, I assure you.
No. That's like Hank.
Hey, guys, I just picked up on
See
something.
the talons?
Yeah.
Y'all not worried about the talons? I am.
I just picked up on something. Did you see when the handler came running out? Let me see if I can go back.
What is the guy got in
watch
his
where the handler
pocket?
comes out. He flinches like
hand.
now. You gotta understand, the pitcher's just standing there, as Helmsy said, doesn't even move his feet. Then here comes the trainer.
And look, the eagle.
No.
It's the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us. As we start a brand new hour on a brand new day, on a brand new week, and kickoff hour is behind us. Now the gang all gets together. We got some time to hang out. This hour starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. 29 years we've been at it. 29 big ones. Working on 30. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here as we rock another hour. Kickoff hour behind us. Your phone calls today, looking forward to that. We'll break down the stories of the day. And we got to get the whole team on field, though. So let's bring him in here. The silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
Let's go. I love that song. That is a fun song. Oh, there's so much more to it. We had he goes back into all the stuff about how he's been changed. You know, kind of almost like Jesus has power to change people.
Yep.
But anyway, so Bubba, how are you? Are you ready, buddy? You ready to do another one? Let's go. Come on, fire up. Let's go.
We have a little rain in our part of the country today, and looks like for the next few days, so a little wet out there.
A little wet out there, and that leads to, I want to apologize ahead of time. Now, in a break, I may go move it if I can get. Bubba and I both drive. You know, usually you're today in a more easier to maneuver vehicle, but when we're in our big trucks, our big Rams, I have become 100% dependent on the backup camera.
Well, I am in the Wagoneer too.
Yeah, because that's still a pretty big vehicle.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just. You know, I park by the screen.
Follow it directly, align the lines up, come on in. I know that somewhere our grandfathers are rolling in their graves, but they
may be saying, "Hey, that was cool. I wish we had."
Wish we had it, but I'm so dependent on it. You know, like the time that I had to adjust a little bit when my wife brought to my attention that what we do for a living, that I had become handler dependent.
Yes,
I couldn't take care of my own affairs. I needed a handler everywhere I went. And she said, "You know, I'm not a handler. You've become handler dependent." So I back up Well, here's the problem: if there's a freeze overnight and it's frozen, you can't see. If it's raining real hard, like it was for us coming into work today,
it's distorted.
You can't see. So I just started backing up, and I realized the backup camera on this vehicle is crucial. It's almost impossible to back into a parking spot because, you know, big truck people, we like to back in. We don't like to drive straight in.
Well, it's easier.
Yeah. So that way we can leave smoothly. So I realized when I got out, but it was raining, so I wasn't willing to commit to another try, that I'm kind of taking up a little bit of another spot, and that's going to upset somebody here in a little bit. But I'm going to try to remedy that maybe in one of the breaks. But
well, I think I got in there. I rung it, but it's probably not the best one.
I'm close to you. You're right where you are. And my back part of the truck is correct, but the front right is hanging over in the other parking spot, and that's going to frustrate somebody. So,
you know, how many cameras do you have on your truck?
I only have one on this one, but I've had the ones that were above. Greg loves that above.
I've got the overhead shot, and you can tell if your front end is straight or not to what you were talking about.
The overhead's the best one ever.
It is. It's great. I don't have that one on this truck.
I don't either.
But I will say this: the camera, though. and I guess it would have affected the overhead too. I just can't see it.
Yeah, you get
It's
water
got
on it.
water
and it
all
gets
over it.
distorted
Yeah, I can't see what I'm. I can't
See,
see.
I can't fully commit to the backup camera.
I love it.
Even though I use it, I still have to check the side mirrors too. Just because it's easy to just check the side mirrors and you see both white lines of the parking space and you know if you're straight or not.
Yeah.
I just can't fully commit to it.
I never thought I would use the backup camera, and now I think the other way.
There you go.
Yeah.
I love the backup camera.
I couldn't make it without it.
The backup camera has changed my life.
Me too.
On big truck. I've come out of driveways. There was a time I'd park on the road. Not anymore.
Yeah.
I'll drive right up to your garage.
Hey,
and
listen.
then I'll backup camera right out of there.
Parallel
I ain't
parking downtown, game changer.
Ain't even
for me.
worried about it.
Not even concerned.
Well, I don't
you
know.
got a big truck.
I'm a
no
backup
worry.
camera fool.
Yeah.
You know, I don't even know about parallel parking. I hadn't even tried that in a long time,
Yeah,
so
that's
I have
been a
no
while. It
idea.
took me a minute.
But you know, Rick, you get in some trails out in the woods, and you'll get a tree. You know, somewhere you think you can go and turn around, and you got a tree down.
Just
You may have to back up a
Just
quarter
back
mile
up.
to get out of there.
Now I try to find weird driveways, so I want to show her about how I can back up.
So do y'all use the side mirrors at all?
Nah.
Usually
in a
not.
parking lot and stuff? You don't? When you-
I do when I'm out on the highway, but I don't use it parking, no.
yeah.
And
Okay.
did yours have the sensor to tell you if somebody's there? If you put your blinker on,
Oh,
it'll-
yeah.
I like that.
It won't let, it'll get on me.
Yeah. I'd use
lock it
both. I
down.
just can't commit to just the backup camera.
Oh, I love
you
it.
got to learn to fly by wire, baby.
I mean, I'm so committed to it. I'm not saying it's the right thing, Speedy. I'm just telling you what my state.
Sure,
I
yeah.
mean, it may not be the right thing.
Yeah,
I just can't. I just love it.
Now, before I get out,
This morning I found
glance.
out now when they take your eyes away from you.
Yeah.
Now you're blind.
Yeah,
you got
it's
nothing now.
Got a big, looks like a big bubble.
Yeah. Bet you wish you had another way to this morning. Bet you'd love that camera. What's wrong with you? I never even looked at the mirrors. Rick, just look over there.
Speedy, I will glance at the mirrors like when I'm done to be sure.
So
you know,
committed.
but I feel 100% confident in that backup camera. Like I said, the big truck's got that 360. I mean, you look at both of them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Rick, you know my driveway at home is.
She's a
I
high
used to be afraid of it. I'd go right up it now.
Rick, I back up it now.
That one I had, you could change the camera angles.
I wouldn't even.
I could look in the bed of the truck.
Oh,
I could
great.
Look at it. Was
I
awesome.
wouldn't even have tried to back up with just mirrors.
No, it took me time. Now, I admit early on, I'd look at those lines and go, I can't be right. But I've gone past that now. Now I'm in.
What
Did
about
you
when you're
test
back
them? I did.
Oh,
I'd
yeah.
like park right where the line says, like in an empty parking lot, and get out and go, yep, right on it.
What about when you're backing up a trailer?
I don't ever back a trailer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Do you use the side mirrors for that, Bubba?
I think I use the camera
I
on
do
the back
too.
of the truck.
Really?
Like Greg said, I can look down at the ground at the hitch, or I can look at the bed back. And,
Okay.
I will
know,
use
it's-
the mirrors for that, but I do lean on the camera more than I do.
How'd you look the fact that I said I don't back trailers? I can't remember last time I backed a trailer. I hadn't backed a trailer since cameras were on
Well, I
trucks.
forget. I forget you keep everything at the farm. You don't need to.
I never really need a trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just.
Trailers are fun.
I know the cameras are
Campers
amazing.
are
I always
fun.
just feel like the cameras are missing something in a parking lot. I got to look.
I understand. I had to get past that. I just want you to know I'm past it. I had
You're
to get
fully in
I
now.
had to get. Look, you just even did the lines. I wish I had lines now on everything I did. I wish. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now,
he had the wrong guy, he sat down.
When the trainer sits down, watch. You see him? Oh, what was?
If he
So
jumps
you,
up,
that
he's-
tells you this one ain't right.
He's got.
We got problems with
He
this.
got his glove
recognized
on.
his glove then. He goes, "That's what I was looking for."
Yeah.
Do you think the Eagle thought the baseball glove was the other
May have.
leather glove?
Okay.
or
I
something?
don't know why he's going for the shoulder.
See, we're
but yeah.
solving another mystery.
Look at the
here.
wings.
Golly,
He didn't
we're
offer
solving
him-
lots
he didn't
of-
offer him the glove.
Look at the wingspan on that thing.
If he'd offered him the glove, he'd have took it.
Guys, I'm amazed that he did not just without even trying.
Is that how they stand for the national anthem? They put their hand in their pocket behind them.
I don't know.
Well, I do that sometimes. That's just
I didn't know if
that's
he
a
was
natural
hot.
move for
I thought
anybody.
he might have
just
a hot
standing
dog
period.
back there. Or
I
something.
think I think
mean,
he's
A hot dog.
that's where he put his Copenhagen.
That's just standard.
Well, but Eagles love hot dogs, Speedy. Everybody knows that.
But here's what I'm thinking.
to go pitch though.
Well, he might be getting him a little protein before he goes
Yeah,
out.
sure. Bubba's thinking about what he would be.
Okay, thank you.
Listen,
A little pick me up, Speedy.
listen. I don't
He
understand.
didn't have the bun, just the weenie.
Listen, I don't understand how he just didn't uncontrollably start swatting.
I know.
And
Yeah, I do. I don't know that.
like I said in my incident, it was uncontrollable. I did not mean to go after the bird. The bird spooked me, and it just got in my line of sight.
Rick, think
And
about
and I
this.
heard that fluttering, and I just
Yeah. How little, I mean, if a wasp or a bumblebee gets in, you start swatting and all that. An eagle, Rick, that thing, I mean, the
doggone
wingspan, and
eagle.
you know the air, those things. We had one in studio one time, and it kicked up dust. I mean, good
Well, I bet
night.
you like that.
How about this? I would have caused.
was
How
cool.
about
That
this?
was
I would have caused the whole nation to weep. People say, there'd be a disclaimer under my
Yeah.
video. Disturbing images.
An
in the
historically
video.
evil thing happened to an eagle.
A national treasure sadly was injured today when it tried to light on outfielder Rick Burgess.
For the reason I'm pitching, Randy Johnson hitting the bird when he was
Yeah.
when he
Oh,
threw
yeah.
it. That's what you'd be doing. Feathers going everywhere.
Rick Burgess, standing in the outfield for the national anthem, preparing to pitch for the Mariners, sadly was spooked by a national treasure. And those of you at home right now, if you've got a weak stomach, you might want to turn away. But for the rest of us, here's the blow that broke the Eagles' neck. We'll be back.
I got Tebow.
.21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so the gang's all here. So even though it is still raining, a pretty good clip out there.
It sure is.
I had to go. I went out and moved my truck. We're speedy. You know, nowadays everybody has to film everything.
Well, I just want for the audience, we're trying to describe how bad the parking job was.
It was bad. There wasn't but 5 of us here right now.
I think
Or
you can hear the rain coming down.
So Bubba, look, this is how bad off I was.
I saw it.
Yeah, so I went. Am I by baby brother? Who's that over on my left?
That's me.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I normally park on the other side.
Rick, you're in there what we call cockeyed.
Yeah. I usually park over on the other side over there, but it's
Right,
raining. I thought I'd
right.
get closer to the door because it's supposed to rain all day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though I heard Span's forecast, it's running locally. His forecast, I don't think.
I saw it wrapping up mid-morning.
Oh, does
That's
it?
what
Okay.
I saw.
Because he was saying like
Well, all day,
depending
all
on
day
where,
for us.
I was going to say, depending on where you live.
Yeah. So all right. So he
here you go.
See, I'm straightening it back out. I can't see. I'm still blind.
Sure you are.
But I'm looking at the parking space in front of me, and I'm trying to do the best I can with it.
Are they lined up? Or did you just assume that?
They're lined up.
No, I hoped. I assumed.
Well, you did a good job.
Yeah.
It's
Are
a good
you nervous
idea.
because
I
he's angling over towards you there?
Sure I am.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, heck with the side mirrors, Rick.
Yeah. Well,
let's not even look at those.
Do we not want this person to be able to park right there?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
Rick, you're in, but it's still a little cockeyed.
But what I'm talking about, but now haven't I allowed Speedy enough room and another person enough room?
100%.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
maybe a smaller vehicle.
Can I tell you
By the way, I didn't realize I walked that bad. I struggled, don't I?
This early.
Yeah, right.
This early.
I mean, you get to where it's just the way you walk.
Right.
You know,
Well, trying to walk
think
without
about
an
how many
ankle.
times think about how many times you see yourself walk. It's not that often.
Think of trying to walk without using your ankle, Rick. It's hard.
Or your knee.
Yeah.
You know, the parking spots
I think that's
at most
that's
places
beautiful
are
right
just
there.
not big enough. I know they're supposed to be standard, but
Yeah.
there's got to be some variant in it.
Rick,
because
it's okay. Let's
some
not
of
get
them are
carried away
tiny.
with beautiful.
You know what? Some
Well,
of them you
I'm
go
right
to, you
on the
can't get
line.
out.
Yeah.
I mean, you're in there, but you're going to have a hard time
Yeah.
opening your door.
All right, let me say this for what I just did, okay? Because I want to put it in perspective. It's all what conference you play in. You know what I mean? You know, you're going, okay, well, wow, I didn't even think about that. Like if you said to somebody that wasn't a very good time you just ran, and the person said, well, it wasn't bad for one leg.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Well, so I just parked blind. As far as a blind person, that wasn't too bad. I mean, if you think about that, because I couldn't see anything, I'm just guessing. If a blind person went out there and parked right there, you go, that wasn't too bad. Right? It's all relative.
You probably could have looked at Speedy and kind of, used him as a
Well,
reference.
but no. I've been down that road before. Greg, you remember that? Come on back, you got all day?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I had some buddies do me wrong one time on that.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not saying let Speedy
Come on
tell
back, you got
Just
room. Bam.
Look at Speedy's truck as far as getting straight.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I did that the first time. I thought, well, I've allowed him enough room, but then I looked, well, now I'm too far over the other way.
We just wanted to, all those empty spots you didn't want to park in
Are
those.
you leaning to the right a little bit?
Yeah, I do. But can I tell you this? Here's what's funny. The big problem is, giant trucks have become our vehicles just keep getting bigger,
They're
but
tough to
the parking lots haven't really adjusted to us yet. So, I mean, when you pack big vehicles in there, you can only get so much space between them.
It's tough.
If you're going to stay in the lines.
There's not a lot.
Ryan said it wasn't bad parking for somebody with a learner's permit.
Well, that's true. Tell Ryan, does he actually think the Dolphins will advance one more round? Probably not.
Well, they've already gotten beat.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they're out.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Dang, I should have gone right there. I said, how'd you like that first round exit? You still hanging on to ceramic Tua?
Let's analyze your walk here.
Yeah.
Oh,
God love him. Somebody help him.
That guy's struggling in the rain.
Yeah.
Rick,
Well, he walks heavy, doesn't he?
Rick, I hate to say this, you walk like you always walk. I don't see
I know.
that being any
Well,
Right, but he doesn't see it.
I think I've always walked strange.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to see mine.
Well, it goes back to what I'm talking about.
I think, bless his heart, he
Yeah.
sit on a stick.
Actually, yeah, that's funny. I actually tied it into the thing in Genesis 32 when God knocks Jacob's hip out of socket and then he never fixes it back, and he said he limped the rest of his life.
Yeah.
And
Something to remember him by.
And I said, I think you get to the point sometimes like Jacob had to say, "What's wrong with you?" And finally said, "That's just the way I walk now." You know, got a little reminder God left with me.
Yeah.
All right, so Bubba, do we want to jump into the football? I don't think I'm ready for San Francisco. I'm just going to tell you, I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Can you let me warm up?
Yeah, I'm not either. Let's talk about football last night. It was a nationally covered game. It was the end of the wild card weekend, and it was a big matchup. You had the Dallas Cowboys, America's team, and Tom Brady, the GOAT, and Tampa Bay hosting. And Tampa Bay's had a so-so year, and but hey, they're in the playoffs. It's all new. It's a new year, but you know what? Tampa Bay looked like a team that didn't have a very good record, as they took a pretty good shellacking from the Cowboys, 31-14.
Yeah, I told you guys I didn't see it, but I saw somebody put up the comment, Tampa Bay is their record, and I thought it must be going poorly. And then I pulled up the score, and at that time it was 24-0.
Yeah. You want to watch 24-0, Rick? Because the kicker missed 4 straight extra points.
Who did?
PATs.
For Dallas?
Yes.
He couldn't hit a PAT?
Now, they moved it back, so it's not like it was.
Yeah, but most make it.
But it looked
Four
like
in a row?
Yeah,
Four in a row.
It's like the first one he missed, and the second one, like, uh-oh. And then he misses
Then
the
it got
third
crazy.
one, and then
they get the yips.
Oh,
Yeah.
Then he made the fifth one. But they had a 4th and 3, and they said, we're not kicking a field goal, we're going for it, and they actually scored on that play. But
Well, how do you
But
feel?
Dallas absolutely ran all
You
over
know he
them.
got to the point where he was hoping they would never score again. Hope the defense stops them, but I don't want to go back out there.
So
those kickers are weird people.
So you're advancing in the playoffs. You're going to San Francisco to play the 49ers, who've been red hot.
Yeah.
And you've got a kicker that can't hit an extra point. How do you feel about
And
that?
if you
That's what we were talking about. Do you replace him?
And if you go back to the game before last night, he missed the last PAT.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That was 5 in a row.
I did not know that.
I don't know if I take him with me the next one.
I don't know. Troy Aikman joked that he was going to be looking for a job next week, but I don't know what you do on that.
Let me ask you this: if a kicker gets the yaps like that, they can work their way out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him do it before.
He hit the last one.
Yeah, he did. The last one went right down the middle.
But hey, 4 in a row, that's a lot.
Well, 5 in a row.
5, yeah, that's a lot.
That's a little unnerving
Something's up.
in the playoffs.
Something's up.
But Dak Prescott, 5 touchdowns, 4 a throw and 1 on the ground.
I watched the first. They all went 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, and then I was like, I got to go to bed. I would like to have watched it, but it came on. And again, the defenses on the first few series were lighting it up.
Well, because it's Tom Brady, I stayed with it a little bit longer just because I was like, okay, when's the comeback? And then they scored and made it like 24-6, I think, because they missed going for 2. And then Dallas, the next drive, goes all the way down the field and scores. And so at that point, it was 31-6, and I went to bed. And I guess Tampa scored again.
I'm trying to remember
Final
what
was 31-14.
I can't even remember what I did last night. What was I doing?
They didn't come on till 7:15.
Yeah, I didn't. I never even turned the TV on last night, so I didn't see anything. All right, so
now divisional round next.
Oh, I do remember what I did. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. So the GOAT is out. The big question, what does he do next? Is he going to retire? Is he going to play for somebody else? Is he going to stay where he is?
What will Brady do?
He and Aaron Rodgers are available. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Shattered the mold, and all he does is win. All he does is win games.
So Tim Tebow.
I could have heard a little more of that.
Once again, I was laughing so hard when first of all, we had all the different texts with each of us yesterday about all the the email of the day was the sad story that the body, they say, of the CDC guy was found only hours after the show. Kept asking what happened with this and why is this guy, are we ever going to find this guy? Then it found after that. And so I saw that group text, and then when I got up today to go to work, I saw that Helmsy had added that Tim Tebow, in his first game of AA ball, which that's him moving up one, right? He's moved up one.
Yep.
And to quote Helmsy, his first pitch as a AA player, yickety yak.
Yickety dead gum yak.
Three run.
Yickety, yickety, yickety.
Let's hear the audio.
Hey, sounds so good too off the bat. Golly, listen to
Stepping in the box.
He looks good, guys.
2 runners on base. He's batting 7th in the lineup. The pitch.
Oh, wow, he ripped that.
Hey, go back because I want you to notice something. This didn't barely go over. This was a no doubter.
Yeah, the right fielder didn't move.
Listen to the crowd and watch the right fielder.
He don't even look up.
How about you, Timmy, baby? That a kid?
He's a gamer. Shot caller. And I go to Greg in 3, 2. Greg, go ahead. I know what you're thinking with that thing.
When somebody hit a home run in the minor leagues?
Well, what I'm talking about, I thought you might say Tebow's AA, first bat, give him a little something to hit.
First pitch.
That may have been scripted. But he still got to hit it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still got to hit it. And you still got to hit it a long way. Boy's got a sweet swing.
He jumped on it, didn't
he? He did.
Boy.
He did. He certainly did.
Boy's got a sweet swing.
So did he start out?
I
Did
hear
he
they're
start out
calling him up.
in rookie ball or A?
Yeah. I think it was A ball.
So
I don't really know.
But this is a promotion up to AA.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
course.
When you're in AA, you're one call from the bigs, my friends.
What else did he do the rest of the day?
He went 1 for 4. That was the only hit he got. He did strike out once. I don't know what the other 2 at bats, but he didn't strike out.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, though, he's on the leaderboard at the Masters too, isn't he?
Yeah, he did. I tell you what, he could have played better than Sergio Garcia yesterday.
Oh, man, that's
Rick,
sad.
the
That was
defending
sad.
champion, he played around about like I have yesterday.
Well, it was one hole he got. He
Made
what,
it 13.
13 on
Can
one
I tell you
hole.
this?
Oh,
I don't
15.
even know who this is. I've never heard of this person.
Well, Sergio Garcia.
He won it last year, so he's kind of a big deal. You know?
He's always been a great player. He's always been. He's never won a major up until last year. And it was one of those things to where everybody kind of wanted to see him win because they didn't want him to have the career he had and not win a major.
See, I thought he used to write some really big adult contemporary hits, but I realized that's Sergio Mendes.
Right. Yeah.
Right, yeah, right. That's
But anyway, he shot the same number yesterday as the full-time fireman that's in the field. I'm serious business. He did.
He had a
To put
13
some
on one hole.
perspective,
He
yeah.
hit, and if Helms, I didn't see it, but if I'm reading
He
this
dropped
right,
5 balls, Bubba.
Yeah,
he hit
kept hitting them in the
4
water.
balls in the water.
Yes.
One right after another.
Yes.
Now that sounds like me, Rick.
Guys, if y'all have seen 10 Cup, it was 10 Cup.
So you're telling me the guy who won it last year is currently being beat by a full-time fireman and a guy who dislocated his ankle?
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, that's the whole.
You know, he's in second place.
I got
right now.
Tebow. He shattered the mold.
And all he does is win. Yeah.
All he does is win
Yeah.
games. Greg, why don't you leave Tebow alone?
You know what's so sad
You know what I
about?
want to do.
You want Tebow just to be able to live his life, don't
Did you just say I do what I want to do?
No, I said that's what I want to do. Let him play baseball.
He wants everybody to leave him alone.
Let
Quit
him play
updating.
baseball. Work on his
Greg's
game.
point is there's no other story about AA players that hit home runs yesterday.
Let him
Right?
work on his game.
But Greg, I know he's not Michael Jordan, but when Michael Jordan played, wouldn't nobody leave him alone
Well,
and let him play?
if he was serious about being a ball player, I wish they would have left him alone. too.
If you're, and by the way, he was a better ball player and we gave him credit for. You ever seen that special?
It's amazing.
You ever seen that 30 for 30?
I want it if the
Greg-
strike wouldn't have happened, guys.
He was not a bad baseball player, by the way.
And though,
Greg, you okay, buddy?
I'm struggling. It's Rick, and don't compare him. Jordan's the best. I can't talk. I'm sorry.
Are you choking on ice cream too?
Yeah.
You know what you got.
Anyway,
you
he
caught
was the
tiny
greatest.
throw from Bubba.
I did.
Yeah.
The greatest basketball player to ever play going down is a much bigger story than Tim Tebow.
No question. I agree. I'm just.
What about
I'm just
your
saying.
voice changing?
I'm just saying when.
That's a big story too.
I'm just saying when you become a celebrity
I
and
get it, but-
something else, no matter where you go, they follow you. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show." As we roll through another one. All right, so security now more than ever. Sadly, I wish that wasn't the case, but it is. Now more than ever, security important. We no longer, sadly, live in those times where you can just leave your doors open. Don't worry about your stuff. Nobody's going to get it. It's all good. SimplySafeBubba.com. And we're living at a time now, like you guys said, where people just come into a place in the middle of the day and just take everything.
Oh, yeah.
And dare you to say anything to them about it. I think if we started maybe, well, never mind. SimplySafeBubba.com. I'll say this, letting them get away with it isn't working. I'll leave it at that. Okay? SimplySafeBubba.com. Right now, you can, agree with me. I think that if I may be out at a retail place and maybe I don't have a guarantee to feel safe, but when I get home, I want to feel like that's a given that I can be safe in my own home. Now, can you get a SimplySafeBubba.com system for your business? You certainly can, but our home is just. I mean, that's a non-negotiable. I want my family and I want me to be safe in our own home. So go to SimplySafeBubba.com right now. This is the latest technology in security. This is fantastic. We're going to get you 40% off a new system. SimplySafeBubba.com. They'll monitor you for less than $1 a day, 24/7. They also are available no matter what happens. You may have frozen pipes burst. We've been through that. You may have a fire, God forbid. That's detected. You may have a medical emergency. They're there. You can arm and disarm, unlock for a guest to get in your home if you need to. The system settings are easy to operate. Even old Rick can do it. So if you'd like to get this award-winning security system at 40% off, you install it yourself, so no cost there, no waiting around. You actually install it on your time. You don't have to adapt to somebody else's. SimplySafeBubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There is no safe like SimplySafe.com safe, folks. All right, so a couple of quarterbacks we'll focus on. This thing with Derek Carr, I don't understand it. I know that Derek Carr portrays himself as a man of faith. We've had him on the program. We even helped out with the conference he had there in Vegas, and I don't have any doubt about that. I haven't had any indication to doubt that. I don't know what happened here. I do disagree with Derek when he said that he left the team because he didn't want to be a distraction. You leaving the team was a distraction.
Yes,
so I have to. I love you, but I have to
respectfully disagree with that position
because that's all we've been talking about is why you left, and we don't know why you did it. And it looks like It looks like, not saying it's the case, because remember, we're told even in Scripture, be careful of the appearance of the wrong thing. That's also important. It looks like I'm not the starter anymore, so I'm taking my ball and going home. Now, I'm not saying that's who you are as far as your character. I don't think you are, but it looks that way, and we got to care about that too. And I'm talking to Rick just like I'm talking to Derek. I've had to admit, there's many things in my life that I thought, well, this isn't bad, and then I have to realize, yeah, but it looks bad, so I shouldn't do it. So anyway, he's going to address some of this himself in this clip. Speedy has seen it. I haven't seen it, but he is trying to explain himself a little bit at church, right?
Yes,
Okay.
he is. He's speaking there in Las Vegas. He's on stage and he's talking about the situation he's in, but because of his faith, he's not concerned. He's going to come out on top.
Okay, all right, here we go.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to come at you, but I'm a little fired up these past couple weeks. I've gone through some stuff a little bit, right? And I found out that nothing can get me down. Nothing can take my feet out from under me. There's nothing that can come against me where I'm not going to win in the end. There's nothing that can come against my household where the Spirit of God breaks it free and says, we don't need to worry about that. Y'all know how many text messages I've gotten saying, are you okay? Stop asking if I'm okay. You don't really know me if you're asking if I'm okay. You don't know the God that I know. I'm just kidding. I love when people text me because I'm like, man, y'all really love me. Thank you. Thank you so much for praying for me. Yes, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. But y'all understand my heart. We got to get out of the negativity. We got to stop complaining. What are those things that are holding you captive? Quit being comfortable there. It's easy to stay there. It's easy to point the finger at other people. It's easy to blame others. Trust me, I had a lot of family members trying to do that for me. But I said, you know what? I'm not going to do that. That's comfortable for me. It really could be a comfortable place, but I'm going to step out of that. I'm going to say, I just can't wait to be better myself. I'm just going to keep striving to be the best version of me that I could be. I'm going to keep trying to be better for whatever I do next. I'm going to keep trying to, and it's uncomfortable. It's so easy to do it the other way. It's so easy to do this. It's so easy to do that. But instead, I said, Lord, what is it that you're trying to reveal to me in this season? Lord, what is it that you're trying to do in my heart in this season? Patience? Forgiveness? Do they deserve it? Doesn't matter. He didn't ask me if they deserve it. He didn't ask me if they deserve that. That wasn't on the agenda for me. The agenda for me was just forgive. The agenda for me was have peace. How? In my presence. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. But we got to get out of this place of this comfortableness in this captivity. We can't. 9 years, one place. It's been hard. I always make this joke. I said, franchises are heavy. Franchises are heavy to carry. They're heavy. But aren't we thankful that whatever it is that God has asked you to do, that he can be the one to say, why don't you just put it in my hands? Why don't you just give it back to me? I have walked through the hardest times of my life, not knowing if my son was going to make it, not knowing if my grandpa was going to make it, not knowing what's next, not knowing my next step, not knowing these things. And I've walked through these times with an absolute peace and a grace that has covered me.
Okay. So the one takeaway in there, I think what he was trying to say, in the main point, which is solid, and we've talked about this a lot, and I know it's helped me in my life. When you go through difficulty, and he doesn't really explain what the difficulty is, it sounds like he got benched. And he's having to work with his anger.
Well, that's what that's what the Raiders and the coaches were saying.
Right.
We're taking him out. We're going to play Stedham for a couple of games and see where we go. And that he's having to deal with feeling like he was wronged and not treated right and all that. But I will say this, and I don't know all the details of that, so I won't pretend to. But what he did say that is 100% biblically accurate is when you're going through difficulty, whatever it may be, and let me clarify that too, especially this week for our family, God does not quantify difficulty. If you're going through difficulty, and it hurts, he cares. A lot of times we get in this playoff thing where I'm afraid to talk about my problems because they pale in comparison to someone else's, and that can sometimes be true. But if it hurts and you're struggling, it matters. There's not a pain and suffering playoff, and you go, well, I'm sorry, I don't think I can be out there. I mean, what I have doesn't seem a big deal compared. No, it all matters. We all struggle. We all have difficulty. Jesus said, in this world you will face tribulation. So I guess since he said it, I guess we will. But he says that we are to take heart, and he says it because he wants us to have peace, that he's overcome the world. But what he says is true. If you can get into times of difficulty, and this was a learning process for me, but boy, it has changed difficulty, is when you get in difficulty, and I've been in plenty of it, and so has everybody else, is I start immediately going, Lord God, since you are sovereign, what are you teaching me? What do I need to learn about this? Derek Carr says maybe I need to learn to be humble. Maybe I need to learn to forgive. Maybe I need to learn to not be bitter. Because the same God that gets the glory for Derek Carr starting is the same God that allowed him to be benched. So it's you have to start thinking, okay, you're in control. So what are you trying to teach me? And if you'll kind of get that mindset, doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, doesn't mean it's not still painful, but you start looking for the purpose in it. What is it, Lord, that you want me to learn in this? And I think that was his larger point. And so, but you can tell it's still fresh. Oh yeah,
for
sure. But I still don't. I can't. I'm trying to resolve in my mind what he's saying and what he did, and I can't.
No,
and I'm not the final judge of that. I don't.
You and
I'm just saying from my logic.
Mm-hmm.
To me, if you're benched, you go to the bench and you're a good cheerleader for everybody else, and you show your leadership from the sideline.
Amen. Especially when you walk around with his label on.
Yes. Right.
Especially. Right. Because you're his. You represent him.
Right.
And when we represent him, we got to watch everything we do. Rick Burgess absolutely included in that with double exclamation points. But so that's not just a Derek thing, that's a Rick thing too. And so if he allowed me to speak into his life, and he has not given me that permission, so I'm not in that place. You can't speak into anybody's life if they don't allow you. And I don't have that permission. But if I were in his life as his brother in Christ, I would say, I love you, but I don't think you should have walked away from the team.
Right.
I think that was a mistake.
And your future may be with the Raiders. It may not be with the Raiders.
Yeah, it's not going to be.
But you can't do it that way.
And if he really is seeking the Lord in this, and I think he is, the Lord will tell him that at some point. Watch for him to come back and say he shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. I'm reading his goodbye here that he posted when this happened.
Is he a free agent?
No. Well, actually, the Raiders are going to attempt to trade him. He has no trade clause, but may ultimately they might have to cut him when it comes down to if they can't work out an agreement. But he's in 2023. His salary is $7.5 million of his 2024 salary will become fully guaranteed on February 15th, and then. He's definitely not coming back, especially if you read his post on January the 12th, him saying goodbye, and I look forward to a new city. So he's not coming back. They just got to try to figure out how to make it work.
Well, the congregation really liked his message. The congregation really liked it. That's right. Oh, yes, that's correct.
You go, Derek.
Rick and Bubba.
If all of a sudden we found out today that, say, for instance, Al Pacino was going to play baseball, they cover it.
But again, and that's what's going to hurt him.
If Tebow was on Broadway, they'd cover that. I mean, just anything.
And that's also can work against you.
No,
like we said before.
Agreed.
That's what cost him in the NFL. I mean, he could be holding a clipboard.
Yeah,
but it wouldn't worth all the baggage that comes with it.
You're right.
You know.
Now, if you're a minor league baseball team, you like the baggage.
Yeah. You do. The minor league does.
You selling tickets, and you're minor league, but you're selling tickets because minor league baseball is anything to sell tickets.
Like Major League in New York City team don't. I mean, I doubt their fans are as enamored with Tim Tebow as the rest of them.
If he was on the Mets, the big team, the main team, how much merchandise would they sell with 15 on it?
No, I've had another question. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I think it'd be probably bigger than any other because
it'd be the number one jersey.
Absolutely, no question. I think it'd probably be the number one jersey across America because that makes people Mets fans. I'll probably buy one.
You just gave a great argument to put him on the big team.
Well, okay, so that's my next question. That's why I raised my hand. In your mind, sitting here now, what does he have to do in order to make the big club? Do we have to look up 30 games from now and he's hitting 300? Is it 350? Is it 290? What does he have to do for us to sit here and say, I tell you what, he's deserved a chance in the big leagues?
Well, I think you have to. Of course, you guys know more about. I enjoy baseball, but I don't know all the inner workings of how it works. I've heard some people talking before, like about players who were really good, and I guess it happens really with any sport. It's a team sport. People say, well, he was really good, but the franchise that drafted him, they needed this, and he did this, but he didn't get enough at bats, and there's all kinds of factors trying to get to the big leagues that are just. It's really quite a feat to get there. I mean, quite a feat.
Yeah,
and then stay there.
Yeah.
I mean, because there's so many factors, so many. So I don't know. It'd be difficult to say. But I mean,
because like I said, he's not down there anymore with guys that had just come out of high school. The guys he's playing against every day now are one step from going to the show. And so if he continues to have days like he had yesterday, and we look up and he's hitting nearly 300 and he's making plays in the outfield, why wouldn't you bring him up?
Helms, I think if he stays, in the above 250, he makes a play or two in the outfield, keeps hitting a long ball every now and then, and they have an injury or something, they'll pull him up to give him a shot.
I think so too. I really do. And I think he deserves it if that happens. Now, if we look up and he's batting $196 and halfway play in the outfield, then no, leave him where he's at or even move him down.
Did you go $196? Yeah. I like that. I like to hip it up a little bit, don't you? Huh?
I've learned that for y'all.
Yeah, yickety,
that's 10 years of being here.
Yeah. Hey, buddy. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it'll take, but I think the fact that he sells tickets gets you up there a little quicker.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna have to play poorly not to get a chance, I think.
Yeah.
He may not have to, I don't know. I mean, I know it was a yickety, but it's one for 4 getting it done.
Yeah, absolutely. If you go 1 for 4 with 3 ribbies and strike out one time, you're getting it. And not make any errors in the outfield, just do your job. So that's major league material.
So he put it in play the other 2 times.
Yeah.
I will say this, too. If the Mets are struggling late in the year and he's doing okay, they need to fill up the stands again, kind of reboot, you may have it.
To Greg's point, though, is New York the market for all the obsession with Tebow, though?
Yeah,
I think a lot of the other teams would benefit them coming there to play.
Let me throw this.
To bring their people. You know what I'm saying?
The curiosity factor.
And again, now we're getting into more spiritual thinking here, okay? If y'all remember, he had an option to go to New York or Jacksonville and play football, and he chose New York because he thought that would make the greatest impact. Now, hear me here. That didn't work out. What if God's plan is for him to be in New York, but play in a different sport?
You never know.
Is that not phenomenal?
Yeah.
Does that not fire anybody up?
Yeah, it could be. And or, as God sometimes will do, him continuing to be turned down but still serve him.
Because absolutely.
Yeah. Because sometimes people's faith looks a lot more impressive when they don't get everything they want.
But Tim has to be struggling with, hey man, I thought New York was where I was supposed to be, and things didn't work out. And he's sitting here going, okay, wait a minute. Have you really got this plan headed my way?
What if he did that, came back with the Mets, and then made a deal to be a part-time player with the Jets?
Is he going to be on our new mystery TV show?
He could. It's a rotating guest.
Yeah.
Sure.
Special guest Tim Tebow?
Yeah.
That would be.
And he goes yickety-yak right out of the gate.
Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top. The Rick and Bubba Show. Oh, Bubba. This is one of those things where, like when I heard about, I wasn't concerned about you because of your prophetic word about the Vikings, because you don't live in any weird world, or, all your, illusions and disillusionment, that's all gone now. So I didn't worry about you when I got the Viking score.
Yeah, well, we knew it was coming.
But when you hear things like, when you heard Tom Petty died, you thought, has anybody checked on Rick? When the Miami got beat that time on Dan Marino's last game, anybody checked on Greenwood?
Yeah, we sent the police to check on Ryan Greenwood.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
What do you call that? A welfare check?
Right. Dale Earnhardt died. Anybody seen Greg?
We were shocked.
Yeah, and all that. So when I saw this yesterday with the president, I said, has anybody done a wellness check on Speedy?
Thank you, Rick.
Because I'm so sorry, Speedy, you had to see this.
Man,
I'm
it's
so
tough.
sorry.
It's tough.
It's
tough.
This president, God love him.
How about him?
Bless him, Lord.
And the thing that gets me is what makes him so dangerous.
Looking
Because
sharp.
of the loss of his cognitive skills, no matter how much you may be his handler, he's not coachable.
No.
And he's a daredevil, and he tries things he should not try.
Rick, some Bronx can't be rode.
Yeah,
they just can't.
So keep in mind, too, about the significance of yesterday. Don't let that pass, because that makes this more cringy.
Right.
It makes it more cringy than ever. This is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, okay? So Martin Luther King the third is at wherever Biden is.
It's the MLK breakfast.
All right, oh, my goodness. So it's the Martin Luther King Jr. breakfast. And Martin Luther King the third's wife is there. And unfortunately, and I don't know if he did this on his own, and I hope it is, because the handlers went, I can't imagine standing there going, no. He decides he's going to sing Happy Birthday to her. And Bubba, now don't forget, first of all, it is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Make a note of that. Let's all get in here. Let's dig in.
Right.
It's the Martin Luther King Jr. breakfast that has the president there.
That's a big deal.
And this is Martin Luther King III's wife. Don't miss any of that.
Right, and look at the second paragraph, Rick. It's got her name, and when you see her real name and what he tries to sing, it's not even close.
So it's Andrea Waters King.
Right.
All right. Andrea is her name. Bubba, her name is Andrea. It's not even a hard name.
No, it's
okay?
not like it was that one he struggled with the other day.
And as Bubba says, and Rush would always say, roll the tape. So here we go. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, here we go. Roll the tape.
But congratulations today, the honorees, including your wife.
Oh, my goodness.
Who I understand is a birthday today?
Oh.
Well, look, my wife has a rule in her family. When somebody's birthday, you sing happy birthday. You ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alan. Happy birthday to you. Well, it's hell turning 30, but you.
Hey, as if the singing wasn't bad enough.
Nailed it.
Don't you know they didn't know he was going to do that. They're like, oh, get ready for anything.
Y'all.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
He did the mumble fake. The fake mumble words.
While in a microphone. While the only one in a microphone.
Yes.
Happy birthday.
Bing,
I didn't watch that on purpose, so I
did
could
the
get
same thing,
my true reaction here on the show. And
Rick, do it again, Rick.
Precious.
Oh, we got to have it again.
When somebody's birthday, you sing happy birthday. You ready?
Golly.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Here it comes.
Happy birthday, dear Alan. Happy birthday to you.
did he say
Well,
Alan?
I think he did.
It's hell turning 30, but
What did he say?
somebody's birthday, you sing happy birthday.
He said Alan.
Birthday to you.
See if he says Alan.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alan.
Dear
Happy birthday
Alan or
to you.
He would have been better off to say, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday, important person married to one of Martin Luther King's family members."
Yeah.
I mean, something.
Anything.
Just not say anything.
The only thing his mind could remember is it started with an A. That's about it.
Did the A even get out there?
I don't know.
That the A got
He
out
said
there.
Allen or at best Valen.
Valen. Yeah, it could be Valen.
Happy
Could be Valen.
birthday, Van Halen.
So, Rick, Reverend Al Sharpton was hosting.
was he?
He was hosting this in Washington with the National Action Network. Yeah, is that a V in there?
It is.
Valen?
Like
Valen.
Valen.
It's almost like he's trying
Valerie.
to-
Or
See
something.
if you can get him to say happy birthday, Van Halen.
It's like
Happy birthday to you.
I think Allen's the closest thing we got.
Valen or Allen?
Yeah, he combined Valerie and Allen.
He did.
And went Valen.
He did. He said Valen.
Back when Saturday Night Live used to be really funny, it's like we're living in a Saturday Night Live.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
It is.
Everything's a skit, but it's real.
What is he thinking?
The person's name wasn't Valen, though.
No,
was it?
No, it was not.
Andrea.
No,
Andrea.
Let's not forget.
No, he wasn't
that.
Not
anywhere
even
near.
close to Valen.
Not even in the ballpark.
No.
Okay. Is Valen her name?
Andrea's not
No.
an uncommon name.
No.
That's we can land that one.
Maybe a Viking name back in
Yeah.
the day.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Valen.
Oh my.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
I'm so sorry.
Gosh.
If we don't put that in instant replay for everybody's birthday going forward,
Yes.
so bring in the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive to get the show started. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Hey, how about it?
I'm good, buddy. How you doing?
Well, I'm good. I was just reading some reviews of the upcoming movie Chappaquiddick here, Rick. Very interesting.
Well, you know, we put out, and if you haven't been yet, I will put on the must-see list, and I don't know when this one's coming out, but for this weekend, if you haven't seen
I think Friday.
If you haven't seen I Can Only Imagine, you need to. If you haven't seen Paul, Apostle of Christ, must see. And now this weekend, Chappaquiddick will be opening up, obviously in a different vein. You go from light over to darkness. But so Chappaquiddick, did you? Now the other day we mistakenly said it had an R rating. It has a PG-13 rating. Is that correct?
That's that's the story I read yesterday.
Right,
It was
right.
PG-13.
Well, with the Kennedys, we assumed it'd been all right.
Well, yeah. Well, if you have a Kennedy movie,
I was just doing a general disclaimer because it had historic smoking.
well, you got to be careful. It does have well, and don't
brief
forget,
nudity.
And as we said, if it has historic smoking and it's a movie about the Kennedys, it could mean so many things.
Yes.
So anyway, we will. Is there a bigger group of hounds the world has ever known than the Kennedy boys?
Not related, I don't think.
Right. So anyway, this one is odd because we feel, and I think others are agreeing, there's been an effort to suppress this story for a long, long time, and obviously we all knew it from history. But now this movie, and I didn't know whether it would be a bunch of libs taking one of their liberal heroes and trying to make his legacy look a little better. But honestly, the worst thing you can do is do the movie if that's your plan, because he pretty much got away with it and went on to be, it might have cost him being president, but he still lived out a very powerful and
Yeah, he was a senator for, 100 years.
And well respected by the left and all those he wanted to be
despised
respected by.
the right,
Yeah, but
which you would expect.
And toward the end of his life, his head seemed to get bigger. But
it really did.
It did.
Did you know this? I was just reading some of the facts, and we kind of remember some of the details about it. But I did not realize that Mary Jo actually taught school. And it says at the mission of St. Jude in Montgomery, Alabama.
I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
I had no idea. And so,
I didn't know too. She was such good friends with the some of the other Kennedys prior to this too.
Well, and Greg, there it is again. You got to see Bruce Dern. Looks like he plays Old Man Kennedy pretty well. I don't know if you've
How
seen
old
it.
is Bruce Dern now?
Oh, he must be 80. But
I like to hear a little
first
bit of this,
man to
Rick.
kill
John Wayne in a movie. Is that who you're talking about, Rick?
Yeah. Do you ever seen the interviews with him about what his life was like when he killed John Wayne, the first person to ever kill John Wayne in the Western? And he had to tell everybody, it's not real. I really didn't kill John Wayne.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, he's a bad guy in that movie, The Cowboys.
Well, that's a good movie.
Bruce Dern is really bad.
Rick,
oh, yes.
Rick, in this movie, too, and you see the scene there, and I was looking at the historical pictures of it, it's really not that deep of water, it doesn't look like. And it's not very wide. I mean, it's like a creek running under a bridge almost that connects two larger bodies of water.
What you're saying is to get her out of that car, which is what a lot of people talk about, wouldn't have been as difficult as if you were really deep water.
I know
Speedy'd have been there. He'd have got her out.
No doubt.
He went through a lot after that, but I still don't know how you justify. I got out and I just left somebody in there
and didn't call for 9 hours.
No.
Yeah,
wasn't it 9 hours, something like that, and didn't even.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see the movie and see how it shakes out.
I saw in the previews that they show him go to a payphone and hold it in his hand and hang up like. It was all about the publicity and once again the classic Kennedy thing.
Because he was a senator at the time.
Did I just see Ed Helms in it?
Yes, you did.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You certainly did.
Greg and Jim Gaffigan's in
What
it.
did we do?
Kate Mara too. I mean,
Can you have audio
she's
under
in
this? I
everything.
just want to hear what it is.
I mean,
Let's hear that. Let's watch.
Start it over.
Let's watch.
Watch
the
the trailer.
Oh, my goodness.
Watch the trailer.
Take it.
Watch the trailer. Anyway, that's one of the things I like about Axis channel. They just do trailers.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
most
a
definitely.
good channel, by the way.
My dad once said to me,
Historic footage.
tragedy has a way of defining people. Cripples some people till they curl up into a ball. Oh my God, what have I done?
Hello, Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy. Dad, see, you're still the man with all the influence.
What the hell happened, Teddy?
It was an accident. I was driving.
A story like this could dominate the headlines for weeks. Chief, we got a body.
A dead body holds a lot of secrets. Those can be the difference between guilt and innocence. And so we need to be in control of them. There's not a lot of senators that are charged with manslaughter that go on to become president.
What do we do to help the senator?
We tell the truth. Or at least our version of it.
You've been diagnosed with a concussion.
I haven't examined the patient yet.
These theatrics are not gonna hold up in a court of law. Get the hell with you guys!
I'm not going to be the one.
Six minutes now past the hour. Much to do as we go forward on the program today. The gang is all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. And we'll be chatting with you. We'll get to some of your phone calls as the hour progresses. We covered a lot in the first hour today, and the kickoff hour as well. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. No matter how you're getting the show, you have several ways of doing it.
Yeah, it's all over the place,
and we appreciate that. Rick, I did get an email with someone struggling with something, and I wanted to share it, and maybe we could get to the bottom of it. It says, "Good morning, Bubba." It says, "I'm struggling with a visual on the show.
Okay,
I'm hoping you can help. Rick's mustache looks like it has a booger in it. I know.
Rick.
I know it's
I know
just a
what
light patch of hair on his left
Mine
side.
does that too.
But it looks bad. I hesitate to say something, but I can't unsee what I've seen.
Right.
Has Sherry addressed this with him? Be a friend and help him out. I don't know what I can do as a friend.
Yeah, well, it's down to this. I mean, I can go get hair coloring and color it, but
Let's see, Rick.
But
Look straight on to the camera there. Okay, I see what you're talking about on the left side.
I have the same thing.
You got a little white patch there.
Yeah.
Looks like a little cotton ball hanging.
I wouldn't say booger. Looks like you got a runny nose.
Yeah, well, Sherry actually
Thanks,
addressed.
Greg. That
Sherry's,
makes it better.
Sherry's very good.
Yeah, but if you're going to describe it right.
Yeah, thank you,
Let's just
Greg.
call it.
Sherry is very good at pointing out when I have real boogers. But you know, hey, you need to you get a Kleenex. But as far as and it's beauty, that's why it's good to be married to someone who's 5'1".
Right, they can see up in there.
Right. And but she has not said anything about this. I think this is one of those things where.
Do you think the TV makes it look worse because of the camera resolution?
I've noticed it on every time I see an archive, every time I watch something that we do on our YouTube channel, I see it. But I'm afraid we're at the point there's nothing that can be done. I don't know what to do.
I have never really noticed it, but now it stands out.
And so
because when you're looking at me, I usually don't see it because of the microphone.
There's things
I can't see. Now my nose is
I can't even see it over here. Oh, there it is. Right there.
My nose is itching now.
Yeah, that's just gray hair, and it's one of those things where I think it's either you have to be able to live with it. I can hide it behind the mic. Or you need to just listen to the show, not watch it. I don't know what else.
There's
to
that
do.
option.
You got just a little bit of skunk going there.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, what do you do about it?
Nothing.
Speedy, do you have any of that dye left that you used to do?
No, years ago. No.
Paint that on.
No.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't.
Let me see it again. Maybe just trim it down a little bit. That's about it.
Well, I've tried that. I mean, when it's gray, it's gray.
Now I didn't.
I got the same thing.
I got to tell you,
Burgess thing.
I didn't. I'm like Bubba. Didn't even notice it. And hey, thanks.
Now,
I
noticed it yesterday. Now it looks like a flashing light.
All right,
and
give me a shot here. Is that what? Does that do it? Is it on that side?
No, you're trying to hide it behind the mic.
That's what I mean. Does that work?
A little bit,
but you see it peeking out every.
Go over a little.
I see it waving at me.
Yeah. How about I can really see it now, and I never seen it.
I noticed it yesterday, but I didn't think nothing of it.
I've noticed it, by the way, for months.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, but there's nothing I can do about it. That's one of those things where I go. I try to concentrate on things I can do something about, because if I go to coloring that one spot, then it's going to lead to.
Then that colors.
I mean, it's it could lead to all kinds of problems.
Well, it does give you a good new opening line. That's not a Q-tip hanging out of my nose.
How about that?
Yeah,
I like that. So people can say, "Hey, I can start the show by saying I don't have a runny nose. I'm just glad to see you."
Yeah.
It's good, Rick.
I did think when I noticed it, I thought that we had just finished eating breakfast, and I thought I was about to go, "Hey, Rick," and I noticed
a little gravy
it's not,
left there.
Yeah, but it wasn't that.
Right, yeah. It does look like I don't like to think of it as my nose is running. Let's make it a positive. It's sawmill gravy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
that's a little more
gravy.
That's a
left
little
there.
more positive, isn't
Yeah,
it?
It is.
Yeah, I do. And I had to work through going to Jay Jameson now to Larry Tate.
Correct.
With hair color.
Right,
so,
right. And God rest his soul.
Hanging on by a thread.
George Salmon, when it's really gets out.
I may have out-whited him at this point.
Yeah, well, that may be.
Yeah.
So it's one of another,
one of the
radio
great legends.
Yeah, legend. Yeah. Oh my goodness! Let me tell you, that's George Salmon. When he came into my life, he said, "We're going places, young man." He was one of the first ones that believed.
Yes. Oh.
He said, "We've got him buried on the AM. Go get him."
Yep. Make it happen.
If we can get him over.
My nose is itching.
He woke me up one time, Rick. I'd fallen asleep during a shift.
I remember that.
That's when I was running pretty hard and still trying to do like a midday shift.
Mm-hmm.
And I set the alarm. When there would be long songs on, I would set the alarm and take like 4-minute naps.
Mm-hmm.
And I would lay down underneath. I'd lay down in the studio underneath the board.
Yeah.
And apparently one time I slept through the alarm, or maybe didn't set it right.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing I remember is Calvin.
Yeah.
It had taken. There was so much dead air. He had driven the entire way there to wake me up.
Yeah. He had to wake me up for the show one time and had to come all the way to my house. So
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah,
Just
did.
knock on the door?
Yeah, I'll never forget that moment. George Salmon, he really had to be patient with me to get this thing going. And so he's banging on my door at my house, and just banging on it, because I'm supposed to be on the air,
right?
And so I make my way to the door, and I'm angry because I think it's some of my buddies in those days still going home. Okay. And I opened up the door. I said, "You got any idea what time it is?" And behind him, I could see the sun peeking.
Oh boy!
And he looks at me. And he says, "No, the question is, do you have any idea what time it is?"
Ooh.
And I thought, "Oh man."
Did you have whitey tighties on when you opened up?
Oh yeah, yeah, sure enough. Yeah, and so then you start that I'm really sleepy scramble for all your clothes.
Oh,
You're trying to get dressed for work,
Yeah.
knowing that every minute now you're trying to get dressed. That's just another minute you're late.
Yeah.
Then you think about the drive to work, and you realize I'm going to be a full hour late on the air. And in those days, on the small stations we started on, a lot of times we were signing on. They weren't 24 hours.
Right. Yeah.
So
That's good,
so they had nothing happening, and that's a terrible memory.
Yeah.
Back to Mustache. I've noticed something about myself. You know, things are changing. We're getting older. The rapid rate at hairs growing on my ears and inside my nose.
Absolutely.
It's so cool. I mean,
It's like somebody snuck in and fertilized them in the middle.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm running.
I'd like them to see a throw a little on top.
And I'm running a trimmer
worried.
up in there and on my ears, and I'm thinking
I know.
2
That's
weeks
cruel,
from now,
isn't
it's like, good night. Where did this come from?
Yeah.
I'm worried about you because
Here
you
we go.
started that early.
Yeah.
And the graying process was early too, if y'all noticed.
Yeah, that didn't start happening to me till I was past 50.
Yeah, but you've got excellent hair, though, as far as that goes.
And
He's still
colors
not
it.
real gray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who, me?
No.
Oh,
Rick.
I don't even hardly see any.
Well, it's
On
there
the top,
You can
anyway.
see it on my mustache if you look right there.
Yeah, it's like a sign.
It looks
Coming
like,
out
That
of your
lets
left
us know it's
nostril,
there.
you can
Looks
see
like
it.
salt
Now
and
that's
gravy.
all I see.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I've always told y'all I'm aged.
Yeah, you already say
are,
you're in
yeah.
your 60s, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if
Oh,
I was
I am too. I'm
if I
way
was
beyond
trading
the
you
years.
in, they wouldn't give me much for you.
No, absolutely not.
Well, that's the
Not at
thing.
all.
I'm the same boat,
Few miles
Hams,
on it.
and the fact is we've been run like a taxi. That's the problem.
Yeah, you're right.
Back when we had those, I know some of the kids don't know what that is. That used to be kind of like an Uber thing.
Yeah, right. That's funny.
They were all yellow.
Should I put a Band-Aid on it? I mean,
No.
should I get one of those dot Band-Aids? You know, those
Why don't
circle
you
ones?
get a Sharpie and just draw
Let
it.
Well, I could
Speedy
do
get
that.
a Sharpie
I
and,
couldn't
and
do
just
that.
knock
Oh,
that.
yeah. I
Just
could
knock
get a-
the shine off.
Yeah,
of
they
it.
have a
I
gray
could.
color. Just
I
kind
could.
of
That
dark gray.
black one about 3 swabs.
No, not
You'll
black.
have
Just
to.
Oh, I want
dark
jet
charcoal.
black. I want you to dye your
Oh,
hair jet black.
All right, how about this? Who dares me to go dye the beard and my hair?
All right.
All of
black
it.
is
Let me ask
nice.
you
And act like you didn't.
All I'd have to do
Tar
is fill,
baby black.
All I'd have to do is fill in on the hair. I'd be there.
I got a question.
yeah.
If this is the start to the entire thing graying,
It is.
but your hair stays the way it is now, will you shave the beard?
Oh, no.
And mustache?
Oh, that's
so
when
you'll
I-
have gray
Oh, that's
at
when
the
I'll-
bottom and the
Oh, yeah.
dark at the top.
Oh, that's when I really have it going on.
Okay.
It'll all be gray here with just spatters of
Yeah.
pepper,
Yeah.
and then the hair will be more pepper than salt. Yeah, and the beard will be more salt than pepper. Oh my gosh! I mean, I make
going on then.
Yeah, that's when I start my own YouTube channel.
There it is. And there it is.
Oh, man.
So I'm really like 62. Is that what y'all are telling
Yeah,
me?
yeah. Well, I was thinking 63.
I'm about to turn 45, so
Hey,
Lee, let's just go. Let's just add 10. Let me be 55.
It's like a little
sounds
baby.
I'd like to get into your paperwork. I think you're older than you think you are. All right, well, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Defined by my flaws.
If her family doesn't blame you.
All right, so let's talk about, you know, when you think about your pets, and I know some of you are going, Rick, you're going to talk to us about pets. I actually am, because this is common sense. When we worry about, and I have actually made some real strides on trying to have better nutrition, because I know as I get older, my nutrition and the fuel I'm putting in my body is now it's more important than ever. Well, when you think about your dog, it's the same thing. A lot of the pet foods that are out there, they really aren't all that concerned about our dog's nutrition. But if you'll go to Palmade, and we've said it right now, that's PAWMADE.com/Bubba. I want you to look right now at some of the supplements they have available for you to put the vitamins and the minerals and the nutrients that your dog needs to be healthy. You can put that back into the pet food that you are serving them, because many times in the process of them making it, they take it all out. And your pet could be suffering from a poor diet, and of course the dog can't tell you that. By the way, if the dog's talking to you, you need to call us. But anyway, so it's an all-natural health supplement for dogs, made with 23 dog-friendly superfoods to keep your pup healthy and strong. Really what this is the product we're using for humans, Field of Greens. This is the same type product, but for dogs. So you can get yours right now, and you will see the difference. Right now, if you go to Palmade, that's PAWMADE.com/Bubba, we're going to give you a free bottle. As dogs, some breeds and dogs, as they get older, they have hip and joint problems. Well, Longevity, that's a formula they have for dogs for hip and joint health. We'll throw that in. That'll be a free gift to you. Palmade.com/Bubba. Your dog will thank you.
I want to be a great man. I just don't know who I am.
Old man Kenny didn't take well to that, did he?
Oh, darn, looking rough. Okay, you give me Jim Gaffigan in that house.
We have a true compass and we follow it. 5, 4, 3.
Moses had a temper. Peter betrayed Jesus. I have Chappaquiddick.
Moses had a temper, but he never left a girl at the bottom of the Red Sea.
He tries to play, though. Everybody's got a few things, and he said, yeah, not this, though.
Bruce Dern's looking rough.
He is. Old man Kennedy said, get your act together, didn't he? Well, he was a piece of work, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good night. So no wonder everybody is saying, hey, before you think they're hiding what, the Kennedys and making them look good, that's not this. Hollywood didn't want this out.
Well, yeah, but
they're saying the story I read yesterday is that for years they were trying to, put this story to the side and not
prevent this from happening,
not really truly get behind it. And this is why they're saying it's not going to be very flattering. And I sent you the link at Fandango. It's already getting really good ratings. It's
now, Rick, the Washington
80s,
Post,
90s.
the Washington Post reviewed it and gave it 3 stars. And you would think they would try to, down the ball on it.
All right, so I got to go back to this again, because we don't trust the Hollywood left.
No, we don't. Not at all.
And you really can't. So what's the play on this?
I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. I mean,
because there's no way you can make this story positive. I mean,
right.
So is there play to do like we talked about the movie they did on the Menendez brothers, where there was an attempt in there to kind of get you to sympathize with them just a little bit?
Yeah. It didn't look like in the previews, though.
No.
Right, but we haven't seen the movie.
Yeah,
so
you don't know.
In the movie,
and it comes along, I think, at a bad time for the dyed-in-wool Democrat Party, because they're trying to paint themselves now as a defender of women, and this really doesn't play with that.
You talk about one of the
mindset.
heroes of their party,
right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, how many years was he?
Let me tell you, I will give the Democratic Party a hand. I'm talking about a marketing, public relations, propaganda hand. How the party of the Kennedys and the Clintons have been able to cast themselves as the party for women is absolutely brilliant.
It is.
And I can't believe it. You ought to be able to sell anything.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think.
How did y'all pull that off?
I don't think everybody buys it. I think they've pulled.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go. Excited about chatting with you for the first time today. At 866 EBB. You bring in the calls. The real great Burgess. He's eating on his breakfast, so he might be a little distracted. But he's ready to take your phone calls at 866 EBB. He'll line them up and we'll roll from there. Your phone calls, 10 lines, and then the 30-second buzzer will hit. So no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, and of course no baby predictions. We're talking to you. We're getting comment. We're getting the question. for bringing information to the table. And then the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close. And then after 30 seconds and the buzzer gets you, it'll be the next person's turn. Or if you try one of the things that we don't allow, shout-outs, plugs, or baby predictions, you'll get an instant buzzer. As you are coming in, and as Greg is lining you up, the Man Church on the road this week, Andrew Varvutis, this Thursday, January the 19th, First Baptist Opelika, Alabama. They're in year 4 of the men's discipleship strategy. This is their next gathering of men. Our strategy features high challenge in the services for men and then high equipping when they go through the curriculum. Our 4th curriculum, by the way, coming out this year as well. The 28th of January, Jordy Henson will be at First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida, as they continue the strategy. And then kicking off the strategy will be going on in Jackson, Alabama on that very same day, the 28th of January. I will be there, but it will be through the magic of video. We also offer a kickoff video option where, hey, I'm not in the room, but via video, I'm telling the men what's coming next. Got some good feedback on the church that just did that last week. And then you plug into your small groups there. February the 5th, I'll be in Tuscaloosa at First Baptist Church, Tuscaloosa. They're in year 3 of the strategy, and I'll be speaking at their next Man Church on February the 5th. Rich Wingo will be at West Georgia Worship Center in Bremen, Georgia on February the 10th. Jordy Henson again, West Mobile Baptist Church on February the 11th. And then you've got the Prove Yourself a Man Conference, First Baptist Chipley, Florida. Rich Wingo and Scott Dawson for our team will be there as the dynamic duo on February the 17th. And then the Man Church Conference, which is now sold out, coming to Oxford, Alabama on February 24th and 25th. So there you go. All that's available at themanchurch.com. To the phones we go. Let's start with Scott in Mississippi. Got 30 seconds on the program. Scott, go ahead.
Hey, Scott.
Hey, Scotty.
Hey, Rick, Bubba, and Speedy, and all the gang, Greg. Look, I got a simple antidote for the gray in your mustache and your beard. I think we just need to have a man's frosting day in February. I think frosting February, if you're gray, let's just go on to get it white. Let's do a Hulk Hogan thing or something.
So go the other way. Don't darken it. Take it all gray.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just take it all gray. Let's do that in February.
Okay. All right.
So you look like G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip.
I love
there was a gray one. There was one that was kind of red.
Wily old gray-beard man.
Yeah.
Let's go to Arnie. If you look really close, you'd have to get up there and see him in the sunlight. And this is true to our family. There's also little hints of red in it.
Really?
Yeah. Arnie in Georgia. Arnie, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Rick, go ahead and let it turn gray, man. The women love it.
Well,
mine did the same thing.
Yeah.
Mine did the same thing. The hair had a little darkness in it, with a little gray every now and then. The mustache and the beard. Actually, the beard has a couple of gray streaks in it, and the mustache turned gray completely. My wife loves it.
Oh yeah, Sherry already is just going wild as I move through the salt and pepper stage. Mm-hmm. But what's happened is I've got part of the mustache. It's in the process of graying, and one part of it has grayed before the other, and it looks like something's running out of my nose. Mm-hmm. But you're saying just push through and just let the graying process. I was going to do that anyway. Mm-hmm. But do I do anything in the awkward stages? You know, like when Adler and I talked about growing your hair out. Mm-hmm. A lot of times you don't get to your hair being long because you can't get through the awkward stage. Mm-hmm. That's that time when it's really not short and it's really not long. You can't do anything with it. You actually look ridiculous. Mm-hmm. But you have to push through it. So right now I'm in the graying process, and I think I just have to push through it. Now for this one little spot, I'm really open to you getting a Sharpie. Yeah. And Bubba said it just take a couple little tips.
Just a little mark.
I'm looking at something here. It looks like the tip of the hair is the grayest. Mm-hmm. So if you just trimmed it back.
Trimmed it back right there?
Just trimmed it back to where it's not over your top lip. Yes, that's it.
That's it.
If you just trimmed it back, not thinned it, but just trimmed it back.
Get in there and look around and take some of those out, and it might blend a little better.
Like on your top lip, just kind of trim on the top of the lip, and I think it's
because
most of it's
what
gone.
I'm doing now is I set it up.
Does hang down.
Yeah,
I noticed that too.
Because I set it on the a certain setting, the that thing we love we got from Manscaped is good, that trimmer.
Yeah.
And then I just and just bring it down. So you're saying get in here.
Yeah, trim
and
around.
really-
He's saying kind of round it off like I do my widow's piece.
Yeah, kind of trim around your top lip.
I do
And
that.
think
He's
it
saying
takes care
cut
of
it out like a bad piece on an apple.
Yeah, I do that periodically.
Core
but
it
man,
out.
grows
Bad
back.
piece of turf.
It grows back really quick. Because once it starts getting my food, I'll do that. I'll go in here and round all
like
this
it's like
off.
trimming the bushes. You're
It
landscaping.
It is.
The front of the house. You know what I mean?
Let's go to Danny in Sweet Home, Alabama. Danny, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. What a day today.
Yeah.
Danny, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning, fellas. Hey, I think y'all need to be looking out the window. I think Jackson and Sharpton are coming to get Adler with a crowd. Y'all be careful.
Yeah.
It's a very common thing that people sing at the end of
You actually were saying
the song.
You're saying you're glad they didn't.
Yes.
I just think the funniest thing.
We used to say you smell like a skunk.
Yeah.
That's what we used to say.
You smell like a skunk.
For some reason,
You got gray hair.
Yeah,
that's the one we did.
got gray
That's
hair.
the one we did.
That was the
now-
Cousin Cliff
That's
show
the one we did.
version. Yeah.
Kids
By the
now
way-
scream eat more chicken for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know why
Yeah.
that is,
Yeah,
but they
I
do.
didn't know about that.
Yeah.
By the way, I looked back and we said this. Even though he missed it, no matter what the name is, there was actually an R in the name I couldn't see when I read the story. It's Arndrea.
Arndrea.
Not Andrea, Arndrea. But I mean, he's nowhere close.
No,
he's calling her
Valen.
Valen, which that's not close. Let's go to Scott in Missouri. Scott, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Scott.
I'm a barber, and I've got like these little white spots on my face, and it's called alopecia. This is a perfect circle, and I used to keep mine shaved off. But, you can dye it whichever color you want, or just go gray. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Can I I'm going gray. Right. I'm not doing anything.
Yeah.
My hair and my beard is going at a natural rate. I'm not stopping going gray.
no.
The process of going gray has given me a gray streak, and one position on my mustache was just like something's running out of my nose. So it's not
right.
This is just, what do we do about that?
Does anybody have any-
until it all, you know what I mean?
Does anybody have any trimmers in their office? We can knock this out.
I should have brought mine. Go get the Sharpie just for today. Just for that email.
Do you want a black one or a gray one?
I want a black one.
A black one?
Yeah.
Well, I think if you just do black, it's going to look gray when you mix it in.
Just a little.
I wouldn't do too much.
No.
Maybe about two
No.
streaks.
No.
You don't mind if I get in there and do that?
I think, now that I think about it, I probably want to go look in the mirror and do it myself.
Yeah.
I mean, what have I done? Am I an idiot?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But I think a lot of America don't buy
When they
it.
go and vote, they seem to buy.
Of course, I'm going to be watching
Well,
that movie, and
the
Ed
club members.
Right.
Ed Helms is going to walk in, and I'm going to picture that Mike Tyson tattoo on his face in The Hangover. I can't take him in a serious role.
Rick, how are we supposed to take Jim Gaffigan serious?
Yeah, you remember when he woke up and he had the Mike Tyson tattoo?
The Marauder.
We'll be back. Your phone calls are next at 866 We Be Big. So it opens this weekend. So is the play on this, we give you a trailer that makes all of you that have thought this story needed to come out, and it did come out, but a movie about it. Y'all come, and when you come, we give you a spin that tries to make you sympathetic to Teddy and the Kennedys. Is that possible?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hope you had a good weekend.
I did, sir. How about you?
Well, we were looking at some of the things we need to cover, and some of them happened that involve the world big. We have, this Syria thing and chemical weapons, and did Israel respond? Will the United States respond? And you mentioned it was just a year ago, almost to the day, when we were dealing with this again.
Yeah, when Trump launched the cruise missile attack on the air base, and apparently we had another chemical attack over the weekend in Syria. It was a suburb of Damascus, and there was a very disturbing video. There's the last count I saw, 40 dead, children and other adults coming out choking, trying to breathe, all the signs of another chemical attack. And Trump had warned them that if they use chemical weapons in this, that he will respond. And the air base that was believed to be used in this attack came under attack last night. Now, the Russians, who are lined up with the Syrians, the dictator there, said it was Israeli planes that attacked the air base.
Right.
Israel is not commenting on it. Neither is the U.S. or their allies this morning. So far.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see on that, and we'll unpack that as we go through. We'll look back over weekends. I'm looking at headlines here today. Did I miss this before now that Buzz Aldrin claims now he's encountered alien life when he went out to the moon in 1969?
Haven't seen that story today, Rick.
Is he kept that to himself? I mean, it seems like when he got back,
he would have maybe mentioned that.
It seems like as soon as I got back from the moon, I said, "Hey, I need a microphone here. You ain't gonna believe what I saw out there." I mean,
well, him and the we touched on that in the kickoff hour, basically leaving this for Bubba. But according to not just him, but the other astronauts, looking back at interviews they did in 1969,
and there's different missions.
Yeah,
I've seen it too. But now you got to understand this: that he may have been told when he came back, you better keep that to yourself. Yeah.
It is 35 now minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Upside.com. Let me tell you something. Right now, more than ever, we need to save some money. And upside.com/Bubba can help you with that. Go there right now. Here's what we need you to do. When you go to upside.com, use the code BUBBA25. BUBBA25. It's a free app. You get it. The first tank of gas that you pump after you get Upside, if you use the code BUBBA25, will get you at least 25 cents back per gallon. So that helps. And then after that, we got that baby ready to go. You have set it into action, and then every time you make a purchase, do like you normally do with your debit card, credit card, however you work it, and you get paid. You check in at the business pay as usual, and there you go. We have people that are raving about this app and how it's getting them cash back. So get that first tank of gas going, 25 cents or more for every gallon if you use the code BUBBA25, and you do that by going to upside.com. And there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. So, Bubba, I had that situation today. It's times are all these different times of life that we're living in, and empty nester time has its own things that you do. It really is. You spend a tremendous amount of time, with your wife now, and they spend a tremendous amount of time with you because you're not really on the go like you once were, and so you're together a lot, and so we were just discussing that, and so there's I'm very, very, and Sherry says this, and we talk about this. I mean, we're all quirky, and Sherry and I were having fun talking about living with the different quirks. When you marry somebody, the quirks come with it.
Oh yeah.
And she says
people have quirks.
Yeah, and she says this, and it is true. She said, "You are a creature of habit, aren't you?" And I said, "Yeah, I like my plan. I like how things go, and I like to know what I'm doing." Mm-hmm. I like to have a plan. I like to work the plan.
Don't like surprises.
I can't. I loathe surprises.
Yeah.
You were asking me the other day, Bubba, about what's something that just enrages you. Being pinched is one of them. Being surprised by something when I would have just loved a heads up. I can't stand that. Don't like to be ambushed. Don't pretend that you're asking to talk to me for something and then you switch it on me right in the middle, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Don't corner me. So anyway,
don't misrepresent your intentions.
Right? Yeah, that's it. Let's all be straight up. So
that kind of aggravates me on the phone segment when somebody says,
"Oh
about
yeah,
it, and then they switch."
Exactly. Yeah, that's another example.
They'll get you buzzed.
So So
be honest.
Yeah, and Sherry is talking about this, and we talked about it at church or whatever. I know when I first talked about it, y'all kind of had a pushback, but we don't really have that because menopause is a real thing. Okay, so
here we go again.
Yeah, and Sherry's going through that. I'm not sure why y'all don't. I'm like, is that some not supposed to talk about thing or something? But anyway, so it's and Sherry's taking it in stride because she realizes, that she's going to have to work through this, and that lends itself to its own deal. And one of the things now is she will get up at any time of the night now and be up.
Yeah,
I mean, just like I'm up, and we love our wives, and we've said this so many times. They're just a godsend, and they're such helpers to us. But we've covered this for years, and it seems to be across the board in here that when our wives are sleeping versus when we're sleeping, it seems to be two different standards.
It is.
Of quietness. And because when Sherry gets up, she hits the ground running, and she's going to get her coffee going, and then she's going to be a busy little bee, okay? And the good of that is, it's great because a lot gets done, and she has made I told you, a step out this year that she's going to get up and we're going to do time together in Scripture together before I go to work.
Well, that's early.
And that's early. And but it's fine. We're working through a plan, to go through the Bible this year, and we're doing it together, and so it's great. And we're praying together before we get started, and we're running. But we're in a tight window. It's tight. And I have a routine that now I'm having to adapt to. My old routine was 4:30. I'm up, in the shower. I'm out of the shower. I go feed the dog. I'm back in from the dog. I ask various questions about why the dog is mine.
Right.
That's every morning. I rant and run through that. How I knew I'd be left with this dog. I knew the dog ended up being mine.
You just talking to the room?
Yeah, I'm talking.
I
talk on the bottom screened-in porch.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And Buddy always looks at me like, "Are we running through this again?" And so I work through that. No problem. I come back in, shut the door. I go upstairs, and when I go upstairs, back before the new thing. When I go upstairs, this is the wrap-up. This is me going over to do Field of Greens and a protein shake. Then I'm over here in my chair where I work through my prayer list for the day. Last year I went through, my most for his highs. I do that every few years. I walk through that again. I just love that devotional. I go through that, and then I leave and I go to work. Well, now my helper. And my spouse is up with me. And now when they're up with us, let's face it, as we're learning, if they have something on their mind,
they're going to talk about it.
They're going to talk about it. Okay?
Want an audience.
And we don't have that kind of time. I mean, we don't. But now I've got to walk gingerly. I cannot say, "Hey, baby, you know what? We just don't have time." But I can't say that because that could go down another road. So I find myself now it's a whole new game. I'm up and she's up with me, and now it's there's activity and there's things going and
lights are on.
Yeah, and so
house is alive
today. And this is the mistake. People have asked me over years. They talked to Bubba and I about our routine. The reason why my routine is tight, I'm not the get up a long time before I have to go to work person. That doesn't work for me. Because if it does, just my own quirks, doesn't mean it's bad to do that. I understand the benefits of doing that. I can't do it because then I come out, I peak, and then I wind down. So then when I get to work, I'm actually on the down. I'm not peaking. I don't come in. I almost start getting sleepy, like, wow, this is early, and I realize it's early, and now I'm sleepy. I'm kind of tricking myself like I don't ever know it's early. I'm moving so fast that all of a sudden I'm at work on the air, sometimes when my hair's still a little bit wet, and before my nose looked like it was running, maybe I was here ready to go, and I'm already full blown into the show, which is building its own energy, drinking coffee and having fun with y'all. So I never hit that lull. Well, today she did I'm up somewhere in the threes.
Ooh.
And I'm like, I still had an hour and a half, but then what happens? I hear clanking around in the kitchen. Door not completely shut. Light coming in.
Of course it is.
You know what I mean? And I hear moving around, and I'm like, well, she's up. And now and then all of a sudden, what's the worst thing happens then? And something I need to do today pops
in your head. And it won't come out.
And all of a sudden I go, that's it. And so I'm up. So now I'm up. Well, I've been up too long. I told Bubba when I got here, I said, I'm already going back to sleep. I said, I've been up too long. So now, then she goes, oh, we got time this morning. And I was like, yeah, but still, we need to keep it, you know.
Yeah.
Let's still stick with our Bible reading, our prayer, and let's don't add anything. Let's don't start talking about spring, you know,
and all that.
Let's don't do that.
I think
let's still stay with the routine. Just now we got a little room to breathe.
Yeah.
But let's don't add anything because we can't add.
I think
nothing can be added here.
What's underestimated in this is the need for a routine.
Oh, I love a routine.
And you know, and I know you guys sleep later on the weekends, but see, I can't. I have to stay in the same thing, or I can't get up on Monday.
I'm the same way, Bubba.
Really? I have to stay on the same routine.
I actually have a separate routine for weekend that belongs only to the weekend.
If I sleep past 6 o'clock on a weekend, my day's ruined. I don't feel good.
Really?
But see, sleeping to 6 o'clock
is me sleeping in.
It's sleeping in.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm getting 2 extra hours.
I'm the same way.
That's a big deal, and I'm sleeping later now than I ever have. So, but I just have to stay with it, or I get then everything starts floating, and I get sleepy after the show, and. You know, it just
on the weekends,
it gets totally out of control. So I need to stay with the same routine.
Is bedtime the same on Friday and Saturday nights?
Oh yeah, I pass out, but
not for me.
9 o'clock.
I wish it was.
Friday gets me. I usually pass out on Friday. Saturday I'm okay.
I have my weekend routine and I have my during the week routine.
It's a little later, but it's not too much. Like it's probably like worst case is 10:30.
See, I didn't realize. You know, I told y'all before. I love Saturday morning if we don't have anything we have to do, which is mostly now, thankfully. Yeah. And I try to keep things off the weekend as best I can as far as speaking and stuff like that. I do more of that during the week than I do weekends. And so I love Saturday morning when we get up and we're not pressed and we get our coffee and we get our Bible out and we start talking about the kids and we pray and we talk about whatever. That's fine because there's no pressure. I don't have to be anywhere. Yeah. So I love that. But what's happening is that which I love on Saturday is trying to work its way into weekday routine, and it can't get in there. I mean, it's like we're not. I actually have to be somewhere on this one.
Right?
Sherry go back to
You're
bed?
looking at the clock.
No, she'll roll on.
Yeah.
But when does she go to bed then?
When I do.
Which is what time?
The latest I go to bed is 10. The earliest I go to bed is 9.
I don't see how she can keep going to bed at 10, getting up at 3. I don't think.
Well, she can't. Well, she normally sleeps to 5.
Yeah.
I usually get her up at 5, but she got up at 3:30. So or 3. Now it was earlier than 3:30 because I got up at 3:30.
Amanda does this sometimes, and
got sleepy when I came in.
And but she won't do it multiple days in a row because she can't. She's like, wow. Okay.
Well, like today,
see what you go through.
Well, I had to say this today because Sherry, once she gets rolling, she'll act like it's middle of the day. Yeah. And she was this morning. We were doing she reads some of it. I read some of it on the plan we have. Well, I mispronounced a word. She said, "Hey, you didn't. That's not the word." I said, "Baby, I love you." Honestly, I can't even see the scripture right now.
Right.
I said, my eyes are trying to focus on these words, and my eyes are not awake enough. I can barely even see what I'm reading. You know, and I have my glasses on. It's just my eyes aren't focused yet. Yeah. I'm usually by myself right now. I'm usually working through this. Yeah. You know,
and tomorrow you can go. You should have seen the way I parked.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. But what I'm saying is,
really sleepy. I couldn't see the line.
My routine and all the way up to 2023 did not require me to interact with people that early.
Yeah.
And, look, you got to be careful the way I come too. Some of the red lights are so long you'll go to sleep sitting there.
I know.
In that turn lane.
Yeah. So I'm good right now because
I'm going.
I'm feeding off the energy, and on today's show, fear. So so we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, you're still an astronaut. You're still in the program.
Yeah, but
now again, he's 90 now, maybe before then. But as far as when he came back, they probably said you keep that down home.
You understood.
Yeah, but listen,
seems like I would have done my book before now, though.
When I leave,
plenty of time.
Rick, when I leave the program,
right.
and I've got something that important, I believe I would tell it. Frankly, I think I would say something about that before I did a rap with Snoop Dogg.
Absolutely.
Or put it in the rap. I will say this, and I halfway read the story, but I think what it was, there is recorded interviews when him and another one, I think a couple more, have said they saw something. Now, I don't think that was maybe that was public knowledge. We just never cared. And now they have a way where they can look at your voice and the waves and tell whether you're being truthful or not.
Yeah.
And they say they do believe they saw something. Now, whether they saw something or not, they're not lying.
Right.
They're convinced.
They just don't know what it was, but they do feel like they saw something.
It kind of goes back to there's about 3 Bigfoot people that I don't know what happened to them, but something did.
Yeah.
And the same thing with aliens.
Right.
I don't know what happened to them, but something did.
And I'm not denying sometimes they may see stuff. Now Buzz is 90, so
Sure.
I mean we got to figure that
and he's
in
buzzed.
too here.
And he's buzzed.
Yeah.
I mean when your name speaks of mind-altering situations, you got to think about it.
But sometimes there's explanation for things that we don't know what they are at the moment.
Right.
And in case in point, John Glenn, when he said he saw fireflies outside the window of the capsule, well, obviously they were not fireflies in space. What it was urine coming out of the capsule that was being, if an airplane gives blue ice, I don't know what a spaceship it would count as, but he saw frozen crystals of urine flying by his window.
Right.
And he called them fireflies.
He did see something. We just had to identify what it was.
And to me,
there was a very simple explanation for it.
The most notable was Gordo Cooper. He claimed he saw.
Now
UFO.
Gordo,
And he was a sight.
He was a whole nother. I think we have to put him in his own. He was a flower child guy, and he took the capsule on a little bit of a joyride. I don't know if y'all remember that.
Yeah,
And almost didn't have enough fuel to get back into the Earth's do reentry that was unauthorized. So he was a bit of a joyrider. I don't know that we can count him.
Yeah, but he
was it him? Was it Cooper? Or was it Gordo Cooper? Is that what you said?
Yeah, he was in the original market.
Yeah, I guess that was he number or Scotty? Was it Scotty Carpenter? Was one of them?
Yeah,
that did
Scotty
was he the one that took the joyride?
I think he was.
Okay,
I think you're right. I think it was Carpenter.
God, I'm thinking of Carpenter.
But they were both Mercury astronauts.
Yeah.
So we'll look through this. Do we really want to retrial Bill Cosby again? Looks like we will. So that's out there.
How about that look he has on his face in every picture now? Look.
Yeah.
You notice his nose looks weird?
Yeah, something's happened to Bill's face over time. I don't know what it is.
Greg.
I know they discussed it in the kickoff hour where we got a Masters champion, Patrick Reed, and so we got that.
Captain America.
We'll look at that. Laura Ingraham is back after the backlash by advertisers over mocking the Parkland survivor David Hogg. She's back. So
don't mock the Hogg.
We got a number of things to talk about. Some of it will probably develop, like the Syria attack. That may develop even throughout the show, so we'll see. Your phone call is also part of it. We'll see what you want to talk about today. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, may have chances for you to win tickets to the Drop the Mic tour coming up at the end of this month. That could happen at any time on the program today. So there's a lot to do, and we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right. Eight minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we thank you for being with us today. All right, so Bubba, you were telling me about this video out of Thailand, and Adler's got it ready
you know,
to go.
this falls under that category, Rick. It sounded good on paper.
Right.
It's like a lot of Democratic tax plans.
Yes, it is.
But it just doesn't work out in reality, and
That's
it
right.
ends up being a disaster. In Thailand, we have a Children's Day event, and they had several big tents set up for the kids to get under. Helicopter was going to come over and drop out things for the kids on the ground. Sounds like it'd be a lot of fun, but you know, tents and helicopters have some problems.
Yeah,
a lot of wind.
You'll see it right here.
Did people get? Oh no! So the helicopter's coming over to
Now,
drop
look, these
stuff.
are giant tents.
Oh
Rick.
no! Oh
Look,
no!
they're caving in.
Oh no! So the helicopter's
Two down.
force is knocking them down.
Yeah, and these are big. These are like.
They're giant tents.
Yeah, they're like.
Look
got
underneath
metal,
there, Bubba.
metal
There's all.
structure on them. Yeah.
Greg, there's sure enough good tents.
Yeah, I mean that's like if that.
And look, see, they're throwing out candy, but the problem is they're collapsing the tents on everybody.
Oh my gracious!
Oh my goodness!
Lift, lift, higher.
Wow. Where was like? Would this be an engineer that would tell you that's not a good idea? Who would know that this won't work?
Yeah. You mean ahead of time?
Yeah.
Rick,
where was the person that said helicopters hovering over
Rick,
tents?
You
I
see
don't
how
know.
big those things are?
No,
I mean, they
they're
got
great.
metal supports.
No, they're
on
great.
them.
No, they're great.
And they eventually
Oh, my.
collapsed every one of them.
Oh my!
People were seriously.
Did the
hurt.
helicopter pilot not?
Watch,
Did nobody wave him off?
Every single tent collapses.
Did no one
Look,
say?
There's 2 down, 2 still up. 3 goes down.
Oh, Bubba.
Good gracious.
Oh my goodness.
That's bad.
Are people hurt?
People were trapped under it. There was
That's
no
what he was
fatalities,
saying.
but there were
Greg,
some injuries.
We've had enough of that.
Greg.
Yeah,
That's what he was saying.
Yeah.
Greg, you've done enough today, buddy.
You know how the Adler's living the
Hey,
day
buddy.
like this is what it's like to be Greg.
Yeah.
It's been 1 hour.
Yeah.
The problem is he doesn't care. You do.
I do
So,
care.
so it's all you've thought about.
I do
Yeah.
care,
He moved
yeah.
on the minute it happened.
Yeah.
So back
Join
to
my team. It's a lot less stressful.
back to the tents. For those of you who can't see, don't think classic tent. This is
No,
Look at Pal.
It's like a permanent tent.
Yeah.
You know, with the.
It's like a bubble you'd put over a swimming pool or tennis court.
yeah. I mean,
Tennis
it's
court,
got
yes.
metal underneath there. I mean,
big time bracing.
if a helicopter forces that down on you, doesn't that hurt?
yeah,
I mean,
you
isn't
think
it?
so?
Yeah, it's not like that. You just had, some cloth come down on you. You got to have that metal that's holding it up coming down on you.
Boom.
think of the
Almost
pilot
looks like
trying to get word
scaffolding.
what's going on.
Is that the pilot?
No, probably not.
Probably the spokesperson.
But just
Rick,
trying,
I would
trying to get
say-
word up there. No, they're coming down. Lift.
Helicopters are amazing devices, or movable wing aircraft, as my cousin would call it.
Sure.
But them and dropping things to people, and them in tents, and them in crowds on the ground have always been a bad match.
Yeah.
It just never has worked very well.
Yeah,
I mean, we've got numerous incidents that just went south.
Yes. Banners. When people have like banners up on forklifts. Have you seen that before? People do a forklift with banners. That's a whole lot of leverage, and just a small amount of wind can really send that over. So
what do you mean by that?
You got to be careful.
But
You
where
gotta
was
be
the
very
person? Where was the person? And Bubba, I honestly think if it was our group, it would be you. Where is the person that you go? Now, here's what we're thinking about. We're going to bring all the listeners out, kind of like y'all used to do. It's not going to be a full-blown fat fest, but it's going to be kind of like a gathering. We're going to have we've got these giant tents, and the listeners are going to gather there, and then we're going to fly a helicopter over and start dropping Rick and Bubba T-shirts out of it to everybody. I think it would have been Bubba said, now, wait a minute, where's the helicopter going to be? Well, we're going to hover it right over the tents. I think Bubba would have said, helicopters and tents, I don't think that goes together.
I would say helicopters and dropping anything is not good, because you have a lot of air going down right under the blades, but guess what's going on right on the other side of where the blades? It's going up.
Yeah.
Right.
No, you're right. Yeah.
It's a good point. Have you ever had anything gone bad like this, where not like this, but just any type of structure that you're involved with, it's gone
No, I'm
haywire?
glad. The more I see this, I'm glad that Fat Flight worked out like it did. It was a complete success, but we had military people helping with that one.
Yeah. Well, I just thought about that. We saw some things that happened on the ground that had nothing to do with the helicopter.
Yeah, we had a lady get punched by another lady, but that had nothing to do with the helicopter.
Nothing you can do about that.
That's still to this day. I've seen some great sucker punches, and YouTube wasn't and Instagram wasn't alive then. But if that had gotten on video, it would have been a piece of art. I've seen some that try to live up to it, but what Bubba and I saw, especially the fact that it was two women, unfortunately makes it a little better.
Pell City women, too.
Yeah,
They punch.
That when they were both pulling on that T-shirt in tug of war form, and the one that was a little bit stronger, released the right hand and still held on with the left and punched down with the right hand right on the top of the nose of the other one who was trying to take it from her. The T-shirt belonged to her at that point.
Yeah. Rick, could y'all not just drop one more T-shirt? My goodness.
Well, we were up in there. We could just see it. We could just
such
see
a small budget then.
To Speedy's,
do you know how much aviation fuel cost even back then?
nothing to do with aviation. Well, kinda depends on how you define it. But I mean, I know we're trying to forget about this, but I'll take you back to Hattiesburg.
See, I didn't want to. That popped in my mind, but I didn't want to relive it.
Yeah, I was thinking more wind.
That didn't turn out like we thought it would.
That's a
I
terrifying.
mean, we're talking
Terrifying.
about things flying and shirts.
Terrifying.
Yeah, it's not
Crank
good.
it up.
People getting hurt.
What a terrible feeling.
You're talking about glass
Yeah,
falling.
that
on
event's
someone's
one
back.
reason I don't even want to leave the studio anymore. You know, and I just don't even want to leave.
Eventually cost us an affiliate.
It really
did.
In a funny kind
Bad
of
straight up.
Last straw.
I think that that was one of those moments when we realized that our ability to move on is not shared by all.
Right.
No, we were over it quick once we saw the guy was okay. And he wanted a shirt or two.
I wouldn't say quick, maybe a day or two.
Not everybody moves on like we do.
Yeah.
They don't.
Once I saw he was good, he was laughing it off.
Yeah.
I don't think he was a problem.
This is typical us. As long as the listeners were fine, we thought it was fine.
Yeah.
We forgot all the people that hired
that
us,
part, yeah.
all the people that rented the building,
They had to get it repaired.
the people who really liked that chandelier.
Rick and Bubba.
So the Masters is over, right? It's done.
The Masters is finished. We have a new Masters champion, Patrick Reed. Rick, he won with one-stroke lead over Ricky Fowler, and I know Helms is following. How did Tiger end up in all this?
Tiger had an okay tournament. He had his first round in the 60s on a Sunday in a major yesterday since 2011. So a lot of progress out of him, and he seems to be – no, I didn't really expect him to win it, okay. I did expect him to play a little better than he did, but he finished strong, and so we'll see what happens the next couple months with him.
Now, Patrick Reed, who fondly is sometimes called Captain America.
And why is that?
2016, Rick, and I will show you a video later that you will say what Speedy did this morning after watching it. I wish golf was like that all the time, and it goes back to 2016 and his Ryder Cup performance and some of the fist pumps and yeah-yeahs and those type of things. He is not well liked among his peers, this guy, Patrick Reed, Captain America. 2015, matter of fact, they did a poll amongst the PGA Tour players, and he came in second behind Bubba Watson of the most disliked guys out there. And so so he's not – and there's some other things that have happened in his past. I don't really up on it, but
well, I got it here in the story.
I'll tell you what, he's wearing a green jacket today.
He is the master. He was kicked off the University of Georgia golf team. He was nearly voted off the Augusta State team by his teammates for offenses ranging from alcohol-fueled misbehavior to an arrest for underage drinking to constantly talking down to lesser teammates, and also was plagued by an alleged cheating infraction. His coach at Augusta State suspended him and warned him that his entire career was about to go up in smoke.
And you know me, Rick, I love all that because it's a comeback story.
Well, unless he's still a jerk.
Well, I think here's the thing. I don't know if he's a jerk or not, but you don't get the nickname Captain America from your peers and folks if you're being that same way. He's not acting like that.
Now, Rick, he said in an interview with ESPN back in 2014, he said that he went through this bad time, but said he had to realize it was not all about me.
Oh, good. Okay.
So hopefully he has changed a little bit. But Rick, you know what I like? He's kind of a big guy. He's not fat, but he's just a big bone kid.
Yeah, I was going to take that on too. If you didn't see his picture, say I've never seen him before, which I never had before now, and the way they were describing him, I thought I was going to see some tub of goo, old fatty, fat, and I'm looking at the pictures of him. Whatever, I mean, Gosh, how fat do y'all think we are?
You gotta.
This is golf.
You got to compare to the other guys. Golf is not what it used to be.
He's not a point guard.
He's not. But most of the guys are these days.
Yeah, they look athletic.
Yeah, they don't.
And that other guy that was getting mad, he doesn't either. The guy that I was telling you that kept slamming.
Oh, John Rahm.
Yeah, he doesn't look like an athlete either.
I've never thought Phil Mickelson looked like an athlete.
No, he doesn't.
No. But I don't include him in that generation of those guys that do.
Let me ask you this, Hams, because you mentioned that he was not well liked. What is it that he does? And I didn't know that Bubba Watson was not well liked. I don't follow them real close. So why do people not like Bubba Watson?
People named Bubba.
Right.
Yeah, they're so offensive.
There have been moments on the golf course where he has talked down to his caddy, and he's just not very friendly. He's got probably 4 or 5 guys he runs around with, and outside of that,
he's not warm. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's just
not a warm guy.
And I mean, it may be.
Well, not all Bubbas can be warm.
Yeah.
And cuddly.
I looked, and Vince Vaughn was caddying for Jordan Spieth.
Yeah.
Does that guy not look like Vince Vaughn?
He does, by the way. He does. No, it was a good tournament, and Patrick Reed is a grinder. He's a hard worker, and he has come from as Bubba explained, a troubled past somewhat. But the story Sunday was, will he hold on to the lead? Because he had 3 shots lead going into Sunday. And really the only guys that people were talking about that could give him a run would have been Rory, who was chasing his career Grand Slam. That's only been done 5 times, and he would have been the 6th one. And, of course, that didn't happen. He had a horrible day. Ricky Fowler had an opportunity. He was in the second to last group and played unreal. And I hope Ricky Fowler wins one. You're talking about a likable guy. He is awesome.
Seems nice.
Is that old man Fowler's boy?
It is.
It is.
Can I ask you, Ricky?
School with the Ricky Fowler?
Yeah.
Can I ask you?
That's what I was thinking.
Let me ask you a Ricky question.
It'd also be a great NASCAR name.
He used to wear like colors that corresponded to the closest team or something. He always wore different colors.
I don't know about team, but he's always Ricky Fowler grew up. This is funny because you just brought up racing, Rick, and he growing up he did 2 things. He did dirt bike racing, and he was a golfer. And when he got
named Ricky Fowler, not race something.
When he got to be about and he was looking at. I mean, you got to understand, he dominated in both, and he got to the point where he was like, okay, the racing thing's getting a little out of hand, a little more dangerous than I want it to be. I think I'm going to stick with golf, and so I think he's made a good decision. But to answer your question, Bubba, yes, he has always wore these bright colors and.
Or was it the Lions that he used to wear the logo for them all the time? Because he was from Detroit or something?
I don't think he's ever done a specific team. I think you're talking about somebody else.
Did he play at Tennessee? Is that why?
No.
I thought somebody
What's the
said
P on
Well,
his hat
I was just
stand
wondering what the colors yesterday, if that meant anything.
No.
6 minutes past the hour. The hour will start with phone calls. Yep. So all lines are available. Dial us up right now. 866-WE-BE-BIG to join us on the show. Do you been paying? And we look forward to chatting with you. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler are all here. And they're ready for a brand new hour. The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls again this hour to get it started. So if you're trying to get in, no chatting with Gregory. Let's just find out what you want to talk about, and then you get lined up ready to go. You're now programming the Rick and Bubba Show. What a responsibility. So bring some questions and comments to the show. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you. And remember, we only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
5 hours each and every day. I was looking at some of the people at the end of the year, the amount of time that they spend listening to the archives and all that. And I must say that many are listening to you, Bubba. Many are giving us. Or as they say, if you go to the podcast, 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, depending on what speed you listen to it.
Right. Randy, we ain't got no band. Randy. Randy will get us started. Randy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, good morning. How are y'all?
We're good.
Hey, if you get a chance, look at it. There's a video floating around. You can find it easily of a security guard at the Mall of Americas in Minnesota telling a guy wearing a Jesus Saves T-shirt that he's got to leave the mall because it's offensive and upsetting people.
No, you're making that up. Are you?
Here's the footage, isn't it?
Yeah.
I guess you got this whole thing on the back, that coexist bumper sticker, that one you see everywhere.
Yeah.
And he's got a line through it, and it says Jesus is the only way. And the security guard gets gets a little uppity with him on that he needs to go because this is not the place and he's offensive. So the video's out there. You guys can easily find it.
Yeah,
we're playing it now.
Adler's already found it. I see it right there. Do I go with it? No?
No,
Okay.
no,
Okay. Yeah, some language. But we see what they're saying. People are complaining about his shirt. Bubba, please tell me that our country, well, it has, Rick. Bubba doesn't even have to answer you. You know this is the truth.
Well, you knew this was coming. I mean, it's been predicted.
But
we
really
know it's going to come true. I think we're a little shocked when we see it happening before our eyes.
Right. And Jesus, by the way, said this would be the response to him.
Yeah.
That I didn't come to bring peace. I came to bring a sword, and I'll divide families against each other and people against each other over my exclusivity of the claim that there is no other way. There is no name that anyone can be redeemed than any other way than Jesus. So anyway, but back to this. Take that prediction out, and we know that's truth. We can't live, no matter how you feel about this, we cannot let this constitutional republic, maximum liberty, ultimate freedom, get to the point that you can be removed from a public space like a mall because somebody doesn't like your shirt.
Yeah, I mean, he's what?
Not, and I'd say that about shirts that bother me. I don't have the right to tell that person they can't wear that shirt.
Well, the question is, what is the line? What are the rules? What has the property owner said?
That's different. You're right. If it's a
facility?
private place, yeah. So I guess it is.
So,
private.
but does private ownership overreach the First Amendment? We forget a lot of times the First Amendment and the Constitution limits the federal government. It doesn't limit private citizens.
Right.
If you think about it.
That's where you're 100% right.
So this might fall into that. Also know that part of the country has a heavy Muslim influx too. Yeah. So again, I don't know why that is where a lot of them landed. I would have thought they would have gone to somewhere warmer.
Right.
But you never know. Just a curiosity factor there. So I don't know. Maybe the mall has a rule against that, but you would think that it's still just a little odd this day and time in America that a shirt that says that on it is offensive when you could probably wear a lot of other things very offensive to me and they'd get away with it.
Well, that's the question. It's got to be even-handed. I mean, if someone who is a fundamental Muslim is walking wearing a shirt that says "convert or die," I mean, it's if you're gonna do this coexist thing, which to me is laughable because the ones who usually put the coexist thing up there, what they really mean is Christians can't tell anybody that Jesus is the only way to be redeemed, but everybody else can do whatever they want. Mm-hmm. That's what they really mean. But the coexist people, I hate to bring this up to you. If you're a coexister, you must coexist with devout disciples of Jesus who say, my faith tells me and the Lord that is my authority tells me he is the exclusive way to redemption. That's our theology. So if you're going to coexist, you got to coexist with that belief. Now you can disagree with it, but you can't tell somebody they can't wear a shirt that only confirms what their Lord told them.
Very strange. Yeah. Very strange.
If we believe in the freedom of expression, your religious beliefs, as long as you don't physically harm or steal from other people, if the T-shirt just kind of hurts my feelings, I'm not sure hurting feelings is protected. Now, the right for someone to express their religious belief is protected, but I'm not sure hurt feelings is protected. Or I don't like it, or I don't want to hear that. I don't want to see that.
Be.
See, those of you that love this kind of stuff, you're not going to like it when they come for you. And you don't get to speak your mind and you don't get to express yourself. You ain't going to like that very much. I think everybody should be allowed to express themselves. I also like that because I'd like to know what people really believe so I can watch out for them.
True.
Let's go to Chris, Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning. The other day, y'all were talking about the vaccines and all these young people that seem to be having cardiac arrest. And there's this narrative about tying the vaccines. Now, don't get me wrong. I did not get the vaccine, and I won't. I don't agree with it. But My son passed away in May, and he was 21 years old. He had a sudden cardiac arrest. He was perfectly healthy. Autopsy could not find anything. He did have COVID about 3 months prior to that. So with as many people that have had COVID in our country, there's also a lot of people who have been vaccinated. And I'm just wondering if anybody's looking at whether it's the vaccines or whether it's COVID that could be leading to some of these unexplained deaths.
Yeah, I think that's the proper balance. I think when you get to it, I think there's one thing that nobody can say. COVID doesn't have any long-term damage, and the vaccine doesn't have any damage. They both can have damage. And which one gets credit for whatever happens, but I think we have to say there are people that likely had bad side effects from the vaccine, and there's no guarantee they wouldn't. And there's people who had terrible side effects from having COVID. It's all
both of them can cause blood clots, right?
Right.
Because what
we can't
the
say,
vaccine mimics it, so your body can, your immune system can jump on it. But I think the spike protein is what causes issues with blood clots, no matter how you get it.
Look, I was talking with somebody yesterday, and I don't know. They've never had COVID. They've had all the vaccines and all the boosters, and they're a senior citizen. And they said, look, my health has done nothing but gone south since I took all that stuff. I didn't have high blood pressure. Now I do. I didn't have any problem with my heart. Now I got a pacemaker. All this happened post-vaccine and post-boosters. I'd never had that problem before, and this person's a senior citizen.
Well, see, you don't know.
Now, is it tied to that?
Yeah,
no way to know, but I'm just telling you.
Yeah, it's hard to do a double-blind test and get a good read on that. But
that could be a coincidence.
I do think this, and maybe we're just hearing more of it. And sir, that called, I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
I feel like we're hearing more 20-year-olds, young adults, athletes now having heart and stroke issues than ever before. Maybe I'm just hearing more. Again, not a scientific study, but it just seems to me we're doing stories about it. We're hearing callers talk about it more than ever.
To Seth in Alabama. Seth, go ahead.
I'm originally from Hattiesburg, and I was wondering if y'all could expand on that fiasco that y'all were talking about earlier. I've never heard this story.
No, we'd rather not.
No, Seth. No.
Yeah, it's been talked about.
It's one of those things that this is why you shouldn't have missed the tour.
Yeah.
I mean, we were right there in your own town.
I'm sorry about that.
I mean, it's just it's almost like saying, hey guys, I heard y'all. We're in a van and y'all had a wreck. Go back and walk through that again. We just don't want to. It's it's.
Well, there's a picture of it. If you're watching, are you watching or listening?
Yeah, we lost it. So.
I'm watching.
Let's go to Kyle. Kyle, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
It was hot dog launcher versus the chandelier, and the hot dog launcher won.
It did. Turn it up. I'll never forget those words.
I know.
Kyle, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. Listen, I got a question for Rick. Bubba here.
Yeah.
We were so dependent back in the day on Wall Street that nowadays we're so dependent on the internet for everything. Oh, as an engineer, are you worried about the way our future's going with us being dependent on the internet so much?
I think we can be too dependent on anything. Even our own ability to do things, and that's always worrisome. I think when the internet was invented, they were talking about the information age, and we all thought it should have been the space age. And well, you kind of see now the amount of information. I think what you couldn't predict is how people are going to react to it, interact with it, social media, how that's going to play into it, who's going to be in control of that. All of that was really something we never saw or never thought about early on. I didn't.
Well, even on that documentary that Helms brought to the table that we all are thankful for.
It's a cornerstone.
Most of the people that were working to make it fun and to make it be able to monetize it, they tell you straight up, we had no idea the damage it would do.
Right.
We thought the like button would be fun. We didn't know that it would destroy people's lives.
And artificial intelligence, how it has played in this.
He's a Puma guy, and he has always wore orange.
Cobra too.
Cobra and Puma, I think, are mixed. Puma. But he's always been the Puma guy, and he's the flat bill hat guy, and bright colors, and And so, but I hope he wins one day. I think he will sooner than later. One of the biggest stories yesterday was Jordan Spieth being 9 strokes down. No one has ever come back and won a Masters 9 strokes down. I think 8 strokes was the record. And you looked up yesterday with a couple holes left, and Jordan is right there. He shot a 64, and you're thinking, goodness gracious. And it's funny to hear these guys talk, too, because Jordan Spieth, and I just have to take him at his word. I think he's a pretty trustworthy guy out there, but he said from the time he started to the time he finished, he never looked at the leaderboard. And he shot a 64, and he said, I would not have been surprised if I would have been leading the tournament when I got off 18, and I wouldn't have been surprised if I was like 4 down because he had started where he did. And then you hear Patrick Reed who says, I look at the leaderboard every chance I get. Every time a leaderboard's up, I'm glancing. It's funny to see their mindset and how they work through all that. But like him or not, Patrick Reed, I think, is good for golf. He is a hard worker. He's come back. 2015 was a lot of the drama, and I don't like. He brought on himself. He at the end of a round in a tournament, he looked into the camera and told everybody, even though he was like 25th or 30th in the world, he said, I'm clearly a top 5 player in the world right now, and people didn't like that. They hated that. They took it as arrogance, which it probably is, but I look at that sometimes as confidence. You got to have the confidence to stand in those kind of crowds and that kind of pressure and play, and he pulled it off. Fantastic story. His wife used to caddy for him, and they had their first child, which I think, as most people do, it changes your life, and so he's probably a little more tender-hearted than he used to be. But I think the greatest story of this whole thing is his wife stops caddying for him to go have their child. He could have pretty much got anybody he wanted to. He grabs her brother, who's in medical sales. He didn't even golf.
Right.
And so for 2 years, he's been carrying this guy's bag, his brother-in-law's bag, and now he's carrying the bag of a guy that won the Masters.
That's fun.
He goes from medical sales and not playing golf to caddying for the Masters.
Is he pretty good at medical sales?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, don't you kind of need somebody to help you read putts?
Evidently not. I mean, I think he does. I think he's kind of learned the ropes.
Well, that sounds like how we had this show.
Yeah.
Nobody is doing on the show anything they had any expertise in.
Great point.
What? We'll be back.
Thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
All right,
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. 866 We Be Big is our number. So, Bubba, the old break got you. You were talking about artificial intelligence. Is that where you're going?
Yeah, I think we were talking about technology and, all the pitfalls that come with it.
Right.
I don't think anybody, when the internet was first connected and we were all looking at web pages,
right,
that we had, and anything on a computer can be tracked. We know that. But I don't think anybody had any idea. And you've heard Bill Gates, you've heard Elon, you've heard all these people,
Al Gore.
Steve Jobs, all of them warn about the dangers of artificial intelligence.
Yep.
Well, when you first hear that, you think robots and Skynet from, the Schwarzenegger movies and all that, but it's really not that as much as it is. I don't think any of us thought that we could be categorized and our movements followed so closely on the internet that artificial intelligence through these algorithms could get a digital read on our life and predict what we're going to do and feed us news stories that we only wanted to see.
Yeah.
I mean, when it was human-based in the early days, it wasn't as bad, but the artificial intelligence can do so much so fast for so many people. And, Ham's bringing that documentary to us was a game changer. When you hear all these people that started a lot of these websites and apps in the early days, what they were trying to do and what they turned into. And they didn't like what was happening. They said, we're feeding people only stories that they want to hear, so they never hear a different opinion to balance that out with in their own mind. So they get very, very programmed to this one line of thinking. And then when they do hear somebody else from another line of thinking, it's not, I kind of disagree with you, you're an idiot. And exactly. I can't even coexist with you.
Well,
so I think that part of it is a little bit scary because we're allowing a computer with an algorithm to feed us our news every day if all you ever use is online stuff.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things where just like everything that's ever been produced in this fallen creation, it can be used for a tremendous amount of good, and I have seen that.
Yeah.
I'm actually thankful for the technology because of the things that I've seen happen through it that probably wouldn't happen any other way, and I can give you a number of examples of that. But there's always the negative and the corrupted side of it too, and I think what you have to do in your mind is what Bubba just said. I would caution everyone on letting this be your only source of information.
Yeah.
I would caution you on that. I would, it's fine to say, I'm getting some beneficial things here. I mean, the things we can do with Bible studies now, and I mean, the Wednesday Bible study went from being basically, 20 to 40 guys hearing it to now 5,000 and 6,000 people get it every week. But you can't get caught in this circle that you just talked about of these algorithms. You still got to critically think. You need to read books. You need to read other sources. You need to have conversations. Don't let it take over your life. Let it be a tool in your life, but it can't be the center of your life.
Right.
And it cannot be where you only place you get your information, because all they're really trying to do to you is, as Bubba said, we saw in that documentary, give you what they think you want and then try to sell you ads because they know you'll look at those things. I mean, all I have
What's
to
the
do.
name of it, Helms? I forgot.
Social Dilemma.
Social Dilemma. That's right.
All I have to do is look at one picture of a deer, and before I know it,
covered up.
Instagram is flooded with deer pictures, deer products. It's everywhere. I mean, you can just see it so quick. And so stay away from that. There's so much bad information. So look at it as a tool to be used for good, even for entertainment if you so desire, but it can't be the center of the universe. And unfortunately, the things it's playing to and the way our minds work is there's an addictive property where it pulls you in like nicotine on a cigarette.
Oh, yeah.
To where you can't not look.
Like donuts.
And it brings you into a world that isn't real. And that's the danger of it. But and of course the tracking. People know. I mean, they track you. If it doesn't spook everybody that you can just talk to somebody in a room about something and then ads for that come up.
Yeah.
I mean, if that doesn't concern you.
Yeah, and I don't care what they say about their privacy. They're absolutely listening to you. You know they are.
Yeah.
So, Rick, like when humans are in charge, like me and you could get Greg all ginned up on something, and talk about sequels and talk about human to puppet interaction. We could get him all tore up over here.
Yeah.
But we know there's a point where we go, okay, he's had enough.
That's right.
We cut the switch on.
Yeah.
But this artificial intelligence doesn't. It just keeps throwing fuel on the fire to you get to a point where you've painted yourself in a corner. You've only got a very limited way that you look at things, a very limited thought process, and you're mad at everybody else who's not in that corner with you, as opposed to you can still have those concerns and those convictions, but a little more broader look at everything, and you measure it, even in Bible study. Love our Sunday school teacher, love our pastor. I still read other people's commentary on things. I love talking to you about some of those things. But you have to
read the Bible yourself.
Yeah.
Don't let somebody tell you what it says.
Yeah, you do your own interpretation.
Right.
So you don't ever get on a path so small that you can't turn around.
Correct.
You
can't.
I don't know how to describe it, but that's the best way I can.
We
think
can't
of it.
lose our ability to critically think and reason things out. And
know when to hit the circuit
and use
breaker.
your own mind.
Yes.
Use your own convictions. If something doesn't feel right, or you think, well, that doesn't make sense, that means you still have the ability to do that. Don't let that part of your psyche die.
Yeah, you have a brain. God has give you 8 pounds of gray matter sitting up there on top of your head. Use it.
Yeah.
Use it. Don't let it be totally programmed by somebody else.
All right, when we come back, speaking of that, Bubba, some people think they found the edge of the flat earth. Have you seen this picture?
And we have reparation talk from San Francisco.
Yep, all that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To wrap up, because a lot of you asked for an update on the CDC worker that went missing. We let a little while go by, and then we started asking, hey, is this guy ever going to be found? He was found that day. Body, sadly, found in the Chattahoochee. Now all the different scenarios on how his body would end up in the Chattahoochee. A lot of people were emailing over the weekend, will y'all now take this investigation to the next level?
Well, Rick, I really think we need a better explanation of, hey, he washed up in the Chattahoochee. I mean, that's
well, let's find out why.
That kind of sounds like a country song, but I mean, this, and we don't know what he did. We know he worked at the CDC. We have the official word. We don't really know what went on once he got in there with his, card and behind closed doors. Who knows? but I've got 4 in my mind, and again, I'm not a FBI profiler. I just play one here on the radio.
Right, you're on the new television show Dead Air, though.
Right.
Yes, that's right.
And so to me, if I'm on the big whiteboard at our meeting, I say we got 4 scenarios here, guys. We got to look at. He went for a swim in the river in February looking for crystals.
I'm gonna take that one out.
I'm going to say that's the least likely of the bunch.
Well, I mean, I know we got to put it up there that somebody decided to go swimming in the Chattahoochee in February recreationally. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that one, but it is on the board.
And that's kind of the one that the authorities were pushing a little bit. And I think it was a test balloon to see if they think we would buy that.
Well, I finally saw a quote from somebody over the weekend that says, we don't know yet.
Right.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I think they felt
I'll accept that.
It's almost like they felt so stupid for acting like that's what happened.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Option number 2, it was a crime, and it could be random crime or it could be crime of reason or passion. Now, there's one thing in this story that has bothered me, that the red flags went up.
Mm-hmm.
When the neighbor was talking about him and said, he acted kind of strange, he gave his phone number to us to put in, and I think he said his wife put in her cell phone, and then he came over and asked them to take it out. That didn't make sense to me, and maybe he didn't explain it well. What is this guy's wife doing with a neighbor's cell phone and him? I mean, I know neighbors usually exchange phone numbers, but the fact it was his wife, we're looking into all possibilities here. He's not married. They are. It just something seemed weird about that to me.
Yeah, may I weigh in? Let's say it may not be anything inappropriate with the man's wife, since he was kind of aware of what was going on, but he knew something was up because he would ask even people he knew, "Hey, you want to take my number out of your phone?"
And he mentioned his wife in particular,
which means something. He's got a sense at work or something involving his life. Something's up.
Right.
You really don't want to be traced to me here.
Number three. This was a hit. It was a calculated murder by a foreign power for some reason. Foreign power. That's option three.
Because of where he worked. Was he a whistleblower? What's the reason?
Did he have information they wanted? Did they have information they were trying to extort from him?
Okay.
Did they have some disease they were trying to get him to steal? Deal went bad?
Yeah.
Or, we made the deal.
Weaponize?
Now we kill the guy that did the crime. It's like the first rule of assassination. You kill the assassin.
And I'm a foreign power, so I want to weaponize some sort of disease, and he can get it for me. And
I want something he has access to that we can't.
And I'm gonna pay him a ton of money, and now he's backed out on the deal.
Right, or he gave us the deal, and we need to kill him because it cleans up evidence.
I got you.
All right. Or number 4, and this is the one we certainly hope not. It was a hit by somebody in the U.S. government for some reason. Similar to the number 3, but let's say that he learned a secret at the CDC and he was about to go public with it, and they said we can't have that.
That's your standard whistleblower scenario.
Or maybe they find out he's about to try to smuggle something out to sell to a foreign power, and they have to stop it. They're not going to allow it to happen. Or maybe there's something in there that they didn't want us to know was in there. I don't know. I'm just look.
All that's under that.
Well, Dead Air's got a lot of work to do.
I think there's 4 options there, and it has to fall really in one of those 4.
All right. Let me ask you this: because is this one in your 2 scenario? Or are you also including just an unfortunate? Hey, I was mad about something at work or just upset. I'm going to go out and take a walk. I've got my crystals. That's kind of my thing. I'm going to go out and walk and just kind of get away and take some air. And I don't know why you'd leave your cell phone and your keys, and your dog unattended to do that. But the dog wouldn't be that big a deal because you think I'm coming back.
Right.
But I don't know why you'd leave your cell phone and your keys if that's it. So I'm almost going to rule that one out. And just some random, hey, I live near Atlanta and some criminal rolled me.
It's possible.
And killed me.
It's possible. Could just be a random mugging.
$35 past the hour. Hey, here we go. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Tell your children that there's kindness to my anger. All right, so have y'all bought in on HelloFresh.com/Bubba yet?
Hello, Greg.
Have y'all done this yet? Man, you talk about this meal planning service. Fantastic. Not only do they just say, we'll help you plan the meals, they actually send you the ingredients for the meals. You do prepare them, and that's great. You're getting everybody there around the table, but you're saving yourself money, about 25% cheaper than takeout. Takeout is convenient, but it hurts. It'll sting. And also, we're not really a lot of times talking about good nutritional food. But, I mean, HelloFresh has got everything from I'm trying to do a little bit better to I just want to have something good to eat. They got it all. And they send them. You order them. Here they come. Here's my recipe cards. They're easy to follow. You get all the ingredients that go with it. And then you prepare the meals and get the family around the table. If you need on-the-go quick meals, quick breakfast, quick snacks, they got those too. It's going to save you money on your total food bill. Anybody been in the grocery store lately? Hello. Speaking of HelloFresh, everything costs more. So don't waste food. Bring in the pre-portioned ingredients, do the step-by-step instructions, make these meals. It brings some variety, too, because their chefs are always coming up with new stuff. 35 weekly recipes, 70 seasonal and convenience items, and we'll get you 22 free meals right now, plus free shipping with the code Bubba. Or you can find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. 22 free meals plus free shipping. It's a great deal. Use our code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, so Bubba, this is, speaking of Bubba, this is a picture where we have some of the flat earthers that once again have been victims to what you were cautioning everybody on. We keep telling them, are y'all ever going to find the edge of the flat Earth? And they're claiming
the great ice wall.
Yeah, they think that they're getting fired up that they're going to find the ice wall at the edge of the flat Earth because NASA found a perfectly cut trillion-ton rectangular iceberg floating off of the Larsen Sea ice shelf. And they think this is it because it's so perfectly cut?
Yes, this is going viral. People are like, oh, there's the edge of the flat Earth. We found it.
How's that?
The problem is this is from NASA discovered this in 2018. So this is not only not that, but it's also old.
Yeah, we're going to do away with the actual physics of all this and just talk horse logic, which is what apparently a lot of this is driven on.
Okay.
Why would if the Earth was flat and there was an edge, why would it be icy on the edge and not all over it?
Right,
it's an ice wall.
Yeah.
But why would there be an ice wall when it's warm weather everywhere in the middle of it?
There he goes.
Well, I'm just asking.
I know.
The only way you really
it hurt you to drop the physics of it all, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm just going to go horse sense with you.
Right.
The only way you really could have polar caps, if you would, is if the heating is uneven, and the only way you would get that would be on a ball or a sphere.
Here he goes. I mean,
be very warm at the equator, very cold at the poles.
You flat people, you flat Stanleys, y'all walk right into Bubba's sphere logic, and I mean, you got nowhere to go. Everything you keep throwing up there just screams ball.
Yeah, but
huh?
Yeah,
but you ain't seen that YouTube video, have you?
No, I don't have to.
Rick, and there's a famous basketball player that thought it, so I got to think.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
They must know everything.
There's people on YouTube, and there's a famous basketball player.
Yeah, so they must be real.
My favorite is that little cartoon where you have the whole solar system drawn out, and then the Earth is like a skillet, and it says, "Well, this is awkward."
I love that one too. Well, Bubba, I can't spend much time on flat Earth anymore. But anyway, that's not the ice edge of the flat Earth.
There's the edge.
Found the edge.
It does look kind of cool.
I'll tell you what it looks like is that old ice cream you cut at that old cutting places.
Yeah. Good, too.
All right. You're America. There's been call for reparations. We have gotten our country now to a place that there are people who never were slaves asking for reparations from people who never owned slaves. It's an awkward position, almost as awkward as a flat Earth. It's a tough ask from people who had nothing to do with it, and it's also a tough ask from people who were not involved in it either. But we're deciding that we're going to do this, and it looks like San Francisco is going to lead the way.
Rick, San Francisco has a commission on reparations, and they've been meeting over the past year. We've done a couple of stories on it. You know, when it began, they were estimating maybe 300,000 for people who qualified. Now, who qualifies is important to this story.
It varied, and we watched those. We watched some of those,
and it was residents of San Francisco. You had to be there or born there during a certain time period. You had to be a direct descendant of someone who was held in slavery. You had to do this, do that. It was you had to be over, so many years of age, and there was some qualifications, and we'll get to that. That's more in the details. But it started out, they were talking about 300,000 per person. Then we saw people coming to the microphone when they were having their public, meeting saying 500 minimum. Then we had a guy come, and he was saying, look, there'll be no peace in the streets if we don't get $1 million each. You remember that guy?
Yeah, I do remember.
We saw that story.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, the commission has finished their work now, and Rick, they are recommending $5 million per person.
Oh, my.
Complete debt forgiveness. This means home, student loans, car, credit card, anything you owe.
You think the $5 million could have covered that?
And $97,000 in income per year for the rest of their life.
Is this
for doing? And they got to do nothing.
Hey, are you going to turn my leg loose?
No, this is what they're recommending.
That's not true.
Now
that isn't true.
Now here's the beauty. And I'm just talking about the numbers. I'm not talking about right or wrong. I mean, we could debate that, argue that. You're going to have emotional arguments either way. I don't know how you fix the evils of the past and the current situation without just simply punishing, like you say, the people who didn't have anything to do with it. How do you even all that? I don't know. I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking strictly the numbers.
And apparently San Francisco's got a bunch of money laying around I'm not aware of.
Well, if only 10,000 people apply and qualify for this, it will cost them $50 billion. $50 billion.
Okay. Where would that come from?
If only 10,000. You're going to see many more than
I'm
that.
signing up for it.
Try to
I'm
sign up for
going
that.
to get on Ancestry.com.
Right.
This
Yeah.
50,
Of course, I don't live in San Francisco.
$50 billion is much, much more than the budget of San Francisco is for everything they do in a year. So I was looking at the mayor's proposed budgets for the coming years. In the 24-25 year, they're already predicting a $38 million deficit in their budget as is, without this on top of it, which is, by the way, many, many fold what their annual budget is.
Right.
25-26, they are predicting a $148.9 million deficit in their already budget, not counting $50 billion on top of it. I don't know where you get this money at. Now, in the current year, they actually do have a surplus of a few $1 million, and that was because of reevaluation of property values. And they're doing it every 6 months now that the values are going up. I don't know if you've ever noticed how the government does that.
Oh, yes.
You know, like in our state at one time, they only did them every 5 years.
Right.
Well, when the values started going up, they went to every 1 year so they could charge more. Then when the values started going down, they were like, maybe 1 year's too quick. You know, they always slow it up or speed it up depending on which way the market's going. Well, we could argue property taxes. That's another thing, sore spot. But anyway.
Yes.
So no way to pay for this. No way to pay for it. Leo Terrell, who is a Fox News contributor, he said he said it's not ever going to get implemented. He says, I'll be the first lawyer to fight against it. He's black, by the way. You see him on Hannity many times. He said it's outrageous, it's unlawful, it's unconstitutional, it's racist, but not surprising it came from California on the day of MLK's birthday. He added.
Well,
that's Leo's words, not mine.
He also goes on to say this, what I think is very, very important. I actually talked to somebody about this yesterday, how masterful the Democratic Party has been. They, of all people, have somehow spun, with all their history, that they're the champions of black people. What an incredible scam that they have pulled based on all the things they stood for in their past. And they're the first people to say that whatever your past is still indicates who you are now.
Sure.
But they've given themselves a convenient pass on this. And here's what Leo, is it Terrell's, I say his last name, or Terrell? Here's what he said. He said that the Democrats need to play the race card. He said, we do not have systematic racism in our country today. He said, we had that back in maybe 1955. He said, but there's no systemic racism in America today. He said, we have no institutionalized racism, but we do have Democrats playing race cards. He says they need to keep blacks on the government payroll because, now this is a black man, without the black population, there is no Democratic Party. So all they do is try to keep the black people on government payroll because they know if black people ever decided the Democratic Party was only using them or had a new way of keeping them under their control, then the Democratic Party, if they were to lose the black vote, would no longer exist. Now that's not me saying that. But he's saying that's what all this is about. But think about the things that they're playing games with here. It really borderlines on the outrageous.
Well, I think too it may be a case of just trying to buy votes by the politicians who are in power because Larry Elder, who ran for governor in California, also a black man, did not win. Points out that California was not a slave state and San Francisco was not a slave city.
Right.
In other words, by the time those cities came online and were actually big enough to amount to anything, that a lot of that had already been settled in the East and during the Civil War. So they were never active slaves in those cities to begin with. Well, so I don't know. And again, I'm not trying to belittle the problem.
No.
Because obviously what happened was wrong and should never have happened. But I just don't know how you fix it in the rears now and make it fair.
Well, you're looking to find somebody who pays a price, and I'm using the term crime here because it is an analogy, to pay the price for a crime that the people who committed it are dead.
Yeah, I don't know how you fix it.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Sorts,
but probably not. I'm gonna. First of all,
we know
willing.
nothing was taken from him because everything he had was at the house.
Correct.
So, that it's possible. Usually, you hear these scenarios with enemies of the Clintons. Where they're robbed and killed and nothing is taken.
Scenario number 5. There is a fifth one. I'm distraught and I dove in the Chattahoochee and drowned myself.
Suicide.
Suicide. So that's number 5. I'm going to keep that one on the table. I'm going to keep that on the table. I'm going to take recreational swimming. I'm ready to move off it. I'm ready to take it off the board.
Yeah, I if I'm ranking them, that's way at the bottom. Way at the bottom. I don't know suicide jumping into the water unless he had a real big jump. I just don't know that it would be successful. That's a tough one to pull off.
Well, I guess you can take off too. I said he
and
might have been affected by something that was a superhero at night, and so you can take that one off.
Well,
too,
yeah, but we're not even going to make the board.
But that's all in there in those government things.
Yeah.
So all that could be in play right in the middle of all that.
Yeah.
That we weaponized him somehow.
I think 3 or 4 is much, much more likely. But why and by who? And these you've seen. I mean, it's happened before. Just not act like it hasn't.
Right.
Okay. So I'll just leave it at that.
What I'm saying to your point, it's like when we were, in Nicaragua and we went to Monkey Island and people start trying to pet the wild monkeys, and I screamed, "Has no one seen Outbreak? No one." Do we have a generation of students that have never seen the movie Outbreak? And that ties into this too.
Yeah, I know. You just don't know.
So,
but I'm just not buying. I would like to see a little more urgency in this investigation.
Well, or could be if you want to put scenario 6, the Clintons had something against him, but that's kind of in there in 3 and 4.
Yeah, it would be, yeah, or borderline 2,
right?
Just criminals in general.
Hey, if I missed this, I apologize. But body found wasn't really him. Has that been in there?
No. You throwing out? We just found a random Chattahoochee body, and we're saying it must be him.
Have we seen it?
We planted.
Okay, that's all. To me, that's all in the government. That's still in those 3 and 4.
He's really like in some room right now going, because he.
How's he going?
He's tied up.
Yeah.
Your phone calls are next.
But wouldn't somebody be missing somewhere for them to have a body double?
A homeless man that nobody knows.
No, not the homeless man we threw in the river.
Yeah.
Confuse everybody.
Your phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 7 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Much to do as we continue to move forward. So, a couple of updates from what stories we brought you yesterday. I didn't know Chili Dog got arrested. How did Chili Dog? What happened here?
Yeah, why was he arrested?
We played yesterday that the Chili Dog, the fat guitarist, that was drinking a beer with no hands while he shredded on guitar, then used the empty beer bottle to now be the slide for the guitar. Why do we have now a mugshot of Chili Dog?
He had a DUI.
What happened to Chili Dog?
Somehow he got a DUI. How does that happen?
You're right.
I'm so shocked.
I didn't see that coming.
Do you think after they saw his video of him drinking on stage, they just waited and picked him up after the third set?
By the way, that's a setup, so that's not nice.
Yeah. I've always wondered how people get their nickname. I'd love to know how he got his nickname Chili Dog. I know it had to do with the Chili Dog.
Well, he looks like he'd love a good chili
You look
dog.
at him, and I mean, he looks like he should be called Chili Dog. I mean, he really does. I mean, you look at him.
Yeah,
Chili Dog.
Unfortunately, he kind of did it to himself, it seems. The 23-year-old Michael Chili Dog Castleberry amazed the crowd at Tootsie's Wednesday night. After his set, he went to a parking garage to get his vehicle, and then he pulled up alongside Tootsie's to load up. Unfortunately, he fell asleep behind the wheel while parked and running. I think that hurt him.
That'll do it.
That got him.
Doggone it, Chili Dog.
Metro Police woke him up, and he did claim that he stopped drinking 2 hours prior to driving.
We all say that.
And he was just sleeping while he was waiting on a friend.
Right, yeah.
But he did perform poorly on field sobriety.
Now, is his band...
One too many guitar solos.
Is his band called The Fries?
That's funny.
That's good.
Hey, Greg, I want you to stare at that and look how little bit of air his nose even offers. You think old Big Nasty won't snore?
Greg, look at that, right? Look at that deviated septum.
Just watch that nose try to. You think can it even grab any air?
No.
I mean,
his nose is going.
He's got a tiny nose for such a large face.
Tiny nose.
You know, I have a large
like a bugle.
I have a large face, but I have a big nose.
Sure.
Well,
right.
but it's not the nose; it's the nostrils. He has tiny nostrils.
Yeah, it's
Tiny
almost.
nostrils,
It's like
tiny
it's
hands.
almost like the fat of his face is shutting his nose.
Yes, it's like collapsed nostrils.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
He's
nose
closing it.
It's
It's pushing from his neck.
It's all pushing here. I think.
So he's saying this was early in the
So
set.
he has no idea he's going to get arrested.
Well, I mean, you know, this
do
is
y'all
where
believe
why somebody be a roadie for Chili Dog?
Yeah, man.
Why is he
He'll be
having to
loading his
drive
own
and
stuff.
load up his own vehicle? They kill you to have
They're
a
not
roadie.
at that level. They're carrying everything in.
Yeah,
and
but
all.
somebody don't let
got a
him
friend.
drive.
So do y'all believe his story? He drank early in the
I
set
believe it.
and he had stopped.
Of course
and fell
not.
asleep.
The sobriety test solved that.
Well, it depends on how many songs he played with that beer. I mean, he
Yeah,
had to get a
right.
new beer every time.
It really depends how many sets he did.
Right.
You know?
That's good.
That's
bro.
true.
Yeah.
That's
that
true.
nose is just for looks, though, guys. My goodness, that you can't breathe through that
Oh,
thing.
It's
No
almost
way.
a Michael Jackson. nose.
There's no way. How does he breathe? Period.
How's he breathing through it right there when he
Right.
kills that
He has
beer?
to while he's killing that alone
Oh,
now.
he's somebody's got to help Chili Dog.
Come on,
Chili
Chili.
Dog's got to make some change.
Come on, Chili.
You're a good guitarist. You got to make some change.
Yeah.
You
Is it
know?
how fast he ate a chili dog one time, or what
How
do y'all
many
think?
Chili
I
Dogs?
How
think
many?
It's, I think
how
it's
many.
volume.
It's
Yeah.
absolutely how many.
volume. All
Every
the way.
one of them foot long too. There wasn't one that was regular size. Do you remember the old foot long? Did y'all ever feel like? And you and I covered this years
Okay,
ago.
I got it.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chris, a friend of ours. He says Castleberry is his last name, and Castleberry is the brand name of the chili you can buy at the store.
Okay. All right. Do you remember
Chili that's made for hot dogs.
back when America was worth a flip? Do you remember you could get a foot-long chili dog and the weenie itself was its own weenie? They didn't put two back-to-back.
Oh, yeah.
Are they doing two back to back?
Oh, Greg, they started doing two back-to-back years
Same thing
ago.
with the king size candy
Are
bar.
you saying they're doing two
Here we
weenies?
go.
They've got it. They've missed the candy bar and the
They ain't
foot
Always
doing
go back.
little weenies.
It's rare to find the straight-up foot-long weenie.
Didn't know that.
A lot of chili dogs now will put two regular-size weenies, like you're putting batteries in something. And
Rick, that's not true.
No.
The last one I had was
Rick.
two little wings.
It's just like the candy bar.
It's the same
Candy
thing.
bar
So
all over again.
dangerous.
The only one that is bold enough to stay the large candy bar is the Payday.
That's it.
The Payday's still one piece.
I don't want to see two weenies laying in there like they're two batteries. You know, where you got the positive on the top.
Where do you
and the
buy
negative
your
on-
weenies?
You
Because
never-
last time I went, I didn't see little weenies back to back.
You've,
Well, it was
No,
normal
it was
size.
just a
Foot-long hot
foot-long
dog.
hot
I'm
dog.
talking about a foot-long hot
Foot-long,
dog.
not
Big
a
old
regular
foot long.
What do you? Yeah,
well, I'm just saying. I just normally go buy a hot dog.
But what
we were talking
is,
about a foot long.
But what I
hot
said
dog.
was,
It normally
I
has a
said
foot
back
long
when
winner.
America was great, a foot long chili
Was a
dog
foot long.
featured 1 foot long
Yeah,
weenie.
we got it.
Now, if you get a foot long
Speedy had you
chili
put-
dog, it's no wonder you were confused.
I wish
Little
so.
He had you putting them little smokies in
I was
there.
about to say, my goodness, Speedy is really
Well,
upset
in my
about
mind,
this. Right? Yeah.
So they have two.
They got the
Two-
big old bun for the foot long, and they lay 2 weenies in there. There's not one big long weenie.
That's the Snickers thing.
They got away from the big long weenie. I don't know why.
So if you go to Sonic, is it
the
two
biggest
weenies?
mistake
I think it's 2 weenies now.
Are they hiding it under the chili, the break, and the dog?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh yeah, they're
That's
hiding
false
it.
I bet
advertising.
Castleberry would know.
That's
I
false
used-
advertising.
I used to love a chili dog. Now they like to kill me.
and they're hard
But
to
I mean,
eat. You know, they're hard to eat because they're messy.
Oh, I'll tear a chili dog a new one.
Dripping on your
I
clothes.
mean,
Same here.
I'll get it all over me.
It's easier to eat with
You
a
like them
fork.
weenies.
Honestly.
I remember the
No,
day.
I like the chili dog.
I remember the day I sat down and I had to just be told, you and the chili dog got to bust up. He can't be your friend anymore.
Rick, I'm embarrassed to say I had to resort to eating it with a fork.
Yeah,
What?
sometimes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
I've
a lot
done it
easier.
too.
What's happened to y'all?
I'll get it on a
a lot
plate.
easier.
It's a lot, you don't wear it. That's the thing. You don't wear half.
Oh,
of it.
I know. That's not, it's not. I'm not happy with it.
Greg,
Yeah,
It
I'm
was
ashamed-
out
I'm a
of
little bit
necessity.
ashamed, Rick.
what happened to that guy you
I
used
just
to run
couldn't
with?
handle the foot long like I used to do, Rick.
Well, look, I'm cutting
Who's
it.
got the foot long?
Look, let's face it, we can't handle that kind of eating
From
anymore.
Dumb and Dumber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Now, they're saying that Buzz Aldrin reportedly passed a lie detector test during his recollection of his close encounter with alien life during the 1969 Apollo 11 mission to the moon. And they go on to say that some of these other guys, and what it looks like to me is not as much a lie detector test as a company that's gone back and analyzed their voice while they were talking about these things to say they were telling the truth. But, and it says encounter with alien life, but that's really not what he's saying. They all saw something out the window that they didn't know what it was. I don't really count that as alien life. That by definition would be a UFO. But sometimes UFOs, once we look into it, are nothing but pieces of the booster rocket or something else that has broken off floating around in space.
So astronauts Edgar Mitchell and Gordon Cooper are both now deceased. But in 2009, Edgar Mitchell, who was part of the Apollo 14 mission, claimed he saw multiple UFOs. So there's been a number of different astronauts on different missions.
Yeah, Gordon Cooper was always
have-
on record that he claims he saw something.
Right.
Like you said, now he was a. He
But
was
this
a
going back to the Apollo 11, you're right, Bubba. A company analyzed their voices and did different, and basically came out and said, we feel like after reviewing their interviews that they feel like they saw something.
Yeah.
But we just don't know what it is.
But back to Bubba's point. All right, we've never been to space up to this point of any kind, really, to know what's going on. You put me on a rocket and you launch me out into places we've never been, and I see things that I don't know what they are. Well, yeah. I mean, wouldn't you? I mean, wouldn't you see things you didn't know what they were if you'd never been out in space? You
But didn't
Aren't there
Buzz
things
say
that's-
it looked like an L or something?
Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't mean it's aliens that have a ship. You may just see something floating down in space. You don't know what it is.
Look, I'll give you this. It's something that he couldn't identify, but it may have been a bolt or a screw or a...
Yeah, when you look at the headline, you think that Buzz Aldrin claimed he shook hands with an alien on the moon.
Yeah,
When
like
you
he
read
saw
it-
E.T. out there behind the lunar rover or something. That's not what he's saying.
No.
And just like I'd said with John Glenn reported seeing fireflies. Well, we know now it was frozen urine coming out of his capsule.
And by the way, that conversation, I saw it. You know, they were reliving it on one of these. Was it the right stuff or one? I can't remember. There was some. You know, we've done movies on just about every mission to space, and they were showing that one. I guess it would have been the right stuff, right? That movie, I don't remember. But anyway, they were showing that John Glenn moment, and it was a really big.
right stuff.
It was a really big conversation back and forth with ground control.
Yeah,
because they were like, "What is he saying? What's he saying?" And it took them a while to figure out what it was, and He was saying, "Look, I'm telling you, they're flying around outside the capsule and looks like fireflies and
just frozen urine that was, that the sunlight was hitting and lit them up a little bit."
Do you know why we didn't know what it was at the time?
Because we'd never done that.
We ain't never been out there before.
Right.
So then we have to figure out we're seeing things that we've never seen before, and let's try to see if we. He didn't come back and say, "I saw this big-headed creature on a bicycle." Paddling around the moon. I mean,
it wasn't a little gray. That's what they're
right.
saying.
I mean, I saw something. I didn't know what it was. Well, yeah, I would think you would see a lot of things you didn't know what they were.
And think too, when these rockets go up, just look at the footage of any of the Apollos leaving the ground. You got all kind of stuff falling off that rocket. I mean, it's such a violent takeoff. You got paint coming off. You got this. You got that. And then when those different stages separate, you've got exploding bolts. They break off. You got cables that are snapping. You got all this stuff. So pieces of debris were let off into space all the time from this stuff.
Right.
And then, you're cruising around, and here comes a piece still floating around. Oh, well, what is that, a UFO? Remember, you got a strange environment of total darkness. You've got the sun coming up and down several times during a 24-hour period. So, I mean, a simple nut or bolt could look like a spaceship at the right distance and the right lighting.
Well, and I hate to bring up the obvious. None of this ever happened anyway because we have a flat Earth.
Right. How can you orbit a flat Earth? You can't do it.
You can't orbit a flat Earth, and NASA made all this up. And some reason they stopped making up stories at the moon and are not continuing to make them up.
Yeah. Well, again, it's very well these guys were test pilots too, Rick. So they were used to trying to look and see and find everything they could report back so that the people on the ground could make sense of it. And there was just a lot of little parts and debris from these shots going. There's one of the big conspiracy things is the Dark Night satellite. Have you ever heard of that?
Oh,
you're familiar with that?
Oh, am I getting? I had somebody corner me out in the lobby on that one.
And look, it may be some alien intelligence that's got something orbiting the Earth. Who knows? Or it may just be part of a failed Russian booster launch. Who knows? But we just, there's a lot of things, and especially now. There's been so many things put up, so many satellites. If you look at a picture of the things that are orbiting the Earth now versus back in the 1960s, I mean, it's just totally different pictures.
Well, they always
who
don't.
knows?
Didn't we cover this too? They say that. Didn't last year we talk about the Apollo 15 pilot Al Warden? He told Good Morning Britain that he saw extraterrestrials during his mission.
But okay, what did you see and where did you see them? We never get much detail. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
I mean, again, was there a little green out there on the moon? Did you look out the lunar module and you see somebody sitting in the rover? I mean, what are we talking about?
Well,
here?
It is 7 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Welcome back for a brand new hour, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family and allowing us to do what we do.
Bubba, I know you were looking at a story there. There's one that if you got that one ready?
Yeah, I think we're
okay.
good.
Because I also want to get an update on this guy that I didn't really fully understand what happened. That actor that's one of the Avengers and Jeremy
Renner.
Is it Renner?
Yeah.
Yeah. He had
He's in bad shape.
He's lucky to be alive.
He's in bad shape. But what is this one? This is one where someone thought somebody going on in?
Rick, you think, how can this even happen?
Oh, no, not these. Do
And
these bother
Kenny-
you?
Oh, do they?
And Kenny, Iowa, Rick, the staff at a Central Iowa funeral home was surprised when a woman who was believed to be dead turned out to be alive.
Oh, no, not these.
KCCI TV received a tip earlier this week about the incident and has spent several days trying to confirm the details. The Alkeny Fire Department told them that its crews were called to the funeral home and crematory on West 1st Street around 8:30 a.m. on January the 3rd. The fire department said first responders were initially called for a cardiac arrest incident. The crew determined that the patient was not in cardiac arrest, and they began to treat the patient before they were taken to the hospital. The patient's current condition is unknown.
Unknown?
Unknown. The fire department would not comment further on the incident, but the KCCI obtained scanner audio that gives more details about the incident. A first responder can be heard saying, "So just this female was transported there deceased, and she is not. They are in the chapel, and she is on a cot."
We have that audio. We played in the kickoff hour. It's the 911 dispatcher.
Oh, no. Can we
it
hear
would
it?
come from my channel, Rick.
Oh, my goodness.
It's just 9 seconds, but here's kind of what Bubba was saying.
All right, here we go.
So this female was transported there deceased, and she is not. They are in the chapel, and she is on a cot.
Oh, no.
So somebody thought she was dead.
I made it all the way there.
Call the funeral home.
What if she woke up and said, "I was just kidding"? It was on her.
Well, apparently she had some medical issue that they thought she had deceased.
Yeah.
We don't know how she is now?
Yeah, see, that's what you got.
I would like to think this is extremely rare that this would happen.
Because we've heard these cases before, but it seems
right.
like the person obviously eventually, within a few days, ended up dying anyway.
When we were in night school,
Here we go.
I think I told you I had a guy in the class with me.
Any story that Bubba starts off with him when I was in night school, just hang on.
This is when I had to do college and high school at the same time.
Yeah.
I remember that. It was a phenomenon of the 80s.
And it was a Ronald Reagan
It was a
thing.
Reagan deal.
Mickey Shadrick's had to do the same thing.
Yeah. Had a lot. Our whole college class was high school kids at night. And he told me that he had worked at a funeral home and they had brought somebody in and they were just about to start the embalming process. And he sat up on the table and said, "Where am I?" When he was turned around, had his back.
Tell me you're not remembering.
He said,
All right.
That's what he said.
Tell me you're not
I'm telling
remembering.
you.
Who
No.
said this? Was this
No.
Tommy Digby?
No.
Craig, is this Stairway to Heaven all over again?
Right. Just tell us you're not remembering it right.
That's a true story, Greg. Don't mess with it.
Right.
Don't go there.
Right.
So, and I
Bubba's
said, "Well,
got
what
it.
do you do?" He said, "Well, I called 911 and I retired immediately. Got out of there. I didn't do that anymore."
See,
there's jobs.
You added that.
if he'd have left that part off story, I'd
No,
believe
he said that was it. I
Well,
didn't do it
I will
anymore.
say this: I will do whatever God tells me to do, but some of them I'm gonna have to hear clearer than others. Okay.
Yeah.
I do not think it's in me to do that job that I'm so thankful people do.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
tough one.
that has to be.
yeah.
Don't y'all agree that's got to be a call on your life?
Yeah. Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that's
yeah, for
Because
sure.
you deal with people every day at their worst moment.
Oh wow, Greg.
No, that's tough.
Yeah,
It is.
Oh,
it
Greg.
is. Do you think before she alerted those that she was still there? Before going, help me. Do you think she said?
think
Do
that's
you
how
think
she
she
did?
kind of scared, like boo,
No, Speedy, I
real
don't
quick?
think that happened.
No, I
Scared
think
the
they,
person in
they,
there?
They noticed
Oh,
they
have a
noticed
fun
some
about it?
breathing, and they go, "Well, that ain't right."
What about the guy who has to go back to office who declared her dead? He's got a tough day.
Yeah. Hey, buddy.
He does. A lot of questions.
So, hey, pretty important call there.
By the way, this is why we shouldn't vote for the coroner.
That's a good.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Maybe some more qualifications.
You some of the big cities they require you to have some kind of medical degree or license.
I don't think
to
that's
do that.
asking too much.
Yeah.
But most
I
places,
know.
most medium to small towns, it's and in our state, it's an elected job. So
Don't you think?
you could be the coroner.
Don't you think?
Now, what's it pay?
Yeah, but listen, don't you think? I mean, it's a pretty big deal to declare this person deceased. That's a big.
That's big one. You better get that one right.
Yeah. Should Billy Wayne be able to round up enough votes and get to do that? I mean,
Because he's a good guy.
right? Because everybody thinks that he's salt of the earth. I mean, don't you need some sort of training?
You would think.
Where, where did this happen?
Iowa, somewhere in
Iowa.
Iowa.
In Iowa.
Somewhere in Iowa.
Was it in Ankeny?
Yes.
Okay, that's so funny. My brother Jake is the music minister at a church in Ankeny.
Is that where he is?
Yes.
A-N-K-E.
Oh, really?
So I'll see if he knows these people.
So it's near Des Moines.
It's just north of Des Moines. So here's Des Moines, there's Ankeny, and then there's his church.
Ankeny.
Well, how about that?
I wonder if
So she's laying right in there
might
somewhere.
go to his church.
She's laying right in there somewhere.
Jake might know her.
She really might.
Well, she came from a nursing home.
Call him
so-
and see if he can.
So what? You don't go see shut-ins?
No.
Yeah, he might.
Well, I'm just saying she was transported from a nursing home. It's not like it
right.
just happened
Right.
out in public.
The
somewhere.
deacons at that church may have seen her.
True.
Went and checked on her.
That's a
He
good
may
point.
have played
children
at
during the
the
holiday.
nursing home.
He could have done that.
You never know.
Right.
They have music night, nursing homes. Y'all
They do-
know that?
oh yeah.
Oh,
hey,
he may have been there.
Hey, Burgess tell stories.
Yeah.
Your grandma.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
You talking about singing?
Oh, let me tell you. See, our grandmother, she did not ask things. She just told you where you were going.
Oh, yeah.
And you went.
You did.
She would laugh at the notion that you would not do what she said.
No, there was nothing.
I mean,
hey,
yeah.
well, I want you to think about this. There was none of that.
I remember trying to change up the seating arrangements at a holiday one time. She said, we're not going to do that.
Sit where your name is.
And then y'all went over and sat back at the cartoon table again.
Yeah.
I was 40, but
Thought you would upgrade.
Right, yeah.
Eric, you can't freelance and sit where you want.
What
No.
did she play in the little group?
Oh, no, she.
Oh, she was in the kitchen band.
She was in the
jug
kitchen band. She
Kitchen
played
jug
the
band.
washboard.
That's
She
what
did.
it was.
Played
I
the
remember
washboard.
that. Yeah.
And she was also tremendous in the bell choir.
Oh,
Tremendous.
She ain't never seen a bell choir she didn't like.
Handbells.
Handbells.
She could do handbells. You know, raining Miss Cook Springs. Everybody knows.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I think Speedy be good at the handbell choir.
I think he would too. I've always thought that.
You've always
No,
Well,
I have.
he's so good at physical humor.
Yeah,
that's
it's
it.
right up his alley.
And just don't give him one that you don't ring much. Give him those that ring a lot.
Yeah.
You
What
know,
about
give him
what about
give
when
him
they
that-
squelch
give him
it
that
off?
mid range.
Give him C.
Remember the gig we had together and we saw a little.
Do you ever feel bad for the one man
Y'all have me in
in
that
the
group.
handbell choir that has to have the big old bell?
Yeah.
And they don't let him ring it a lot.
What about when they
It
have to
takes
squelch
two
it off?
hands to do it.
They have to squelch it.
Yeah. He doesn't get to ring it a lot. The place,
And why you gotta have
I wish
white
they'd give
gloves on?
Speedy
Give
G
him-
in one hand, C in the other.
Yeah.
You know?
y'all let him do. Let's do Elvira or something one time. Let him really go on it.
I want him to get after it.
Right.
And if you're really good, you like ring it and then you mute it on your own.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bring it in.
Squelch.
Yeah.
Bring it in.
We go here and
Gifted.
My grandmother was brilliant at it.
And pretty good in the jug band kitchen.
Not
band.
bad on the washboard. She wasn't as good as that as she was the handbell.
They had a little
honestly.
tour going one time. Remember, they go play places.
Oh, you think I don't know it, Greg? How would you like to be the guy that introduces me?
I know. And then there was that
Had to be
incident
tough
with the Red Hat women when they all got in a fight.
Oh,
Remember that?
gosh, I'll never forget that one.
That was one of the greatest.
Well, I have to say, even though there shouldn't have been a fight about that among older women, but if you're in the Red Hat Club, you should have a hat on.
Yeah. And don't try to wear shorts.
No.
I think that had something to do with it.
Yeah, somebody wanted to wear shorts and one person and then not
Where
wear
did
the
y'all
hat.
see them?
It was at Cook Springs.
Okay.
Yeah, the retirement community.
Yeah,
I pass that a lot and think of it.
They had a scuffle.
My grandmother ran that while she was still alive.
Sure she did.
I'd never seen anybody hit the ground take over so fast.
Suddenly she was running the bingo game.
When we had to deal with a fisticuff among the Red Hat Club. Look, the rules are the rules. I got that.
I get
but
it.
Still,
You ain't got to get physical.
I don't. That's not. Who let this escalate? Aren't we supposed to be a cool down? Who's the cool down person? 16 minutes past. 866 We Be Big's our number. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Me too. I'm no good at this kind of stuff because you got to give me something that I really need to get stirred up about.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing more disappointing for somebody to get excited about a Bigfoot sighting and suddenly you talk to him and realize I just saw something moving.
Your bar for hard
that's
evidence
not-
is extremely high, Rick. It's like
Huge.
yeah, it's like a pole vaulter.
Well, I grew up with Greg.
Yeah.
I mean, you know me. I don't even get fired up about things. Big balls of fire. I'm big on. And I mean, I want to.
Saw a meteor the other night, by the way.
Yeah. I mean,
still kind of crazy when you see him.
Yeah, I want Buzz to sit down with me and say, I mean, it was some sort of ship.
Yeah.
Of some kind, and
Look, I love Buzz. He's a national hero in my book, but he has been back. He's had a nervous breakdown. He had a run of alcoholism. He got his act together. He recorded a song with Snoop Dogg.
Right.
I mean, he's lived life to the fullest.
That hurt his sobriety.
He's got that suit on.
Yeah, you know, you go with that suit. He's about 90.
Right. He looks a little bit like Papa Smurf now.
Yeah. It's just a little bit. But look, I love Buzz. I mean, anybody with the name Buzz, you got to love, you know. I've never met a bad Buzz, you know.
No, Buzz Lightyear. Huh? So, I mean, yeah, if somebody's got the nickname Buzz, they're usually all right.
What's up,
Sure.
Buzz?
Sure.
Yeah. But now, he's been a little wacky as of late. A little meltdown at the airport.
Oh, yeah. Well,
He got a little mad.
Rick, who of us at the airport have not wanted to have
From
a
his
meltdown?
wheelchair.
I will tell you this. I saw his meltdown, and it pales in comparison to some I've had.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've had some full-blown...
I've seen Betty have one at the airport that was a
Really?
nice one. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That,
When they just can't find your luggage, you know.
well, yeah, it gets... Yeah. Especially when you're following the instructions they've given you.
Yeah.
And then they claim, now that's not happening. But y'all the one told me to come here. That's where I'm
Right.
supposed to be.
Right, I'm where you told me to come.
Right.
And now you're telling me no.
They told that y'all told me my luggage was here. I didn't just find you randomly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
All right, so let me ask you
Y'all
this.
put signs everywhere telling me to come here.
Right.
We just did a CDC breakdown on dead air on the possibilities and the
Yeah.
stories that could play out to be true, false, whatever. All right, so when it comes to this, you know, to Buzz Aldrin and something was seen, they don't know what, whatever. Is on the table, something was seen, the government knows it, and they're like, don't ever say anything, you know, and they've covered it up. They know more than we do.
I think you'd always have that on the table.
Well, yeah, if you're going to do
If that's just is that a scenario?
That's a scenario.
Look, I've seen you take the star on our door and break down all sorts of things.
Yeah.
You're just simply saying things that need to be on the table.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it has any merit, but it absolutely has to be on the table. Sure.
Well, you have to define the problem before you can solve it.
Yeah, my thing on alien life is they seem to be just the most. They must work for our government because they seem to get a lot of talking about, but they never do anything. I mean, where's their action? I mean, how much longer? I mean, if y'all been able to get here, do something. I mean, they're not really doing much.
Make a contact with somebody.
I mean, they're not really. And the people they're choosing to talk to seem to not be. They hadn't done any real great background checks. It doesn't seem like. I mean,
yeah, what's their purpose? Because
okay, how many more cows y'all need?
Yeah,
I mean, do something.
If they have covered the expanse of space to get here, they obviously are smarter than us. Because we can't cover that yet. Okay,
Correct.
we'll just make that deduction.
Right.
So you're here now. What? I mean, you've been watching for how many decades? I mean, what do we go back to Barney and Betty Hill? Is that where we start?
Right.
I mean, but they've been around that long. I mean, surely you've got the information you need. What's the deal?
Yeah, I mean,
you want a military takeover? Do you just want to observe and go back?
Did Betty Hill answer all your questions? You said that's what we thought. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
what's the deal here?
It seems like they ought to have the answers they need, and you know, we ought to see. I mean, what's the end game here? You go home and report. You come back. I mean,
just not a lot of action for all that travel.
Yeah, are you working behind the scenes to change things?
I mean, guys, I'm a guy. If I'm gonna fly somewhere,
Because it's a mess now. I mean, I don't know. Did y'all cause this, or are you trying to straighten it out? What side are you on?
How
here?
many people here would take a flight to South Africa and stay one day? I mean,
what would people say? Well, that's too far to go for a one-day stay.
You're right. And you know what else you'd say? Well, why are you going there? I don't know. You don't have any agenda.
I just want to see it.
I just want to fly for 20 hours. Really? I mean, are you going to do anything when you get there? Well, I may talk to some people and get back on the plane. I mean, you would think I was a loon. Now, if I'm traveling light years to get somewhere and all I do is take Betty Hill and check her from head to toe and leave, or I grab a few cows, don't you think, well, that just doesn't seem...
That seems like a terrible waste of technology, time, and money, doesn't it?
It does. You're not getting... You didn't go to the White House? You didn't find out who rules the planet?
Yeah.
No. Did you wage war? Did you take something? Did you get some gold? What'd you do?
All right, so that's...
22 minutes past the hour. Phone troll. All 10 lines available. Let's go, Rick and Bubba audience. Rick and Bubba family. Family time. Speak your mind. Speak your mind. 866 We Be Big is the number. No meaningless shout-outs. No shameless plugs, baby predictions, or anything like that. But anything else, comments and questions, bring them in here. We'll roll through them quickly at the end of 30 seconds. Yeah. Your time on the program will come to a close. We'll move to the next caller. So easier to get in because we have 10 lines. We explode that bigger sample. And then because of the troll and the buzzer, we get people out of the way in front of you, and the line moves briskly. So you can join us right now at 866 We Be Big. Thursday night, First Baptist, Opelika, Alabama, I-92, the station. Man Church, the service will be gathering for the men there at the church in the area, and Andrew Varvudis. They're coming up this Thursday night. Find the details at themanchurch.com. Click on events. Let's go to Bobby in Alabama. Bobby, you got 30 seconds. Let's go.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're great.
Oh, that story you just told. That have you ever heard of the Lazarus syndrome, which is an actual medical term where if someone's in the hospital, or in this case, a nursing home maybe, and if they have any type of lung disease like COPD and they administer CPR, the heart could actually stop pumping, and the pulse rate could go down low enough that the doctors doesn't realize that they're still alive. And there's also the blood pressure bottom out. But what happens is the air gets trapped in the lungs, and if they have a lung disease disorder, it could slowly release back out. It could be 10 minutes, 15 minutes. But if they pronounce them dead right away and zip the bag, they could come back, and that's the Lazarus syndrome.
Does that happen a lot?
Thanks for that happy story.
Does it happen a lot?
I don't think it happens a lot. I think it's I think the number of cases are very slim over the years. I don't think it's like thousands each year or anything, but it can happen if they have lung disease. If you guys are curious, just grab a straw and breathe in and breathe out as long as you can, and that's
I'm not doing
what
that.
it feels like to have COPD. Or
I'm not that curious. I don't want to do that. Not that curious. Not that curious.
We'll take your word for it.
Thankful I don't have that situation.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
just to speak of it is enough for me. First timeout is gone. Only one timeout remains. We go to Mike in Eufaula. Watch me, Greg, for a signal here. Mike in Eufaula,
Gotcha.
go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, you talking about red hats. I remember in church, all women used to wear hats, but it was a big topic when they started talking about whether they could wear pantsuits to church.
Oh, yeah.
And Rick, I know you probably had a pastor like ours would. He'd call you out if you were cutting around with your friends. They'd say, Mike, get up and go sit with your mama. And that was a death blow.
Oh, yeah.
No,
you don't want to be called down in front of the congregation.
We've talked about. Okay, he got through it. We talked about that on the show a lot. I think some of the most terrorizing moments in our childhood was in trouble at church.
Yeah, that's bad.
In trouble at church, not acting right at church, and getting that look from your mom and worse, your dad. And knowing that either it's about to be handled now or it will be handled when we get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
What a terrible feeling.
How about the under the armpit walk out? Like they're almost like picking you up, walking you out.
I can still remember a moment with Dad and me on the front steps of the church we went to, me getting tore up. I can still remember it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, my mom can pinch, too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, the church
pinch. Yeah.
Oh.
Greg always calls it, too.
It'd bring a blister.
It's always Greg's fault.
Yeah, pretty much.
Rick.
There
you go again.
He dragged me into it.
Again.
Shreveport, Louisiana. Ryan standing by. Ryan, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, guys. Adler's playing flashbacks from 2018 about that missing doctor in Atlanta.
Yes.
Y'all think he was about to blow the whistle on the 2020 pandemic, and that's why they had to get rid of him?
Well, I tell you, that's
That's the one they found out in the water and nobody knew why?
Yeah. That's.
Did they ever solve that?
That's a good question. I don't really remember how that finished. I remember we had some. We had some
talking about.
We
it.
had some closure on it, but I sure.
You
don't-
remember we were screaming, "You don't want somebody from the CDC to go missing."
No,
because
we don't want that.
They still keep, a sample of smallpox and all that other stuff there.
It was officially ruled drowning, death by suicide.
I bet it was.
But he was missing for a little while there, guys.
So you're a successful guy at the CDC. What are you so depressed about to commit suicide? I mean, was there?
Well, how do you know
some
he was
issues?
a successful guy at the CDC? Yeah.
Well, I mean, he worked
He
there.
might have been that guy.
That's a pretty high level facility to
Greg,
work
let's face
in.
it, we don't like it. I'm sure it might have just been as it says, but we don't like the way it looks.
No, I'm just asking questions I think are fair.
Frank and Pels. I'm sorry, Adler, go ahead.
He must have worn his ties really tight because he had tons of bruises around his neck.
All right. Yeah, you've
done enough.
What a role
I'm
today.
just kidding.
What I mean,
You've done enough, pal.
That's right. I mean, it's one thing to
Rick,
take
you
the
don't
checker
have
flags, another thing to go around two more times.
All right, I'm done.
Frank in Pell City listening to ZZK. Frank, go ahead.
Hey, man. I have a true story. This friend of mine, it was probably 40-plus years ago, he was shot in the head coming out of a club in Birmingham and was taken to University Hospital and was downstairs in the morgue with a toe tag on, and they called his name, said pronounced dead at 3:14 a.m. And he realized in his mind that was him, and he pulled the sheet back and said, "Hey, I'm not dead." And the guy went and told the director or whoever there, said, "Hey, I got one here that's not dead." He told him that was just involuntary movement. He said, no, he's alive. He said, "How do you know that?" He said, "He told me."
Oh, wow.
And that is a true story.
So that guy gets to go around probably with.
Did he live after that?
Did he make it much longer?
Yeah, he's alive and doing well now.
What? Wait a minute.
All right. So once he shows everybody the scar on his scalp where the bullet grazed him, he's got a phenomenal story. He does.
So
I mean, you talk about a scar that's got a story.
Frank, if he's alive today, would it be too much to get him to call?
Would you mind?
Thank you.
I will ask him. I will ask him and see if I can get him. I can't see him this morning in time, but I will ask him and see if I can get him to call in and tell you.
If not, just tell him to email me.
Speedy.
We got to talk. I got to hear this story.
And just put subject matter toe tag.
Yeah. Speedy, just go ahead and bring him in studio.
And they broke his toe when they pushed him through the back wing doors, getting him up to the surgery room.
No, there you go. You can't have nothing.
As if it wasn't bad enough.
You can't even get to the hospital.
So he heard his name called. Hey,
hey, wait a minute.
President,
That's me.
Greg, let's go back to 3 o'clock in the morning. I got shot in the head at
Coming out of the club.
Coming out of the club.
Well,
so first of all, he starts with the scar. That's where it starts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know why I got this? Well, that ain't nothing.
Oh, you ain't heard anything yet.
Wait till you hear the whole story. That's one of those things. If you had a story coming up, you're just done.
Wow.
He's the me monster of the bar story. We'll be back, bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hello and welcome. It was 24 years ago that staff engineer Bill Bubba Bussey and I were having lunch, and we were talking about an idea for a contest, and we were saying we found this book of various suggestions for games you could play, and one of them featured quotes from Shakespearean plays, and then Bubba let me know at that time, that he was a connoisseur of William Shakespeare. I did not know this. He was on the show part-time at the time, and I said, you know what, why don't you read this Shakespearean quote to our audience as only you can, and if they can identify what Shakespearean work you're quoting from, they could win. And as we said, history was made back that was actually in 1993, and then that led to the 1994, no longer Bill Bubba Bussey the character, but Bill Bubba Bussey the co-host, and then 24 years rolling. So today, up for grabs in Good Old Boy Theater, it's tickets to the Drop the Mic tour. There are none left. Now, you can still buy tickets to Montgomery. It's almost sold out, but it's not completely sold out. But the giveaway tickets for Montgomery are all spoken for. So Meridian, Mississippi, we have some that we can give you, and Daphne, Mobile, Alabama, we can give you, okay, if you can identify the Shakespearean work that Bubba is quoting from. But first of all, we must bring him in here. And here comes Bubba. Look, he's dressed for Good Old Boy Theater today. Here he comes. Come on in, Bubba. Look at boy, the golden ticket seats are going to see you in rare form today. There he is, boy, looking good today, Bubba.
A little bit of
he is dressed and his garb for Bubba. Gosh, over the weekend he probably read Shakespeare over the weekend.
Look how light he is on his feet.
He did a little putt for the Masters.
I like it.
He did a little putt for the Masters there.
Yeah.
Bubba, I've described what's going to take place here, but I don't know that anybody knows why we do this contest.
You know, Rick, hardly a day goes by that somebody doesn't come up and tap me on the shoulder and say, why are you out of breath after that little dance?
Yeah.
No, they will usually say,
you're right.
Didn't I hear you in a blockbuster movie over the weekend as a DJ?
You're right, as a rocking DJ.
And I say, well, you may have, my friend. If you were watching, I can only imagine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Rick, when you have that much culture in any one area, you can't just leave it lying around.
No.
Politicians...
Are you okay?
Politicians will pick it up and pass a tax on it. So it's up to Rick Burgess and myself to...
Feed the beast! Feed the beast! Feed the beast!
Because the beast must be fed.
All right, so Bubba, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Got your breath?
I am good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what famous Shakespearean work is one William Bubba Bussey quoting from in today's edition of Good Old Boy Theater? Oh, no.
I don't hear my music right.
Oh, no.
Something's
Something's happened with the hotkey. Something's happened to the hotkey. Something has happened to the hotkey.
Terrorism.
Let's look here. I got it. But it's not on the hotkey anymore. All right, let's put it on the hotkey where it doesn't happen again. All right, here we go. What Shakespearean work is Bill Bubba Bussey quoting from in today's edition of Good Old Boy Theater?
Oh, faithless coward!
Yes!
Oh, dishonest witch! Wilt thou be made a man out of my vice?
Oh, Bubba, you cultured son of a gun. Come on again.
Oh,
yes!
Faithless coward! Oh, dishonest witch! Wilt thou be made a man out of my vice?
Third time's the charm, baby. Bring it.
Oh,
yes!
Faithless coward! Oh, dishonest wench! Wilt thou be made a man out of my...
Well, he's pausing now for effect. In theater circles, it's called the Sasua.
It's hiding, too. What's
Boys.
that?
Vice.
Oh, man. You actor, you. Any hints at all?
It ain't Hamlet.
It ain't Hamlet. If you think you know it, be caller 1 at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And you get it right, you win the tickets to the Drop the Mic tour. Remember, never, under any circumstance, no matter how much the children beg, should you ever play Good Old Boy Theater at home, because we are professionals. Here we go.
That cape's giving you trouble, isn't it, buddy?
Well, I sent out...
Too
much
what,
starch.
Do you know what Shakespearean work Bubba's quoting from today?
Wow, what a wheel. Let's go, Moultrie.
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
Let's go to Jeremiah. Jeremiah, tell me about the fire. Jeremiah, what do you think?
Measure for measure.
Measure for measure.
The Carpenter's favorite is correct.
Fancy hour. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Let the savings begin. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there now. And I'm going to tell you, MyPillow, they're always coming out with some cool new stuff. And I'm loving this hoodie. Very comfortable. Fantastic. 65% off. They got Speedy interested right there. And you can grab it. They've got just about every size. Small, medium, large, extra large, even double X for those of us that might need a little more room. MyPillow.com/Bubba, only $28.49 each. Got a drawstring, got drawstring pants, leisure pants go right with it, with the new hoodie. They're only $34.99. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba and save 30% on those. Also, their seamless toe socks and also very durable construction that won't bunch up like ordinary socks. All their socks are 30% off right now by going to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Just use that URL, savings. Unlike a lot of folks, Mike Lindell and MyPillow, they're actually lowering their prices to help through this difficult time with everything costs more. MyPillow.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Let's go to Tucson, Arizona. Andrew is standing by. Andrew, thank you for your patience and welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I don't know if you guys had heard about it, but there's a recent social media controversy regarding a government-funded food rating system called the Food Compass. Some authors had criticized the system. It uses a rating scale from 1 to 100, with 100 being the most encouraged to eat. They published an article that showed the system's shortcomings with some example foods. For example, they found that watermelon and kale were among the best at 100, with frosted mini wheats close behind at 87. But then they had skinless chicken breast at 61. Lucky Charms was 60. M&M's was 43, but ground beef was at 26. So Lucky Charms is way healthier than ground beef.
So
I saw that story where they had
Rogan and others have commented on it as well, and they're saying that it's a new food pyramid. It's not. but it is government funded.
Well, it sounds just like the government and some of their logic. You know, this rings a bell. It seems like we looked at it one time and saw some of those odd numbers too.
No, there was a story I saw it somewhere today, and it was talking about Lucky Charms being more healthy for you than a whole lot of foods they listed. And I thought that was funny. I hadn't looked into it yet, but I saw the headline. I thought that was
Charms. I'm not big on them.
Oh, they're all right. Don't write them off too
Well, they're not magically delicious. I'll say that.
The little marshmallows.
Well, you know, I just end up eating the marshmallows. I don't like the regular cereal.
I just don't like it at all.
Look, it's no Captain Crunch or Apple Jacks, but it's all right for a change up.
No.
Honey Nut Cheerios.
That's what we have to eat now because it's so
like
healthy.
That. You don't like
I do now. I eat it all the time.
Oh, yeah, it's gluten free too.
It's good stuff.
We also use it for dog treats.
It is.
Did you know it?
It's gluten free.
We used to give the little bones.
You and the dog are eating the same cereal?
Yeah, we are. As a matter of fact.
That's good, Bubba.
But now we just give them little Cheerios, little Honey Nut Cheerios.
Is that a little bit of a red flag?
No, not really. I think the dog's just eating above its pay grade.
Okay.
You ain't eating Beneful, are you?
No.
Give me a little of that Beneful.
What's your favorite? I want a snack. I want something popcorn related. A go-to bowl of something.
Glazed pecan.
Cajun trail mix, great value.
Great value.
Oh, great value.
I do like trail mix, and we still have leftover from Christmas, so I'm really enjoying that. And Betty has to make some without nuts in it for our daughter Caitlin, who has a nut allergy.
Don't mix it up.
So she always forgets to carry it back with her. So now I'm going through her stash that she didn't eat.
Oh, well done.
But I'll throw a handful of cashews in there and make it just right.
I thought you would say cheese straws.
Now then we're good.
Cheese straws don't fit into trail mix.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
But I will eat cheese straws, sure. If I
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
You said a snack.
You said
favorite snack in a bowl.
Yeah, snack or just something you kind of munch on.
I do like orange.
Like it could be
kind of what I thought.
It could be peanuts.
That's why I said
something
glazed
like
pecans.
that.
Yeah.
Speedy, I do like the oranges. What's the little ones? What are they called? Little bitty round
Honeys or
cuties
or something like that.
I like them too.
Yeah.
You know what my
Speedy
favorite
loves
is?
a cutie
I
too.
eat 2 of those. Peel them. They're good.
You know my favorite snack? Don Day's roasted peanut.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Also known as the Bible study peanut.
Don Day, if you're wondering, that's your reminder for tomorrow.
By the way,
that was great.
Just
strategically placed.
That's fine.
now let me tell you something. When Don missed the first installment of the Revelation,
I know I was kind of disappointed.
and if you'd have seen his face when he walked in, I said, Greg thought the Revelation he had nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
I said he couldn't imagine you missing one of those. And
He dialed it in
He loved it.
the
Of
way I
course,
like it.
I feel like now you've made it awkward for me at church now. Right.
And Rick, I've actually learned a better way to open the peanuts now.
Bubba, how did
being
you
a
not
peanut
know
eater
that?
with Greg.
I didn't know it either. In
Guys.
Bubba's defense, I had no idea.
How did you think
God's
you
even
opened
trying
peanuts?
to show you how to do it.
But I didn't. I
Y'all
never.
didn't
I
know-
never took the time to look at that.
There was a seam in the peanut.
Yeah, but
I
I
usually
never
just
did.
crushed them
That's
and dug
me.
them out, and now it's so much easier
Yeah.
with the seam.
Bubba,
I
you're
learned it on
60s.
my own. I learned it on my own.
I did not
You didn't
know.
tell
I didn't
me.
know until Bubba told me.
Bubba asked
You know
me.
why we didn't tell you? Who doesn't know
must
that?
not eat
That'd be
like
me.
I didn't know it.
I think we also helped a lot of people just then.
Y'all must not eat a lot of
I
peanuts.
was about, did y'all's pawpaw not bring him to the ball game?
Boy, ours did.
You, Mac Daddy didn't use the seam.
Oh,
He
yeah,
had to.
He did too.
You can't
You
help
weren't
it.
paying attention.
I probably wasn't.
That'd
Yeah.
be crazy.
Rick, I just kept knowing. I just noticed that sometimes I'd open them, it opened a whole lot easier.
Well, yeah.
And I looked and I thought, there's a seam on this, and it's popping right off.
Rick, you think Doodlebug was worried about the seam?
No. How do you get it out of your car? Do you climb out the bag?
No, I just never knew it. I just never knew.
I
it.
did not. I
That's
promise.
good.
I did not know that.
You know the joke.
Thank you, Bubba, for teaching me something.
Rick, the peanut joke, when I try to be sharp and I say you want to see something nobody's ever seen and they'll never see again, you hit that seam, open it up, show them the peanuts, and then you eat them.
Greg, don't tell me you're not still doing that joke.
Yeah.
Are you? What's next? Quarter out of Bubba's ear?
I bet you really get the grandkids with that one.
Oh, they love it.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I bet they
Never
do.
been seen
Like,
before.
where
Never
where
been
y'all
seen
on
again.
pecans?
I
like pecans, but they're
pecans-
hard to.
A lot of work.
They're all right. I like them okay.
I like pecans.
I'm kind of like Helmsy. You
We
can't.
throw a little cinnamon.
Cashews to me are the
Ooh,
best,
place.
though.
Yeah, I'm like Helmsy. You got to have
Can't
done
eat
something
many
to
of
them.
them, though.
Do something with
Hurry
that
up.
pecan. Put
Yeah.
a little
Smoke
something on
'em.
it.
Oh, they have
Smoke
it, and I hate to say this because it's a hard. There's shortage of them right now, I believe, because they don't keep them on the shelf. I always won't tell the brand name, but Publix does a little bag of glazed.
Wow.
They're
You buy
not
that,
gay.
Derek?
Glazed
No, the gay ones
pecans.
they only serve in June.
Yeah,
That's true.
but
There's plenty
I
of
go in and buy 3 or 4 bags of them, and I just strategically put
Hide
them in
'em.
places I need them,
Gotta hide 'em.
like the house or
Yeah.
here or
Chocolate
in my
covered.
car.
Rick, what about the people that you always help every year with that pecan
Stop
drive?
it. Stop
Where
it.
have they been? 'Cause they used to drop us off a whole thing
Stop
of it.
Stop it.
Where have they
Stop
been?
it.
You quit helping?
That's one of those things
Did
in
he
my
quit
life.
helping?
You know how it feels when you finally cleared something, it's behind you, and then somebody brings it back. You know, Greg,
just
Greg,
messing.
Greg, you realize how long it took me?
Rick gave you the example of the pie. Something came in, something went out.
Something went out. Greg, come on now.
Where you on
I was just disappointed.
pistachios?
What?
Pistachio.
Pistachios.
Why did you help him?
Speedy, you
I'm so mad at you, Greg.
You hyphenated two different nuts.
Yeah. Wow. Pistachios.
There you go.
I can't get my tongue to go.
I like them a lot.
At least you didn't say gay pecans.
Yeah.
Right,
Hey,
yeah.
I'll tear up a bag of pistachios.
But I'll say that. Do you want them colored, dyed red, or
No,
the
I
natural?
don't like the
No,
dyed
that's
red.
right.
The dyed red, get that all over your
How about the
fingers.
little? There's some I guess a spicy flavor to them too that you can get.
Oh, let me say this.
Oh, they'll spice anything up.
The
these days.
pistachio. I can't eat many of them.
Wow.
A lot of
Really?
pain.
What does it do?
That I don't know. I just get a few.
I have
in me
to
and I'm
tell
like,
Terry
okay.
to take them from me.
I like pistachios. I do. Nobody can say it now.
No, it's
Yeah.
tough.
They don't make. They still make them red. Remember, they get the dye.
You don't
on
see
them.
that much anymore. Probably something
green.
against the red dye. Oh, it's going to kill everybody.
Red,
Horrible for
It's
the
going to cause hurricanes.
Yeah, already is.
Right. So, but yeah, I like a pistachio, but sometimes I'm not willing to put the work in.
So the pecans are out.
I like pecans all right. They're okay.
You like
they
my
stick
glaze.
to your teeth a little
You
bit.
like my glaze.
Greg, how do you
all-
crunch the pecans?
You take another pecan and smash it against it.
So you hand smash them?
Yes.
Oh, you
I
still
would
buy
rather-
them already with the? I buy them already in the
That's
bag.
why they're so expensive because of the labor. It
What do you
takes to
peel
do.
shrimp too?
I didn't know if
I
you had
do.
the old silver thing that looked like a
I like that.
a V. That
Everybody's
you crunch it in.
grandparents
Or you
had-
got the big one that crunches
Oh,
it
yeah.
from the end. That's the really
That's a
fancy.
good
Guys, I
one.
don't know how to break that to y'all. They've got them already peeled everywhere.
I know.
Well,
but
what you do?
Rick, it's
you
not
can't,
peeled; it's cracked.
You can't have pecans unless you find a pecan tree. Where's this
well,
starting?
that's what I was going to say. Normally, if I'm cracking them, it's because I'm picking them up off the ground.
I got you.
We're at an orchard somewhere.
Right, they're already.
Well, you at orchards a lot.
Well, we used to work,
Oh.
and then we'd see a lot of them.
You remember eating
We go-
soybeans out there in rabbit hunting?
Rabbit hunting.
Mm-hmm. Just eat raw soybean. Love it.
No pistachio.
Love it's a stretch. It was fun to do when you were bored.
It really
as a
didn't
kid.
taste that good.
It really didn't.
I like
it was kind of like a peanut.
Buddy, you're
going
done
bad.
for the day.
I like pistachios. Don't like pistachio ice cream.
No, that
No.
doesn't go together.
I don't like the color. What's this color?
Why
we're
are we
going
doing
with?
that?
Why is there a green ice cream?
Let's make corn ice cream while we're at it.
No.
No, thank you.
Bubba said yes.
Mm-mm. I don't like that either.
No, I like vanilla. I'm just plain.
That's it? You like vanilla?
I like vanilla better than any of it now. And it used to be chocolate, but I like vanilla.
So you've had a turn.
I have. Got old, I went back to vanilla.
That's great.
You're working your way to buttermilk. You realize that?
All right, Rick, we come back. We have a landmark that may be coming down, and it gives. Speedy gave me an idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to do this.
Okay, good idea. We'll do that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tour featuring Jason Crabb and is now going through his retrial again of the allegations of his misbehavior. All right, now keep in mind, we're accusing Bill Cosby of being a person that preys on women for gratification. Does everybody agree with that?
Yep, you got it. And
Bingo.
using means of drugging
Right,
and
right.
other ways to
Hey,
to
a lot
get
of
there.
them, too.
Yeah.
Lots of. Do you think the best way to protest him is to run up to him topless? That just seems that I mean.
Well, Rick, they quoted Bill. He said she looked thirsty. He was going to fix her a drink.
Greg
Burgess.
That's awful, by the way.
Greg.
So
It's a good one, but it's awful.
it's awful, Greg.
Well, you can't run up naked to Bill Cosby.
Right.
You know that's the thing. I
All them
don't-
other women had clothes on when he first met them.
Greg.
Rick, I'm not. You know, I know I'm not the smartest
like
guy.
she's cutting out the middleman.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
now
not the
you're in it.
smartest
I'm in.
guy, but I've never understood protesting bad behavior by men by you being worse.
I don't. I mean,
You know what I'm saying?
are you-
by running up with your clothes off, or I've been abused, I've been taken advantage of, and I will have none of it. And now I'm going to pose nude. I don't follow that.
That's hard to.
I've been
The
belittled.
logic I don't get.
I've been belittled, so I will strip naked and let men look at me.
And
Yeah.
check that and check it out.
This person is topless with the word rapist painted across her back. She jumped a barrier and went after Bill Cosby, was thrown to the ground, cuffed by police, while Bill Cosby stood there and stared.
Maybe
Can I
just
tell you, this
bring a
is
sign that says that.
This
Yeah,
is
how
a
about
great.
that?
This is a great shot with the deputies trying to apprehend her.
Yeah. You have one
And
female.
You couldn't believe all the
There's
volunteer
one
deputies.
officer. There's one officer on the ground, and then the other two standing up. One is male, one's female.
They are questioning one man who screamed citizen's arrest.
That's awful.
We'll see you, Rick.
That's
There you
awful.
go.
It's awful, but it's awful good.
Rick is out.
I got it.
Greg, wait a minute.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me protect Bill.
Greg, heroes were everywhere.
Yeah, they were coming out the woodwork. Bill, don't look. I got it. I got it, Bill. Don't worry about it.
So I don't understand. What's the message? I don't get the message.
Hey, rapist, look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you? I don't get it. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't either. I
It's
don't either.
completely backward.
Wow. All right, so what, you gave me a list of things, too. What were some of the other things?
Well, Rick, one of my favorite that has caught my eye this morning, a Louisiana roofer is in trouble.
I like this one.
He may face misdemeanor charges after repossessing a roof because he hadn't been paid.
Uh-oh.
That ain't easy to do.
Now let me tell you something though. Now that boy, you're because what you always think, and this guy I guess is trying to go against is, well, if I don't pay for my roof, what are they going to do? Come take it back?
Yeah,
and what he
in
said
this
is
case,
yes.
he tried.
Yes, I will.
Authorities have arrested a 66-year-old man. Get this name, Andrew Jackson Higdon III.
Oh wow,
He's trouble. I can tell because of his
West
name.
Monroe, Louisiana, Tuesday on charges of simple criminal damage to property and criminal trespass. The local paper there reported that he was freed after posting a $4,500 bond. Now, the arrest warrant says that deputies responded back in December to a property damage complaint. The victim says Higdon verbally agreed to replace her roof in June and wait for the payment until her insurance check came through. Although the victim says Higdon started asking about payment around mid-December, she said she could partially pay, but he wanted the full amount. She says he told her if she didn't pay, he would take the roof and her home would be damaged when it rained.
Well, now, if he agreed to wait, I don't know if Higdon, if his bills ran short and he couldn't wait.
Sounds like Higdon got it in bind because most roofing companies, when dealing with insurance, and we just had ours replaced not long ago because of hail damage. And I mean, it's pretty standard. You have this amount you get, and then you're waiting on the insurance.
Well, Hig, once you tear the roof off, Hig, you're not going to get anything, so you're out. So you at least, you can pester for the money, but leave the roof on so you can go, well, look, I did my work.
Well, it says he agreed to replace. I guess he did the work maybe in June, and by December he's going, hey, where's
Well,
my
I get
check?
it.
We're in April. We've almost looped around again.
I will say this, in the fact that didn't you just do it too speedy?
Yeah.
It does not take 6 months.
No, it
Well,
doesn't.
and
normally you get
something's wrong here.
You know what happened? She took the money and spent it on something else.
She did.
Yeah.
But I guess they ruled you can't take somebody's roof back, right?
Oh, in this case, I don't think you're able to pry shingles off somebody's house.
You can't do that.
No.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so Bubba, you kind of hyped us up going to the break there. You say that there's a landmark that is becoming available, and you have an idea what we can do with it?
Well, Rick, if you come into the state of Alabama from Tennessee on I-65, there's an old welcome center there. It's since been closed down, but it's been there for many, many years. Mm-hmm. There's also a giant rocket there. It's a Saturn 1B rocket. 168 foot tall, 28 foot, I think, wide at the base.
Seen it many times.
There's a story in AL.com today about it that it's been there for 44 years.
44 years. Mm-hmm.
Symbolizes Huntsville's part in the space race, and that is deteriorating now, and it has been rejuvenated a few times and repainted and touched up, but they said it's rusting real bad, and the director of tourism says it needs to come down.
Oh, Bubba, no more? They're not going to fix it? They're not going to restore it?
Was that 168 feet? Is that what that was saying?
Yeah,
it's up there.
So.
I got
an idea.
Yeah, that's it.
Here's the good
1B,
news.
Saturn 1B. Have y'all heard they're replacing it with the Blue Origin?
Greg,
I have not heard that.
So what do you want to do?
Look at that.
Well,
Can you buy it?
It's got to come down. Speedy had a good idea.
Greg, you're
That
mistaken.
if
That's
we
just a new sign out in front of Love Stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
If somehow.
Y'all both, y'all got your own little thing going on.
Yeah, I'm trying to get y'all out of the deals.
But
so if we could, Speedy had the great idea that if we could get this down, I could put it up at the hunting camp.
100%.
And I even took it a step further to think, what if we put a feeder up in the top of it, Rick, so that it shot corn out the top?
You might as well.
No,
You talking about
I've got a
feeder.
better. I was thinking more on the lines of you put it on a field and call it. Of course, it's rocket field.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And
Rocket field.
What would you put the
Saturn.
stand up in the?
I'm
up in
thinking.
the
I'm
rocket?
thinking you go up
Ooh,
and you
Can you
kind of make
imagine?
you a window and you got your own shooting house, which would be a shooting
out
rocket.
of the top of it.
And look at what you could see. I mean,
And it
you might
shoot-
could hut 2 or 3 fields at one time.
And it shoots corn out the
Okay.
the escape tower on top of it.
Okay.
Because it's
That's
already
fine.
got
That's
the
fine.
holes out there for it.
Who do we contact to see if you could get it?
I don't know.
That's a great idea.
I wonder
I'll
what
be
it
honest.
costs to take it down.
Why couldn't we put it up here at the, in the parking lot?
Don't make
somewhere?
that dozer
It's
work
not as
look
good as
like
shooting
nothing.
house.
Well, no, but I mean, I want people to see it, Rick.
Right.
Well, I kinda
before
want-
you
I don't
know
want
it, it'll
people-
become like Big Boy. Y'all be complaining about it.
Look, y'all know how you're always giving people direction when they come
We don't
hunting.
have to
It's
bring
Helm's week to go out and wash it.
We don't have to bring it in and out.
You'd squeegee that thing twice.
Rick,
and
if
be
you
done
had to
with it.
bring Big Boy out every day, you'd complain about it too. I can assure you.
Oh, I would.
We don't have to do anything with this.
How about this?
I
I'd
think
find
when
another
you-
arrangement.
When you have a
Well, we did interns.
when you have a landmark that's that famous, that's that
I know.
overwhelming.
Does it bother you a little bit?
I think you got to save it somehow.
Right. Does it bother
Oh,
you that
yeah.
it's not going to be there?
Why would they not just move it to the Space Center?
Well, they've already got one.
They
Well,
got,
well,
they've got a
bigger
bu-
one.
they've got
They
several
They
over
got
there.
the full
Right, so
Saturn
that's what I'm
5
saying.
there.
Yeah, so
but
they good.
You
Are you
got to
saying-
take it down.
this is a
Hey,
1B.
you gotta put
This
it
is
back
one of the
together.
early
You
test
ain't gonna-
rockets.
you're
What's
not-
going to happen
Hey,
to it?
I got a great idea.
I don't know what you do. with it.
Let's put it at the
Scrap.
new ballpark that's there where the trash pandas play.
There
And
you
if
go.
you hit it with a home run,
Oh, it's good.
somebody gets something awesome.
That's good.
Can we
You
not
know-
put it at Bubba's farm? What are you against with it going?
Because I want
Bubba's
people to be
farm?
able to enjoy this.
Think
not
about-
the fact that, hey, it's at Bubba's farm and nobody sees it.
Somebody shooting out the top of it will enjoy it.
Yeah, Bubba, think of this, okay?
You know what
you're
would
always
make
giving
a-
people direction on what field to go to.
Right.
And you go, now look, go to the rocket and take a right.
Yeah, go down 100 yards, take a right at the rocket, go 50 yards, look on the left.
Can't miss the rocket.
You
Can't
see
miss
Big
it.
Boy on the right.
Yeah,
Where's the rocket? You can't miss it.
No, that's
You
what I was
can't
going
miss
to say.
it. It's
Because the fir-
168 foot tall.
The first person would say, "Do I need more information?" No, the rocket. You'll see
Yeah,
the
you'll
rocket.
see it.
Matter of fact, if you just walk outside, there it is.
You know what I always did think would make a great shooting house, and I'd love to have one, a replica of the lunar module.
Greg.
Oh yeah,
You know,
that'd be
shoot
awesome.
shoot right out of the eyes, the triangle of the line on it. You know,
Talking about the limb?
Yeah.
Wherever the rocket goes, I want fake smoke. I want smoke coming out of the bottom of it. Like if it's at a ballpark, somebody hits a home run, boom,
Yeah.
you get smoke.
I'm telling you. I
and
like
you,
this
you
idea.
shine red lights on it like it's
Yeah.
taking
Yes.
off and
Yes.
in a smoke machine.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
Bubba, you're not going to
That'd be
get
cool.
it if you keep up with
Yeah.
these ideas.
No, I just
Sirens
think that would
going
be.
off.
I just want it to stay somewhere.
Over in the fun world, it's at Bubba's hunting property right here in the parking lot.
Yeah.
In the real world, it needs to be somewhere else in Huntsville. It needs to be over at the Trash Pandas. I
Trash
think that's
Pandas.
it.
Why not just keep it where it is and fix it?
Yeah.
I think they're tired of doing that, soes like.
I tell you what, I
you
don't
can even lay
Wherever
it
it's going to
down.
go, you're going to have it.
Lay it down and hunt out of it. I'm sorry. I'm just still hunting out of it. I'm sorry.
Hey, what about this? Y'all, do y'all stop at welcome centers a lot?
Do not.
I do.
Most
I,
of them are
rest stops.
closed now.
I kind of like. No,
I do. I know they're
no,
not. They're wide open.
No, they're
We
closed.
stop a good bit. We stop at them all the time, going to tennis tournaments and stuff.
The ones
That's
I
what-
pass are open.
Yeah.
I don't stop
They're
at many
clean and they look
Yeah.
operation.
It's almost like I'm too committed. I can't quite get that far off the road.
When we got the dogs, we had to make an adjustment
Yes.
on. We had to start stopping at those.
Yes, absolutely.
Versus stopping.
What about the dog?
Yeah.
You're a dog
What
traveler.
about
Versus
the
just
dog?
pulling in a
Let me
gas
add
station.
that
or
to the
something.
list.
I like a good rest area.
I do too. I do too.
Stupid question.
Of course, Bubba's got them closed.
Yeah, when did that happen? I think they closed one and built a new one.
Well, he's mad
I've
because
seen-
this one's
There
closed.
is
seen
a
a- I've
closed
seen a
one on
couple of them
65.
closed.
but
Are
you
we
make
sure
a-
this one's closed? Or are they just taking the rocket down?
That's what I thought the story said. The reason why they're taking it down is the rest area is not being used anymore.
No, I don't think that's
Now
right.
you're making stuff.
Stupid question. So you can see this one obviously obviously from the road. when you're getting into, is it at the state line? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Sweet
Now,
Home, Alabama.
Is there another one right near Huntsville that you can see from the
on
from the highway?
565 right by
Okay.
UAH.
Yeah, that's the full Saturn 5.
Okay.
Easy.
I thought I was seeing just this one and thinking it was the other one.
I'm down. You're done, I said, for the day.
Okay.
Right.
All right, buddy.
I know.
All right.
I know what it's like to try to get a win before the game's over.
Yeah.
Right.
If I could just get one hit.
It'll lay up.
Just accept.
So, Bubba, what are they doing with all the rest areas that are closed now?
I don't know.
The epidemic shut them down.
They did shut them down during the pandemic.
I don't know
that.
if this one's.
Or Rick.
Well, no, I'm just
Everything shut down.
They shut down
that.
playgrounds too. My goodness.
That made a lot of sense. Think about how many dumb things we did.
So
now-
many stupid things.
And then while screaming, follow the science. Well, to follow the science, we'd keep the playground open.
Yeah.
I left my groceries in the sun for like an hour when I'd get home from the grocery store.
I know.
How dumb was that?
I wore gloves in the grocery store.
Dumb.
What about we had to go down certain aisles a certain way?
Yes.
I was messed up.
All dumb.
I was at a barbecue joint yesterday. Still had the stickers on the floor.
Dumb.
Please stand a whole hog
Who
away.
are the? Is it?
Wear a mask while standing, take it off while sitting. Dumb.
Yes.
Now that is one of the dumbest of all.
Dumb.
Isn't there a high school team around the Rockets?
Gardendale.
There's your
Bring
answer.
it to there.
And
They have a
there
rocket up
it
there.
is.
Yeah,
Do
I
they?
saw an email on that.
Well, they
just
got an
now coming.
upgrade coming.
They may not. I may have made that up.
What if
I mean,
the
it's
trash
real fake
bandits had it up and like a raccoon climbed up the side of it when they hit a home run?
That's good.
Yeah.
Open the
it
top.
would be on a rail.
Open
it
the
would,
top
it
of
would
it.
go the top of it, and
Yeah.
then it would act like it was taking off.
Yeah.
No, I think that's good. What if it hung out of it like it was eating out of a feeder?
They said they estimated the cost to take it down to fix it, put it back up at $1 million.
Oh man,
That seems high, doesn't it?
That seems very high.
That's somebody saying, I'll do it, but it's going to be worth it.
Do we need to start a GoFundMe?
I would restore it. I will restore it for $1 million. I'll just handle it myself.
Let's
You
go.
gonna do it?
We could do a GoFundMe for it.
We could.
The People's Rocket.
Well,
we were doing GoFundMes before there was a GoFundMe.
We really were.
Yeah.
Really were. All right, thanks for being with us. We're wrapping up our time together. You got more Rick and Bubba. Stick around. Lord willing, there'll be more.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.